Hey everyone, welcome back to Ranger Screams. Before we get started, I have one small favor to ask. If you enjoy these stories, please leave a like and a comment. Our goal is to reach 1,000 likes and 1,000 comments on this video, and every bit of your support makes a huge difference. Thank you so much. Now get comfortable, and let's begin. There's a point in every person's life where you realize you've been a dumbass all along. For me, it hit me around the time I found myself knee-deep in mud, carrying a rifle in one hand and the body of my buddy in the other. Not exactly the scenario I'd envisioned when I signed up to be a park ranger, and definitely not something they put in the brochures. My name's Darren Slade, and I've been working as a ranger in the Cascades for about 4 years now. Not your usual, I wanted to escape city life type. Nah, I'm just broke, and this job had free housing and a paycheck that didn't suck. Never had any complaints though. I liked the quiet, and the occasional tourist or hiker was usually more interested in taking selfies with trees than causing trouble. The Cascades might look like paradise in those glossy tourism magazines, but it's a different story when you're the one responsible for 50,000 acres of wilderness. Most days consist of trail maintenance, checking permits, and occasionally rescuing some unprepared hiker who thought a bottle of Dasani and their iPhone was all they needed for an 8-hour trek. I live in a small cabin near the eastern entrance of the park. Nothing fancy, just a bedroom, bathroom, kitchenette, and what I generously call a living room. The walls are thin enough that I can hear every drop of rain hammering against the roof during storms, and the heater makes a sound like a dying car engine when it kicks on in winter. But it's mine, or at least it is for as long as I wear the uniform. My boss Frank Morrison runs a tight operation. He's been managing the park for nearly 20 years and knows every trail, creek, and problem spot like the back of his hand. He's fair but doesn't tolerate laziness or stupidity, which works for me. Most of the other rangers are decent folks. We're not exactly a tight-knit family, but we look out for each other. That's just the way it has to be when you're dealing with wilderness this vast and unforgiving. Before all this happened, I dealt with my share of incidents. Lost hikers, illegal campers, even a bear attack once that left a tourist with some nasty scars and a story he'll be telling until the day he dies. But nothing prepared me for what happened in September 2011. It started with reports from hikers about trashed campsites in the northwest region of the park. Initially, we thought it was just irresponsible campers not cleaning up after themselves. Maybe some teenagers thinking they were funny. It's amazing how destructive people can be when they think no one's watching. Then the reports got weirder. People mentioned hearing strange noises at night. Not your typical forest sounds like owls or coyotes, but something that one hiker described as halfway between a scream and static. Another couple claimed they'd packed up and left their site at 2 a.m. after feeling like they were being watched for hours. I remember sitting in the morning briefing, sipping coffee that tasted like it had been filtered through an old sock, listening to Frank recount these stories with his usual skepticism. Probably just a cougar, he said, rubbing his graying beard. People from the city hear one animal sound they can't identify and suddenly they're convinced it's Bigfoot. Everyone laughed, including me. But, Frank continued, his expression turning serious, we've got 3 more reports of damaged campsites, and one group said their food was gone, cooler and all, so we need to check it out. My supervisor, Ed Hansen, a good guy who likes to talk about his fishing trips way more than I care to hear, looked over at me. Darren, why don't you take this one? Take the northwest quadrant tomorrow. See what's going on. I nodded, not thinking much of it. After the meeting, Ed pulled me aside. Take someone with you, he said, his usual jovial expression replaced with something more concerned. And bring a rifle. Now, I don't always carry a firearm on patrol. Most days it's unnecessary weight. But there was something in Ed's tone that made me pause. You think it's that serious? I asked. Ed sighed, glancing around like he was about to share a secret. Frank didn't want to alarm everyone, but one of the hikers found blood at their campsite. A lot of it. No sign of anyone injured, though. Could be an animal, I suggested. Someone shoots a deer illegally, tries to butcher it at camp. Maybe, Ed replied, not sounding convinced. Just be careful out there, okay? Take Pete with you. Pete Jacobs had transferred to our station about a year earlier. The quiet type, didn't talk much about his life before joining the Park Service. He had this way of saying everything with his face, though, which usually meant I had to guess if he was amused or disgusted, sometimes both. But he was reliable, knew how to handle himself in the woods, and didn't waste time with bullshit small talk on long patrols. That night, I went back to my cabin and pulled out the topographic maps of the northwest section. It wasn't particularly remote, about 6 miles from the nearest road, but the terrain was rough. Dense forest, steep ridges, and a few narrow ravines that created natural bottlenecks. Bear country, for sure. Maybe even mountain lion territory. As I traced possible routes with my finger, I couldn't shake a strange feeling of unease. I've spent enough time in the wilderness to trust my instincts, and something about this assignment felt off. I told myself it was nothing, probably just some aggressive black bear or a cougar that wandered too close to human territory. I dealt with those before. I checked my rifle, a Remington 700 that had been my constant companion on backcountry patrols, cleaned it, loaded it, and set it by the door, just in case. That night I dreamt of walking through endless trees, following a trail of blood that grew wider with each step. In the dream I could hear something moving just out of sight, keeping pace with me, watching. I woke at 4 a.m. drenched in sweat despite the cool September air coming through my cracked window. As I made coffee, I watched the sun creep over the mountains, painting the trees gold. It should have been beautiful, calming. Instead, all I could think about was that dream, and what might be waiting for me in the northwest quadrant. I didn't know it then, but that sunrise would be the last normal moment I'd experienced for a long time. The last moment before everything I thought I knew about these woods, about nature itself, would be turned upside down. Because what was waiting out there wasn't a bear, or a cougar, or anything I'd been trained to handle. It was something else entirely. I met Pete at the ranger station just after sunrise. The morning air was crisp with the first hint of autumn, and a light fog hung between the trees, giving the forest an ethereal quality that would have been beautiful under different circumstances. Pete nodded at me, his usual greeting. He was dressed in standard ranger gear, olive green uniform, sturdy boots, hat pulled low over his eyes. I noticed the rifle slung over his shoulder and the extra ammunition pouches on his belt, so Ed had briefed him too. "Mornin'," I said, checking my pack one last time. "Ready for a wild goose chase?" Pete's mouth twitched in what might have been a smile. Geese don't trash campsites. We loaded our gear into one of the park's battered jeeps and headed for the trailhead nearest to the reported incidents. The drive was quiet, with Pete staring out the window and me focusing on navigating the rutted service road. The radio buzzed occasionally with routine park communications, a reminder about a trail closure due to erosion, a question about a permit application. Normal stuff. It all felt so normal. The northwest region of Cascade Park isn't on most tourist maps. It's beautiful in that raw, untamed way that can make you feel small and insignificant. Dense stands of Douglas fir and western hemlock create a perpetual twilight beneath their canopy. The undergrowth is thick, Salal Oregon grape, and sword ferns fighting for every inch of space. In some places, the moss grows so thick on the ground that it feels like walking on a sponge. We parked at the end of the service road and continued on foot, following a maintenance trail that would eventually lead us to the first reported incident site. About a mile in, Pete broke the silence. "What do you think we'll find?" he asked, his voice low as if he didn't want the forest to hear. I shrugged, adjusting my pack. "Probably just a hungry bear with bad manners. Maybe someone's illegally dumping garbage and attracting wildlife." Pete nodded, but I could tell he wasn't convinced. Neither was I, if I'm being honest. The first hour of hiking was uneventful. We checked a few regular campsites along the way, finding nothing out of the ordinary. Just as I was starting to think this might be a wasted trip, Pete stopped suddenly, holding up a hand. "You smell that?" he asked. I paused, taking a deep breath. There was something, a heavy, sickly sweet odor underneath the usual forest scents of pine and soil. It reminded me of roadkill left too long in the summer sun, but different, worse somehow. "Yeah," I nodded, my hand unconsciously moving to rest on my rifle. "Let's check it out." We veered off the main trail, following a smaller path that looked like it had seen recent use. The smell grew stronger, making my eyes water. After about a quarter mile, we found the first campsite. I've seen bear damage before. They're messy, destructive, and single-minded when food is involved. They'll rip open tents, scatter supplies, break containers, anything to get to what they're after. But this was something else entirely. When we got to the first campsite, I noticed the tents were shredded, like not the normal claw marks I'd expect from a bear. This was something else. It was almost like someone or something had torn into the fabric with precision, like it was pissed off at nylon. The destruction was methodical. The tent hadn't just been clawed open, it had been systematically dismantled, the fabric torn in long, straight lines. The sleeping bags inside had been pulled apart seam by seam. A cooler lay on its side, its contents scattered, but not in the haphazard way of an animal looking for food. It was more like someone had examined each item and then deliberately discarded it. "What the hell?" I muttered, crouching to examine the remains of a backpack. The straps had been severed cleanly, almost surgically. "This doesn't look like animal damage." Pete wrinkled his nose at the stench. "Maybe someone did this? Vandals?" I shook my head. "Out here?" 6 miles from the nearest road? That's a long way to hike just to trash someone's camp. The area smelled rank too. Pete muttered something about rotting meat. He wasn't wrong. The scent was heavy, like old roadkill, but worse, and there was something else about it. Something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Let's look around, I said, standing and scanning the perimeter of the campsite. See if we can find any tracks. We spent the next 30 minutes searching the area, looking for footprints, claw marks, scat, anything that might identify our culprit. That's when I noticed something odd. There weren't any animal tracks. Normally you'd see some paw prints, scat, something. This time nothing. It was like whatever did this wasn't even touching the ground. That should have been my first clue to turn back. But I'm an idiot, remember? We should follow the trail, I said, pointing to what looked like a drag mark leading away from the campsite. See where it goes. Pete hesitated, his face unreadable. You sure that's a good idea? I wasn't. Not really. But I had a job to do. Probably not, but we need to figure out what's going on here. What if there are hikers in trouble? He nodded reluctantly, and we set off, following the trail deeper into the forest. The path took us away from the established trails, into denser, older growth. The trees here were massive, creating a cathedral-like space beneath their branches. In normal circumstances, it would have been peaceful, even awe-inspiring. Now, with that smell lingering in the air and the silence pressing in around us, it felt oppressive. I noticed something else, too. The forest was quiet. Too quiet. No bird calls, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Just our footsteps and the occasional creak of ancient trees swaying in the high breeze. After about an hour of hiking, we found the second campsite. It looked worse than the first. Blood on the ground this time. A lot of it. The tents were torn to shreds, and personal belongings, backpacks, clothes, even a few shoes were scattered around like confetti. But no bodies. Pete's face turned pale, and I could tell he was thinking the same thing I was. Where the hell were the campers? We need to radio this in, Pete said, unslinging his pack and reaching for his radio. I nodded, scanning the trees surrounding us. That feeling of being watched was stronger now, almost palpable. The blood on the ground was dark, tacky, at least a day old, maybe more. There was a lot of it, too much for someone to lose and walk away. Pete tried the radio, but all we got was static. Signal's too weak, he muttered, frustration evident in his voice. We're in a dead zone. Let's move to higher ground, I suggested, pointing to a ridge about a half-mile away. Might get better reception there. As we gathered our gear to move on, I noticed something glinting near the edge of the campsite. Curious, I walked over and crouched down. It was a camera, one of those expensive digital SLRs that serious photographers use. It was partially hidden under a torn backpack, as if someone had tried to conceal it. The lens was cracked and there were dark smudges on the body that I didn't want to think too hard about. Pete, I called, holding up the camera. Look at this. He came over, eyeing the device warily. Think it still works. I pressed the power button, surprised when the screen lit up. The battery indicator showed nearly full. Let's see what's on it, I said, navigating to the gallery. The most recent photos were landscapes, stunning shots of the mountains at sunset, a close-up of dew on a spider's web, a time-lapse of stars wheeling overhead, typical photographer stuff. But then the images changed. The last dozen photos were taken in rapid succession, the timestamps just seconds apart. They started normal enough. A shot of the campsite at dusk, the photographer's companion smiling next to a newly built fire, but then they became erratic, blurry, as if taken in panic. The final image made my blood run cold. It showed a figure at the edge of the campsite, partially obscured by trees. Tall, unnaturally thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. The image was blurry, the lighting poor, but there was no mistaking the wrongness of the figure's proportions. What the hell is that? Pete whispered, leaning in to get a better look. I shook my head, unable to find words. It wasn't a bear, it wasn't a person either. Not any person I'd ever seen. Just then, a twig snapped in the forest behind us. We both whirled around, rifles coming up instinctively. Nothing. Just trees and shadows. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had just been there, watching us. And maybe it still was. We need to get to higher ground, I said again, my voice steadier than I felt. Now, Pete nodded, his eyes still scanning the tree line. Yeah, let's move. We set off toward the ridge, moving faster now, the weight of our packs and the rough terrain forgotten in our urgency. The camera was tucked safely in my pocket, its final image burned into my memory. Whatever had happened here, whatever had torn apart these campsites and left blood on the ground, it wasn't a bear or a cougar or any animal I knew. And I had a sinking feeling that we were about to find out exactly what it was. The climb to the ridge was steeper than it looked, the ground slick with decaying leaves and moss. Every few minutes, One of us would stop and scan the forest behind us, that prickling sense of being watched never fading. Twice I thought I saw movement in the trees, just a flash of something pale, there and gone too quickly to identify. "You see that?" I asked Pete after the second time. He nodded grimly. "Something's following us." When we finally reached the top of the ridge, Pete immediately tried the radio again. This time the static gave way to a crackling voice. "Ed, back at the station." The signal was weak though, classic Park Service radio. "They work just fine when you're in the station, but crap out the moment you need them. Repeat, this is base. Darren, Pete, do you copy?" Ed's voice came through in broken fragments. "Ed, this is Darren. We've got a situation out here," I said, speaking clearly and slowly. "2 campsites destroyed, signs of violence, possible injuries or fatalities. No bodies found yet. Break up? Say again. Sending backup." The transmission faded into static. Ed's voice crackled through, but we couldn't make out much. Something about sending more help, but it was choppy. Pete looked at me and shrugged. "That's helpful," he grumbled, his voice low. I laughed, but it came out hollow. "Yep, Ed's probably sending us a search party right now. They'll show up when we're both dead." We checked our map, trying to decide on the best course of action. Standard procedure would be to head back to the trailhead and wait for backup. But there could be injured hikers out there, people who needed our help, and that drag trail we'd been following, it had to lead somewhere. "What do you think?" I asked Pete, knowing what my own instincts were telling me. He stared at the map for a long moment, then out at the vast expanse of forest spreading below us. "We should follow the trail," he said finally. "At least until we find out what happened to those campers." I nodded, relief mingling with dread in my chest. Relief because it was the right call. Dread because every step deeper into these woods felt like walking into a trap. We made our way back down from the ridge, rejoining the trail we'd been following. The drag marks were clearer now, the ground disturbed in a way that suggested something heavy had been pulled along it. The smell was stronger too, that sick, sweet stench of decay that seemed to cling to the inside of my nostrils. The deeper we went, the worse the smell got. The forest around us had changed too. The trees here were older, massive trunks reaching up toward a canopy so thick it left the forest floor in permanent twilight, moss draped from branches like funeral shrouds, and the undergrowth had thinned, as if nothing could grow in this perpetual gloom. That's when we heard it, a soft rustling like someone shifting in the underbrush. Pete froze, his hand hovering near his rifle. "What the hell was that?" I whispered. Before Pete could answer, a figure darted across the path, fast as hell, too fast. I caught just a glimpse. Something hunched over, almost humanoid but twisted, deformed. Pete didn't hesitate. He raised his rifle. But whatever it was had already disappeared into the trees. Now, I've seen some weird animals in my time, but this thing wasn't right. It moved like a person, but in that jerky, unnatural way that makes your skin crawl. Pete looked at me, his eyes wide. For the first time since I'd known him, I saw fear. "We should head back," Pete said, his voice barely above a whisper. I wanted to agree. Every part of me screamed to get the hell out of there, but my dumbass sense of duty kicked in. We were rangers. We were supposed to protect these woods, the people who visited them, and we still hadn't found the missing campers. Against my better judgment, I nodded toward the trail. "We've come this far." We moved slower after that, more cautious. My rifle felt heavier in my hands, and I could feel the sweat running down my back, mixing with the cold September air. Every sound, the wind, the rustling of leaves, felt like it was hiding something more sinister. The trail led us to a small clearing. At first I didn't comprehend what I was seeing. The ground was dark with dried blood, and scattered around were pieces. It took my brain a moment to process what my eyes were registering, and then we found it. There, in the clearing, were the bodies, or what was left of them. At first I couldn't tell if they were human. The limbs had been torn apart, scattered like a twisted jigsaw puzzle. Blood stained the grass, dark and slick. Pete gagged, covering his mouth. I just stood there, frozen. "Jesus Christ," I finally muttered, my voice shaking. "What the hell did this?" Pete didn't answer. His eyes were locked on something just beyond the clearing. I followed his gaze and saw it. The creature. It stood there, maybe 30 feet away, half hidden by the trees. Its body was tall and gaunt, but not in a way that made sense. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched tight over bones that didn't seem to fit together right. Its arms were too long, its legs bent in strange angles. And its face, well, that's the part that'll stick with me forever. It didn't have one. Or if it did, it was more of a twisted approximation of a human face, like someone had tried to mold it out of clay but gave up halfway through. Where eyes should have been, there were just dark, sunken pits. Its mouth was a jagged tear across the lower portion of its face, lined with what looked like too many teeth, all sharp and uneven. The thing stared at us, or at least I think it did, and then it moved. Fast. Too fast for something that size. Pete fired, the sound of the shot echoing through the trees. I didn't wait to see if he hit it. I grabbed Pete by the arm and yanked him toward the trail. "Run!" I shouted, my voice cracking. We bolted through the trees, the thing chasing after us. I could hear it crashing through the underbrush, moving in that unnatural way that made my stomach twist. Pete was ahead of me, his legs pumping like his life depended on it, because it did. I risked a glance back and immediately wished I hadn't. The creature was gaining on us, moving with a jerky, spider-like gait that defied natural movement, its limbs bent at impossible angles, propelling it forward with terrifying speed. "Keep going," I yelled to Pete, fumbling with my rifle as I ran. I managed to swing around and fire off a shot, the recoil nearly causing me to lose my footing on the uneven ground. I couldn't tell if I hit it, but the thing let out a sound, a high, keening wail that was like nothing I'd ever heard before. Part animal, part something else entirely. The sound drove us forward with renewed panic. We crashed through the forest, branches whipping at our faces, roots threatening to trip us with every step. The trail was barely visible now, but we followed it blindly, desperate to put distance between us and that thing. The trees began to thin, and I realized we were nearing the edge of the old-growth section. If we could just reach the more traveled areas of the park, maybe we'd be safe. Maybe. Pete had pulled ahead of me again, his longer stride giving him an advantage. I saw him glance back, his face contorted with fear. He opened his mouth to say something, a warning maybe, when the ground gave way beneath him. One moment he was running, the next he was gone, tumbling down a steep embankment that had been hidden by the undergrowth. I skidded to a halt at the edge, watching in horror as Pete rolled down the slope, his body slamming against rocks and tree trunks before coming to rest at the bottom, motionless. "Pete!" I screamed, starting to make my way down the treacherous incline. A sound behind me froze my blood. That rustling, that unnatural movement. The creature was close, too close. I turned slowly, rifle raised, and found myself staring directly at it. It stood just yards away, its grotesque form fully visible in the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. Up close it was even more horrifying. Its skin wasn't just pale but mottled with dark veins and strange ridged protrusions that looked like they might be bones trying to push their way out. Its chest heaved with rapid, shallow movements, but it made no sound. Those empty eye sockets seemed to be studying me, calculating. I aimed my rifle at what I assumed was its head and squeezed the trigger. Click! The firing pin struck nothing. I was out of ammunition or the rifle had jammed. Either way, I was screwed. The thing tilted its head almost curiously. Then it lunged. I threw myself to the side, tumbling down the embankment that had claimed Pete. The world spun around me, pain blossoming across my body as I hit every rock and root on the way down. When I finally came to a stop, the wind knocked out of me and my vision swimming. I was certain the creature would be on me in seconds, but nothing came. After a moment, I managed to push myself up onto my elbows, looking around wildly. Pete lay about 20 feet away, still not moving. Of the creature, there was no sign. I crawled over to Pete, my body protesting with every movement. When I reached him, I saw that he was breathing, but a nasty gash on his head was bleeding profusely, and his left arm was bent at an unnatural angle. "Pete," I gasped, shaking his shoulder gently. "Pete, wake up." His eyes fluttered but didn't open. He was out cold. I looked up at the embankment we'd fallen down. It was steep, at least 30 feet of loose soil and rocks, with no easy way back up. Not that I wanted to go back that way, not with that thing potentially waiting at the top. We were in a ravine of sorts, with a small stream trickling along its bottom. In the distance, I could make out what looked like the ravine opening up into wider terrain. I had to get Pete out of here. I couldn't carry him back up that slope, and I wasn't about to leave him. The only option was to follow the ravine and hope it led somewhere safe. With a groan, I managed to get to my feet. My rifle was gone, lost somewhere during the fall. All I had was my sidearm, a 9mm that felt woefully inadequate against whatever that creature was. I bent down and, with considerable effort, hoisted Pete over my shoulder in a fireman's carry. He was heavier than he looked, and my battered body screamed in protest. But I started moving, following the shallow stream away from the embankment. Every few steps I would look back, dreading the sight of that pale, twisted form appearing at the top of the ravine. But the forest above remained still and silent, too silent. The unnatural quiet that had descended on the woods earlier had returned, pressing in around me like a physical weight. No birds, no insects, just the sound of my labored breathing and the occasional groan from Pete. I don't know how long I walked, carrying Pete through that ravine. Time seemed to blur, each painful step blending into the next. The stream beside me gradually widened, and the walls of the ravine began to slope more gently. Eventually, we emerged onto a flatter area, the forest opening up around us. I recognized where we were, about 2 miles from the service road where we'd parked the Jeep. If I could just make it there, get Pete into the vehicle. A sound behind me made me whirl around, nearly dropping Pete in the process. There, at the edge of the trees, stood the creature. It hadn't pursued us through the ravine but had somehow circled around, cutting off our path to the road. It stood perfectly still, those empty eye sockets fixed on us. Then, slowly, deliberately, it began to move toward us. I drew my sidearm with my free hand, knowing it would probably do little good. "Stay back," I shouted, as if reasoning with this thing was possible. It paused, tilting its head again in that unnervingly curious way. For a moment we stood frozen in a terrible tableau, me with Pete draped across my shoulders, gun aimed at a nightmare made flesh. Then, from somewhere in the distance, came the sound of voices. Human voices, calling out, "Darren, Pete, where are you guys?" The search party. Ed had come through after all. The creature's head snapped toward the sound, its whole body tensing. It made that keening noise again, softer this time, almost like a whimper. Then, with one last look at us, a look that somehow conveyed both hunger and reluctance, it turned and melted back into the forest, moving with that impossible speed. I stood there shaking until the voices grew closer and flashlight beams began to cut through the trees. Only then did I lower my gun, the adrenaline that had kept me going suddenly draining away, leaving me weak and trembling. "Over here," I managed to call out, my voice hoarse. Figures emerged from the trees. Ed, 2 other rangers I recognized, and a couple of search and rescue volunteers. Their expressions changed from relief to alarm as they took in the sight of me, battered and bleeding, with an unconscious Pete over my shoulders. "Jesus, Darren, what happened?" Ed asked as they rushed forward, carefully taking Pete from me. I opened my mouth to tell them everything, the campsites, the bodies, the creature that defied explanation. But looking at their faces, at the rational concern and confusion written there, I hesitated. Who would believe me? Who would believe that something that shouldn't exist had torn apart campers and chased us through the woods? "Bear attack," I said finally, the lie tasting bitter on my tongue. "Big one. Caught us by surprise." Ed's eyebrows rose skeptically as the others laid Pete on a portable stretcher. "A bear did this? Where is it now?" I gestured vaguely back toward the ravine. "Lost it in there. Shot at it a few times, might have wounded it." Ed studied my face for a long moment, and I had the uncomfortable feeling he knew I was lying. But he just nodded, putting a hand on my shoulder. "Let's get you 2 back to the station. You need medical attention and Pete needs a hospital." As they helped me walk toward the service road, I couldn't stop myself from looking back at the forest. Through the trees, deep in the shadows, I thought I saw something pale watching us leave. But maybe that was just my imagination. Maybe. They took Pete directly to the regional hospital in an ambulance. I insisted I was fine, but Ed made me get checked out anyway. The paramedics at the ranger station cleaned and bandaged my cuts, told me I had a mild concussion, and recommended I go to the hospital for observation. I declined. I needed to be alone, needed time to process what had happened. My official report stated that we had encountered a large, aggressive black bear that had been responsible for the destruction of the campsites. I claimed the bear had charged us, causing us to flee and subsequently fall down the ravine. I didn't mention the bodies we'd found in the clearing. I didn't mention the creature with its wrong proportions and empty face. I couldn't bring myself to put that on paper, to see how crazy it would look in black and white. Frank was skeptical of my story from the start. "A black bear did all that damage, and you didn't get a clear look at it?" "It was moving fast," I said, not meeting his eyes. "Everything happened quickly," he sighed, rubbing his beard the way he did when he was frustrated. "Darren, if there's something else going on here..." "There isn't," I interrupted, perhaps too forcefully. "Just a bear. A big one." Frank didn't press further, but I could tell he wasn't convinced. He assigned a team to go back and investigate the campsites, armed with tranquilizer guns and bear spray. They found the destroyed sites just as Pete and I had described, but no sign of bodies, blood, or a drag trail. It was as if the clearing we'd found had never existed. Later, I would learn that there had been no missing persons reports filed for the area. No one had come forward looking for missing hikers or campers. It was as if those people we'd found, or what was left of them, had never existed at all. I didn't sleep for 3 days after the incident. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that creature, its twisted limbs and empty face. I heard that keening wail, felt the panic of running through the forest with something inhuman at my heels. When exhaustion finally claimed me, my dreams were filled with pale figures moving just beyond my vision, always watching, always waiting. I visited Pete in the hospital a week after the attack. He'd suffered a concussion, a broken arm, and various cuts and bruises, but the doctors said he'd make a full recovery. When I entered his room, he was sitting up in bed, staring out the window at the mountains in the distance. "Hey," I said, setting a bag of grapes on his bedside table. "How are you feeling?" He turned to look at me, and I was struck by how much older he seemed. There were new lines around his eyes, a tightness to his mouth that hadn't been there before. "What did you tell them?" he asked, without preamble. I shifted uncomfortably. "That it was a bear." Pete let out a short, humorless laugh. "A bear, right. What was I supposed to say, Pete? That we saw something that doesn't exist? They'd have us both committed." He was quiet for a long moment, his gaze returning to the window. "I'm quitting," he said finally. "As soon as I'm out of here, I'm done with the Park Service." I wasn't surprised. I'd been half expecting it. "Where will you go?" "My sister lives in Arizona, desert, no forests, no mountains, no whatever that thing was." He looked at me again, his eyes haunted. "You should leave too, Darren. That thing, it's still out there." I couldn't argue with that. I knew he was right. But something kept me from agreeing, from saying I'd pack up and go too. Maybe it was stubbornness, or some misplaced sense of responsibility. Maybe it was the fact that I had nowhere else to go, no one waiting for me outside the park. "I'll think about it," I lied. Pete saw through it immediately. "No, you won't," he sighed. "You're going to stay, and that thing is going to be out there, watching, waiting." I didn't have a response to that. Pete quit the next day. I can't blame him. He packed his stuff and took off, said he was done with the Park Service for good. Within a week he was gone, headed for the Arizona desert without so much as a goodbye. Me? Well, I'm still here. Dumbass, remember? The higher-ups didn't believe us, of course. They chalked it up to a bear attack gone wrong, said we were just shaken up. But I know what I saw, and Pete knows too, even if he's halfway across the country by now. Life at the park tried to return to normal. I went back on patrol, though Frank kept me on the easier trails, closer to the ranger station. I didn't argue. The thought of going back into the deep woods, of possibly encountering that thing again, filled me with a cold dread I couldn't shake. The nightmares continued. Sometimes I'd wake up convinced the creature was in my cabin, standing at the foot of my bed with those empty eye sockets staring down at me. I started sleeping with my sidearm under my pillow, the safety off. About 3 weeks after the incident, something strange happened. I was in the station filing reports when 2 men in suits walked in. They weren't dressed for hiking or camping. Their polished shoes and pressed slacks stood out like sore thumbs among the muddy boots and rugged outdoor gear of the park rangers. They asked to speak with Frank, then with me. In the small meeting room at the back of the station, they introduced themselves as Agents Johnson and Miller from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. But something about them, their stiff posture, the way they exchanged glances, the carefully neutral expressions, made me doubt that's who they really were. "We understand you had an encounter with an unidentified animal species," Agent Johnson said, his voice flat. I stuck to my story. "Black bear. Aggressive one." Agent Miller's lips twitched in what might have been amusement. "Mr. Slade, we've read your report. We've also spoken with Mr. Jacobs." My stomach dropped. "Pete told you it was a bear, too." "In his official report, yes," Johnson nodded. "But in our conversation with him in Arizona, he was more forthcoming." I swallowed hard, saying nothing. "We'd like you to tell us exactly what you saw," Miller said, leaning forward slightly. No matter how unusual it might sound, there was something in his tone, a hint that he already knew, that made me crack. I told them everything, the campsites, the drag trail, the bodies, and the creature with its wrong proportions and empty face. As I spoke, neither of them showed surprise or disbelief. They just nodded occasionally, taking notes. When I finished, Johnson slid a photograph across the table. "Is this what you saw?" The image was grainy, taken from a distance, but there was no mistaking the elongated limbs, the emaciated torso, the featureless head. I felt my blood run cold. "Where did you get this?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "That's classified," Miller replied smoothly, taking the photo back. "But you're not the first to encounter this phenomenon, and I doubt you'll be the last." "What is it?" I demanded. The agents exchanged another glance. "We don't know for certain," Johnson said carefully, "but we have theories. Some believe it's a previously undocumented species. Others suggest alternative origins." "What does that mean?" I pressed. Miller stood, straightening his jacket. It means we appreciate your cooperation, Mr. Slade, and we recommend you keep this matter to yourself, for your own safety and for the safety of others who use these woods." They left shortly after, taking copies of all the reports and the memory card from the camera I'd found at the campsite. I never saw them again. Here's the kicker, though. A couple weeks after Pete left, I got a call from some government folks, real serious types, asking a lot of questions about what we saw, where we saw it, what it looked like. They didn't say much, just nodded and took notes, and then they left. That was the last time I talked about it, until now. After they left, I tried to research similar incidents. I spent my off hours hunched over my laptop searching for reports of strange creatures, unexplained disappearances in national parks, anything that might give me answers. Most of what I found was obvious hoaxes or easily explainable phenomena. But occasionally, buried in forum threads or obscure local news articles, I'd find something that sent a chill down my spine. Descriptions of creatures with impossible proportions, accounts of hikers feeling watched by something they couldn't see, stories of people found torn apart in ways no known animal could accomplish. There were patterns in the reports. They almost always occurred in remote areas with old-growth forests, often near water sources. The incidents tended to cluster in certain regions, including parts of the Cascades, and they seemed to be increasing in frequency. I created a map, marking every credible incident I could find. Over time, a picture emerged, not of random attacks, but of territory. Whatever these things were, they had ranges, patterns, and my corner of the Cascades was right in the middle of one. I should have left then. Should have followed Pete's example and gone somewhere, anywhere else. But I didn't. Maybe it was that same dumbass sense of duty that had gotten me into trouble in the first place. Maybe it was something else. A terrible fascination with what I'd seen, a need to understand what was out there in my woods. Because the thing is, every once in a while when I'm out in those woods, I get that same feeling. That prickling on the back of my neck, that sense that something's watching me, waiting. And maybe, just maybe, I'm dumb enough to stick around long enough to find out what it is. Funny thing though, when Pete quit, he told me, "Darren, I'd rather wrestle a bear than go through that again." I told him, hell, after this I'd wrestle a bear for fun. Guess I should be more careful about what I wish for. 6 months passed. Winter came and went, burying the Cascades under a heavy blanket of snow that kept most visitors away. I welcomed the quiet, the solitude. It gave me time to think, to plan, to prepare. Spring arrived with its usual explosion of life. Wildflowers carpeting meadows, bears emerging from hibernation, birds returning from southern migrations. The park grew busy again, filled with hikers and campers eager to explore after months cooped up indoors. I'd managed to convince myself that what happened that day in September was a one-time encounter, that whatever that creature was, it had moved on, found new hunting grounds. The nightmares had become less frequent, the constant feeling of being watched had faded to an occasional unease. I was wrong. It started with reports from the eastern sector, damaged campsites, hikers feeling watched, strange sounds in the night. Nothing as severe as what Pete and I had encountered, but enough to set alarm bells ringing in my head. Frank called me into his office on a warm day in early May. "I need you to check out some disturbances in the eastern quadrant," he said, sliding a map across his desk. Several locations were marked with red X's. My mouth went dry. What kind of disturbances? The usual spring stuff. Probably bears coming out of hibernation, getting into campers' food supplies. Frank's expression was carefully neutral, but there was something in his eyes, a question maybe, or a test. I stared at the map. The marked sites formed a pattern, moving steadily west, toward the area where Pete and I had encountered the creature. "I'll go tomorrow," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Frank nodded. "Take someone with you." "I'll go alone," I replied too quickly. His eyebrows rose. "After what happened to you and Pete, not a chance. Take Morales." Maria Morales was the newest ranger, transferred in from Yosemite after Pete left. She was competent, tough, and completely unaware of what might be waiting in those woods. I wanted to protest, to insist on going alone. But that would raise too many questions, force me to explain why I was willing to face a dangerous bear by myself. So I nodded, accepting the assignment with a resignation I hoped wasn't too obvious. That night, I prepared more thoroughly than I had for any patrol in my career. I cleaned and loaded my rifle, packed extra ammunition, a more powerful flashlight, and a satellite phone I'd purchased with my own money. No more relying on Park Service radios that failed when you needed them most. I also packed something else, a small digital recorder. If I encountered the creature again, I wanted evidence, something the men in suits couldn't simply take away and classify. Morales met me at the station the next morning, her dark hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, her expression alert and eager. She'd been a ranger for 5 years before transferring, and it showed in her confident movements and careful preparation. "So, problem bear?" she asked as we loaded our gear into the Jeep. "Probably," I muttered, avoiding her eyes. "We'll see." The drive to the eastern sector was quiet, with Morales occasionally pointing out wildlife or asking questions about the park's geography that I answered mechanically, my mind elsewhere. We parked at the trailhead and continued on foot, following a well-maintained path that would lead us to the first marked location. Everything seemed normal at first. The forest was alive with sound, birdsong, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, the distant call of a hawk. Nothing like the unnatural silence that had preceded our encounter with the creature. The first campsite showed typical bear damage: a torn open cooler, claw marks on a tree where a food bag had been hung, paw prints in the soft earth. I felt myself relax slightly. Maybe Frank was right. Maybe it was just a bear. But as we moved to the second site, things changed. The forest grew quieter. That prickling sensation returned to the back of my neck, the feeling of being watched. I found myself scanning the trees more often, my hands straying to my rifle. Morales noticed. "Everything okay?" "Fine," I lied. "Just being careful." The second campsite was different. The damage wasn't consistent with a bear. A tent had been methodically torn apart, the fabric separated at the seams rather than ripped by claws. Personal items were scattered in that deliberate way I remembered from before, as if something had examined each object before discarding it. And there was that smell, that sickly sweet odor of decay that had haunted my nightmares. "What kind of bear is this?" Morales asked, crouching to examine the remains of a backpack. "Not a bear," I said quietly. She looked up, surprised. "Then what?" I opened my mouth, then closed it again. What could I say? That I thought it was some impossible creature that shouldn't exist? That men in suits had interviewed me about it but refused to explain what it was? "I'm not sure," I said finally. "But we should be careful." Morales nodded, her hand moving to rest on her sidearm. She might not know what we were dealing with, but she was smart enough to sense that something was wrong. We continued to the third site, moving more cautiously now. The feeling of being watched intensified, and the forest had fallen completely silent. No birds, no insects, nothing but the sound of our own breathing and footsteps. The third campsite was the worst. Blood on the ground again, not a lot, but enough to indicate injury. The tents were destroyed, supplies scattered, and there it was, a drag trail leading away from the camp, into the deeper woods. Morales saw it too. "We need to follow that," she said, already starting forward. "Someone could be hurt." I caught her arm. "Wait." She turned, impatient. "Darren, there could be injured hikers out there. Or there could be something dangerous," I countered. "We need to be smart about this." She studied my face for a moment. "You know something you're not telling me." It wasn't a question. I sighed, releasing her arm. "Last fall, my partner and I encountered something out here. Something not natural." "Not natural?" she repeated skeptically. "It looked almost human, but wrong. Too tall, limbs too long. It moved incredibly fast. It attacked us. Pete quit because of it." The words tumbled out, sounding even more ridiculous aloud than they had in my head. To my surprise, Morales didn't laugh or dismiss me. She just nodded slowly. "I've heard stories from other parks, things that don't match known species. Rangers and hikers going missing in areas they know well." She paused. "Most people write it off as paranoia or misidentification, but not everyone." "You believe me?" I asked, stunned. She shrugged. "I've seen enough weird shit in my years as a ranger to know the woods hold secrets, and I trust your experience more than I trust rumors about bears." Relief washed over me. "Then you understand why we need to be careful." "Absolutely," she agreed. "But we still need to check for survivors. That's our job." She was right, of course. Despite the danger, we couldn't just turn back. Not if there was a chance someone needed our help. "We'll follow the trail," I conceded. "But we stay together, move slowly, and at the first sign of trouble, we retreat. Agreed?" "Agreed," Morales nodded, drawing her sidearm. "Lead the way." The drag trail led us deeper into the forest, away from established paths. Just like before, the trees grew older and larger, the canopy thicker, casting everything in a perpetual twilight. The smell of decay grew stronger. I kept the satellite phone in one hand, rifle in the other, ready to call for help at the first sign of the creature. Morales moved beside me, alert and tense, her eyes constantly scanning our surroundings. "Do you hear that?" she whispered after we'd been walking for about 20 minutes. I stopped, listening. At first I heard nothing. Then faintly, a sound reached my ears, a soft, rhythmic thumping, like something heavy being struck against wood. "What is that?" I murmured. Morales shook her head. "No idea." We moved forward more cautiously, the sound growing louder with each step. It was coming from somewhere ahead, beyond a dense stand of trees. As we approached, I could make out a small clearing. The drag trail led directly to it. The thumping sound was clear now, steady and deliberate. Morales and I exchanged a glance, then slowly, carefully moved to the edge of the clearing, staying hidden among the trees. What I saw made my blood run cold. In the center of the clearing stood a crude structure, a framework of branches and logs lashed together with what looked like strips of fabric and other things I didn't want to examine too closely. It resembled a primitive shelter or blind large enough for something the size of the creature to hide within. But it wasn't the structure itself that froze me in place. It was what surrounded it. Bodies. Or parts of bodies. At least 3, maybe more, in various states of dismemberment. They were arranged in a rough circle around the structure, some parts hanging from branches, others staked to the ground with sharpened sticks. And there, moving among them with that jerky, unnatural gait, was the creature. No, creatures. There were 2 of them. Their pale, elongated forms sliding between trees and body parts with fluid, inhuman movements. The thumping sound came from one of them striking a branch against a tree trunk in a steady rhythm. The other moved between the bodies, manipulating limbs and torsos with its 2 long fingers, arranging them like a child playing with dolls. Neither creature had noticed us yet, too absorbed in their macabre activities. Beside me, Morales had gone completely still, her face drained of color. "What the fuck?" she breathed, so quietly I barely heard her. I put a finger to my lips, then slowly, carefully began to back away. We needed to get out of here, to call for help. Though what kind of help would be effective against these things, I had no idea. We had moved perhaps 10 feet when disaster struck. Morales's boot came down on a fallen branch, snapping it with a crack that seemed deafening in the silence of the forest. Both creatures froze. Then, as one, their heads swiveled toward us, those empty eye sockets somehow finding us despite our concealment. For a heartbeat, nothing moved. Then one of the creatures let out that keening wail I remembered from my first encounter, and they both began to move toward us with terrifying speed. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing Morales by the arm and yanking her back toward the trail. We crashed through the undergrowth, all attempts at stealth abandoned. Behind us, I could hear the creatures pursuing, their movements creating a sound like nothing I'd ever heard. A strange, skittering noise punctuated by that awful wailing. I fumbled with the satellite phone as we ran, trying to dial with one hand while keeping my rifle ready with the other. Morales ran beside me, her sidearm out, occasionally turning to fire behind us. The shots seemed to have little effect. The creatures kept coming, gaining on us with every stride of their impossible limbs. "The trail splits ahead," Morales gasped. "Which way?" I remembered the terrain from our hike in. "Left, downhill, toward the river. Maybe water would slow them down, maybe not. But it was our best chance." We veered left at the fork, the path dropping steeply toward the sound of rushing water. Behind us, one of the creatures screamed, not in pain, but in what sounded almost like frustration. The satellite phone finally connected as we ran, a voice crackling through the static. "Emergency services, what's your situation? Park rangers under attack," I shouted into the phone, not caring how crazy I sounded. "Eastern quadrant of Cascade Park, following Trail 27 toward Rattlesnake River. Send everyone." "Sir, can you describe the nature of the connection cut off as I stumbled, nearly falling down the increasingly steep path. I shoved the useless phone into my pocket and focused on keeping my footing. The river came into view below us, swollen with spring melt, its waters churning white over rocks. The path ended at a narrow footbridge, just a simple wooden structure spanning the 30 feet of rushing water. "The bridge," I gasped. "Get across." Morales reached it first, sprinting across the wooden planks. I followed, risking a glance back as I reached the midpoint. The creatures had emerged from the trees. They stood at the edge of the clearing, their tall, gaunt forms stark against the green backdrop. They seemed hesitant, swaying slightly as they stared at the bridge and the rushing water below. I kept moving, reaching the other side where Morales waited, her gun aimed at the creatures. "They're not following," she said, her voice tight with adrenaline. She was right. The creatures remained on the far bank, those eyeless faces turned toward us. Then, slowly, they began to retreat, sliding back into the trees with those fluid, wrong movements. We watched until they disappeared entirely, neither of us speaking. Only when they had been gone for several minutes did I let out the breath I'd been holding. "What the hell were those things?" Morales finally asked, her voice shaking slightly. I shook my head. "I don't know." but they're territorial. They mark their hunting grounds, and they're spreading. Morales holstered her weapon, her hands still trembling. We need to report this. To who? I asked bitterly. The Park Service that wrote off my last encounter as a bear attack? The Fish and Wildlife agents who took my evidence and disappeared? She was quiet for a moment, then said, "We can't just do nothing, Darren. Those things killed people. They're still killing people." I knew she was right. Whatever those creatures were, they weren't going to stop. Their territory was expanding, moving closer to popular trails and campsites. It was only a matter of time before more hikers disappeared, before more rangers encountered what we had. "We'll report it," I said finally. "Document everything. Pictures, coordinates, detailed descriptions. Make it impossible to ignore." Morales nodded, her expression resolute. "And if they still don't believe us?" I thought about Pete, about his decision to leave rather than face those things again. For a moment I envied his choice, the simplicity of walking away. But I couldn't do that. This was my park, my responsibility. And maybe, just maybe, I was exactly the dumbass who needed to stay and fight. "Then we handle it ourselves," I said quietly. We made our way back to the Jeep without further incident, though every shadow, every rustle of leaves made us tense and ready. I kept expecting to see those pale, twisted forms emerging from the trees, but they never did. As we drove back to the ranger station, Morales and I discussed our plan. We would make our report as detailed and evidence-based as possible. We would insist on a full investigation, on closing the affected areas to the public, and if that failed, if we were dismissed or ignored, we would return. With more rangers, more weapons, more preparation. Because the creatures, whatever they were, had to be stopped before they claimed more victims. I'd spent 6 months trying to forget what I'd seen, to convince myself it was a one-time encounter. No more. Now I knew the truth, that there were things in these woods that defied explanation, things that were watching, waiting, hunting. And sometimes when you're in the woods, being a dumbass who sticks around might be the only thing standing between those things and the people who have no idea what's waiting for them among the trees. Because the thing is, every once in a while when I'm out in those woods, I get that same feeling, that prickling on the back of my neck, that sense that something's watching me, waiting. And maybe, just maybe, I'm dumb enough to stick around long enough to find out what it is. Funny thing though, when Pete quit, he told me, "Darren, I'd rather wrestle a bear than go through that again." I told him, hell, after this I'd wrestle a bear for fun. Guess I should be more careful about what I wish for, because the bears aren't what I'm worried about anymore. It's the things that move like broken puppets, the things with no faces, the things that are watching from the trees. They're still out there, waiting, and so am I. I never liked the night runs, but they paid better. I could get more mileage in without the traffic and make a decent living to support my kid. I'm Kyle Breckman and I've been driving trucks since my early 20s. It wasn't something I loved, but it got the job done. You don't get into this line of work because you want excitement. You do it because it's steady, reliable. My wife left a couple of years ago, and that's when I started picking up more of the night shifts. There's something about the quiet that makes it easier to think or not think at all, if you know what I mean. But lately, things have gotten strange. The dashboard clock read 2:17 a.m. as I pulled out of the truck stop outside Kansas City. The air inside the cab smelled of stale coffee and the cheap air freshener I'd hung from the mirror months ago. My thermos sat half empty in the cup holder, the coffee long since gone cold. I didn't mind. Cold coffee was better than no coffee on these overnight hauls. My daughter Ellie's picture was taped to the dashboard. 12 years old and already smarter than I'd ever be. Her smile was missing 2 teeth in that photo. They'd grown in since then, crooked as hell, hence the braces we were saving for. Her mother, Jenny, had moved on with some insurance salesman named Richard who wore pressed khakis and probably had dental coverage. But that's not how things worked out for us. The radio played softly, some late-night talk show about conspiracy theories and UFO sightings. I usually kept it on for company even if half the callers sounded like they'd taken too much of something or not enough of their medication. Tonight's topic was missing persons along America's highways. Perfect. You ever notice how many people just disappear on these roads? The host was saying in that theatrical whisper they all seem to practice. Hundreds every year, gone without a trace. I switched to music instead. Merle Haggard seemed safer than thinking about disappearances while driving through the middle of nowhere in the dark. My phone buzzed in the cup holder. Dispatch. Unusual for this hour, but not unheard of. Breckman, I answered, eyes fixed on the empty stretch of highway ahead. Kyle, it's Terry. Got a change of plans for you. Terry Williams had been my dispatcher for 5 years. Good guy, reliable, didn't call at 2 a.m. unless it mattered. I'm listening. Got a secondary pickup for you. Extra load. Pays an additional $1,200 if you can fit it into your schedule before Denver. $1,500. That was 2 months of orthodontist payments right there. What's the catch? Terry paused, and I could hear him rustling papers on the other end. It's a bit off your route. Place called Mallory, about 50 miles north of where you'll be passing through Salina. Never heard of it. Yeah, well, it ain't exactly on the tourist maps. Small town. Got the address right here if you want it. I thought about Ellie's crooked teeth and the way she'd started covering her smile in photos. Yeah, send it through. I'll make it work. Good man. It's loading dock access only, so don't go to the front office. They're expecting you around 4:30. Don't be late. These guys are particular. What am I hauling? Another pause. Just some specialty equipment. Already cleared for transport. Paperwork's in order. Nothing to worry about. In my experience, when someone says there's nothing to worry about, that's exactly when you should start worrying. But I needed the money, and Terry had never steered me wrong before. All right, I'll head that way. Anything else I should know? Just be professional, all right? These clients are valuable to the company. Something in his voice made me uneasy, but I brushed it off. Always am. I'll call when I'm loaded and back on the road. Thanks, Kyle. Drive safe. The call ended, and I adjusted my route on the GPS. An extra 50 miles north would eat into my schedule, but with the money they were offering, it was worth the detour. I'd still make Denver by early morning if everything went smoothly. The highway stretched out before me, empty and dark save for the occasional set of headlights approaching from the opposite direction. The white lines blurred together after a while, hypnotic in their rhythm. My eyelids grew heavy despite the coffee, and I rolled down the window to let the cold night air slap me awake. Something darted across the road about 100 yards ahead. A deer, probably, or maybe a coyote. I eased off the gas, but whatever it was had already disappeared into the tall grass on the shoulder. The wildlife was always more active at night, another hazard of the overnight hauls. One collision with a deer could put you behind schedule by hours, not to mention the damage to the rig. The detour took me off the main highway and onto smaller roads. The quality of the pavement deteriorated with each turn, until I was crawling along at 40 miles per hour to avoid the potholes that could swallow a tire whole. My GPS struggled to find the location, the blue dot pulsing uncertainly on a road that barely registered on the map. You have reached your destination, the robotic voice announced, though all I could see were empty fields and a dirt road leading into darkness. I pulled over and checked the address Terry had sent. According to the coordinates, I should be right on top of this place, but there was nothing here except a rusty mailbox with no name and a dirt road that disappeared into a cluster of trees about a quarter-mile back from the highway. I considered calling Terry, but it was now close to 4 a.m., and I doubted he'd appreciate being woken up if I could solve this myself. I turned onto the dirt road, my headlights cutting through the darkness as the trees closed in around me. The branches scraped against the sides of the truck, a sound like fingernails on metal that set my teeth on edge. The road opened up into a clearing, and there it was, a warehouse that seemed to materialize out of nowhere. No signs, no exterior lights except for a single bulb above what I assumed was the entrance, its yellow glow attracting moths that danced in frantic circles. The building itself was corrugated metal, rusted in places, with no windows that I could see. It didn't look like any distribution center I'd ever delivered to. I checked the time, 4:28 a.m. At least I was on schedule, whatever this place was. As I maneuvered the truck toward what looked like a loading dock at the rear of the building, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I glanced at my side mirrors, half expecting to see someone standing in the shadows, but there was only darkness. This was just another pickup, I told myself. Just another night on the road. But as I set the brake and killed the engine, the silence that settled over the cab was absolute, unnatural. No crickets, no distant traffic, not even the wind in the trees. Just silence, and the feeling that beyond the reach of my headlights, something was waiting. I sat in the cab for a moment, gathering myself. The warehouse loomed in front of me, its metal walls reflecting the moonlight in patches where the rust hadn't eaten through. My watch read 4:30 a.m. exactly. I grabbed my clipboard and flashlight, then stepped down from the cab. The air here was different, heavier somehow, with an undercurrent of something I couldn't quite place. Not quite decay, but something forgotten, abandoned. The gravel crunched under my boots as I approached the loading dock, each step echoing in the stillness. There was no intercom, no bell to announce my arrival, just a metal door with peeling paint and a handle that looked like it hadn't been used in years. I was raising my hand to knock when it swung open. The man standing there was exactly as the dispatcher had described. Mid-50s, wiry build, with a face that looked carved from weathered stone. His hair was slicked back, unnaturally black against his pale skin, and his eyes were dark, calculating as they sized me up. "Breckman." His voice was gravelly, like he'd been chewing on nails his whole life. "That's me. Got a pickup scheduled." He nodded once, sharp and efficient, and motioned for me to follow him inside. I hesitated for just a second, every instinct telling me to get back in my truck and drive. But $1,500 was $1,500, and Ellie needed those braces. The inside of the warehouse was dimly lit by overhead fluorescents that buzzed and flickered, casting everything in a sickly green glow. The smell hit me immediately, musty and stale, like old books left too long in a damp basement. But underneath that was something else. Something metallic and sharp that reminded me of hospital corridors. Pallets were stacked against the walls, shrouded in heavy plastic that obscured their contents. The floor was concrete, stained in places with dark splotches I tried not to look at too closely. Industrial shelving filled most of the space, loaded with crates and boxes without any markings or labels. "Through here," the man said, leading me deeper into the warehouse. We passed through a series of corridors, each one identical to the last. I tried to keep track of the turns, left, right again, but soon lost my bearings. The place was much larger than it had appeared from outside, a labyrinth of metal and concrete that seemed designed to disorient. "Quite a setup you've got here," I said, trying to break the silence. "What kind of operation is this exactly?" The man didn't break stride or turn around. "Storage and distribution. For what? Things that need to be stored and distributed." His tone made it clear that further questions wouldn't be welcome. We finally emerged into a larger area where two other men were waiting by a loading dock. They were cut from the same cloth as my guide, hard-looking men with calloused hands and eyes that gave away nothing. One was taller, with a shaved head and arms covered in faded tattoos that disappeared under his rolled-up sleeves. The other was shorter, stockier, with a scar that ran from his left eye down to his jaw, pulling his mouth into a permanent half-sneer. Neither of them spoke as we approached, but their eyes followed me, calculating and cold. They stood on either side of three large wooden crates, each about 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. No markings, no shipping labels, nothing to indicate what might be inside. "Sign here," my guide said, handing me a clipboard. I glanced at the paperwork. It looked standard enough. A bill of lading with pickup and delivery information. But there were details missing. No company name on the letterhead, no specific address for delivery beyond local drop Denver, no description of contents beyond specialty equipment. "What exactly am I hauling?" I asked, pen hovering over the signature line. The three men exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. "Like I said," my guide spoke, his voice lower now, "things that need to be distributed. Sign the paper." I'd hauled plenty of unmarked cargo before. Electronics companies were particularly paranoid about their shipments, and I'd signed my share of vague documentation. But something about this felt different. Wrong. "Look, I need to know what's in these crates. Weight, at least. Hazardous materials. Anything that requires special handling." The taller man stepped forward, his movement fluid despite his size. "You asking too many questions, driver?" His voice was soft, almost gentle, which somehow made it more threatening. "You get paid to drive, that's it." I looked back at the crates. Solid wood, reinforced with metal bands at the corners. Professional construction, at least. Whatever was inside was valuable enough to protect properly. "No hazardous materials," my guide said finally. "Non-perishable. Handle with care. Temperature-controlled environment preferred but not required. Weight approximately 200 pounds per unit. Delivery to the address provided, where you'll be met by our Denver associate. No further questions required." It wasn't nearly enough information, but I sensed it was all I was going to get. I needed the money, and these weren't the kind of men you argued with at 4:30 in the morning in the middle of nowhere. I signed the paper. "Back your rig up to the dock." The shorter man spoke for the first time, his voice surprisingly cultured in contrast to his rough appearance. "We'll load you up." I nodded and headed back the way we'd come, or at least the way I thought we'd come. The tall man fell into step beside me, not speaking but making sure I didn't wander. The warehouse seemed to have shifted somehow, corridors appearing where I didn't remember them, but eventually we made it back to the entrance. I backed the truck up to the loading dock with practiced precision, then hopped out to supervise the loading. The three men worked with efficient movements, sliding each crate carefully into the trailer. They handled the cargo with a reverence that seemed at odds with their rough appearance. Almost like pallbearers at a funeral. The thought sent a chill down my spine. "All set," my guide said once the crates were secured. He handed me a sealed envelope. "Your payment. The rest will be provided upon delivery." I opened the envelope and counted the cash. $750. exactly half the promised amount. The bills were crisp and new, sequential serial numbers. Our associate in Denver will provide the remainder, he explained. Address is programmed into this. He handed me a small GPS unit. Follow it exactly. Do not deviate from the route. Do not stop unless absolutely necessary. Do not open the crates under any circumstances. What happens if I do? The question slipped out before I could stop it. The three men stared at me in unison, their faces expressionless. Drive safe, Mr. Breckman, my guide said finally. We'll know if you don't. I climbed back into the cab, the envelope heavy in my pocket. As I pulled away from the loading dock, I watched the men in my side mirror. They stood perfectly still, watching me leave, until the darkness swallowed them. The GPS unit on my dashboard blinked to life, plotting a route that would take me well off the main highways. I hesitated, then plugged it in. The money was too good to pass up, and I'd come this far already. As I navigated back to the main road, I glanced at my regular GPS. According to its map, I was driving through empty farmland. There was no warehouse, no town called Mallory. Just empty fields for miles in every direction. I looked in my rearview mirror. The warehouse had disappeared, swallowed by the darkness or simply gone, as if it had never existed at all. Only the weight of the crates in my trailer and the cash in my pocket proved that any of it had been real. The GPS unit blinked, urging me southwest, away from the main highways, away from other drivers, from witnesses. I had a bad feeling about this delivery, but I was already committed, already involved, and I needed that money. So I drove, the first hints of dawn still hours away, into a darkness that seemed to deepen with every mile. The road stretched before me, an empty ribbon of asphalt cutting through the Kansas landscape. According to my regular GPS, I was about 2 hours outside of Salina, heading southwest on a state highway I'd never traveled before. The specialized GPS unit they'd given me blinked steadily on my dashboard, its route avoiding major interstates and population centers. The clock on my dashboard read 5:47 a.m. Normally, the sky would be lightening by now, the first pale fingers of dawn reaching across the horizon. But the darkness seemed to persist, thicker somehow, as if reluctant to release its hold on the world. I turned on the radio, hoping for some weather news or at least some company in the quietness of the cab. Static crackled through the speakers, broken occasionally by fragments of voices too distorted to understand. I tried several frequencies, but the result was the same. Static and whispers, floating through the airwaves like ghosts. I switched it off and reached for my phone instead. No service. The screen showed a single bar that flickered in and out, teasing connectivity without delivering it. Even the GPS signal seemed weaker, though the unit they'd given me continued to function without issue. The highway narrowed as I continued, the shoulders growing tighter, the pavement rougher. Signs became scarce, and those I did pass were weathered beyond legibility, their messages lost to time and the elements. It had been at least 20 minutes since I'd seen another vehicle. The sense of isolation grew with each passing mile. I was used to solitude, it came with the job, but this was different. This was a disconnection, a severance from the world I knew. The darkness outside the windows seemed to press against the glass, watching, waiting. I shook my head to clear it. Lack of sleep and too much caffeine, that's all it was. The human mind plays tricks on itself in the small hours, creating threats from shadows and meaning from coincidence. I'd done enough night runs to know how the darkness can get to you if you let it. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The crates in my trailer seemed to have a presence, a weight beyond their physical mass. I found myself checking the mirrors more often than necessary, as if expecting to see something moving back there. Around 6:30 a.m. I spotted a sign for a rest area 1 mile ahead. My bladder had been complaining for the last 20 minutes, and despite the instructions not to stop, some necessities couldn't be ignored. I signaled and took the exit, pulling into a small, deserted parking area with a single bathroom building and a few picnic tables. I left the engine running and the headlights on, illuminating the cracked concrete and overgrown grass. The bathroom building was a simple cinder block structure, its green paint peeling to reveal gray concrete beneath. The door hung slightly ajar, a rectangle of absolute darkness. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment and approached cautiously. The door creaked as I pushed it open, the sound echoing in the silent rest area. The beam of my flashlight revealed a Spartan interior, 2 stalls, a urinal, a sink with no mirror. The tiles on the floor were cracked and stained, but it was empty. No one waiting in the shadows. I used the facilities quickly, keeping my ears strained for any sound beyond the normal creaks of an old building. As I washed my hands in the sink, the water ran rust brown for several seconds before clearing, I dried my hands on my jeans and headed back to the truck. The night air was cold against my face, carrying a faint smell of decay like roadkill baking on hot asphalt. I quickened my pace, suddenly eager to be back in the cab, back in motion. As I reached for the door handle, I froze. There, in the beam of my headlights, standing at the edge of the parking area where the pavement met the grass, was a figure, a man. Tall and thin, wearing what looked like a dirty suit, his clothes hanging on his frame as if he'd recently lost a great deal of weight. His hair was wild, unkempt, and his face, what I could see of it from this distance, was pale, almost gray in the harsh light of the high beams. He stood perfectly still, watching me. Not moving, not calling out. Just watching. I raised a hand in greeting, unsure if this was another driver or some local who happened to be at the rest area at this ungodly hour. The figure didn't respond. "Hello," I called, my voice sounding small in the vast emptiness surrounding us. "You need something?" No response. No movement. Just that steady, unwavering gaze. A chill ran down my spine, raising goosebumps on my arms despite the warmth of my jacket. Something about him was wrong. The way he stood, the stillness, the complete lack of acknowledgement. I climbed into the cab and locked the door, my eyes never leaving the figure. Through the windshield, I watched as he took one step forward, then another, moving with a strange, halting gait, as if each movement required conscious thought. I put the truck in gear and pulled out of the parking space, making a wide circle to head back to the highway. As I passed the figure, I got a clearer view of his face, illuminated briefly in the headlights. His eyes were wide and unblinking, sunken into a face that seemed desiccated. The skin stretched tight over prominent bones, but it was his expression that sent ice through my veins. A grin too wide for his face, revealing teeth that seemed too numerous, too sharp, and as I accelerated past him, I could have sworn those eyes followed me, turning in their sockets to track my movement even as his head remained stationary. Back on the highway, I pushed the truck as fast as I dared on the unfamiliar road. The image of that face, that grin, was burned into my mind. I checked my mirrors obsessively, half expecting to see him standing in the middle of the road behind me, still grinning, still watching. The specialized GPS beeped, indicating a turn onto an even smaller road. I followed its directions mechanically, my mind still at the rest area with the strange figure. It was then that I noticed the smell. Faint at first, barely perceptible above the normal scents of the cab, coffee, air freshener, the lingering trace of the fast food burger I'd eaten hours ago. But it grew stronger with each passing minute, a sweet, cloying odor that reminded me of meat left too long in the sun. I checked the temperature controls for the trailer, everything normal. The crates were secure, no signs of leakage or damage when I'd loaded them. The smell had to be coming from outside, carried through the vents by the heater. But as it intensified, filling the cab with its sickly, sweet stench, I couldn't deny the obvious anymore. It was coming from inside the truck, with me. I rolled down the window, gulping the cold night air. The smell diminished but didn't disappear entirely. It clung to the interior, to my clothes, seeming to seep from the very fabric of the seat. The road ahead curved sharply, and as I rounded the bend, my headlights illuminated a figure standing at the side of the road. My heart lurched in my chest. It was him. The same man from the rest area, now 20 miles away, standing with his thumb out as if hitchhiking. The same dirty suit, the same gaunt face, the same terrible grin visible even at this distance. I swerved instinctively, the truck fishtailing slightly before I regained control. When I looked back, the figure was gone, the roadside empty. My hands were shaking on the wheel. This wasn't happening. Couldn't be happening. The man couldn't have beaten me here on foot, and there had been no other vehicles at the rest area. It had to be someone else, someone who just looked similar in the brief glimpse I'd gotten. But the smell in the cab told a different story. It was stronger now, mixing with the metallic tang of fear that rose from my own skin. The radio crackled to life of its own accord, static giving way to a voice that emerged in fragments. "Coming for, should have never. The cargo is, they're waiting." I slapped at the power button, but the voice continued, now seeming to emanate from the very air around me rather than the speakers. "See you soon." The words dissolved into static, then silence. The smell began to fade, the air in the cab clearing gradually until only a faint trace remained, like a memory of rot. I drove on, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, my eyes constantly scanning the road ahead and the mirrors behind me. The sky remained stubbornly dark, though my watch insisted it was now past 7 a.m. Dawn should have broken long ago. The specialized GPS beeped again, directing me onto a road so small it was little more than a paved trail winding through fields of wheat or corn, the crops indistinguishable in the darkness. I followed blindly, no longer certain of my direction or distance from Denver. The familiar landmarks of my usual route were long gone, replaced by this alien landscape of empty fields and abandoned farmhouses that loomed occasionally from the darkness. It was after one such house had passed from view that I saw the lights in my rearview mirror. Headlights, bright and steady, gaining on me with alarming speed. Relief washed over me at first. Another vehicle, proof that I wasn't alone on this endless road. But as the lights grew closer, that relief turned to unease. There was something wrong about them. They were too bright, too steady, and they cast no illumination on the road around them, as if they existed in isolation from the physical world. And they were moving too fast. Far faster than should have been possible on this narrow, winding road. I accelerated, pushing the truck harder than was safe on the unfamiliar pavement. The engine roared in protest, but the lights continued to gain, now close enough that they filled my mirrors with their unnatural brightness. The GPS beeped urgently, indicating a sharp turn ahead. I took it too fast, the truck leaning dangerously, the cargo shifting in the trailer with a heavy thud that I felt through the seat. For a moment I thought we would tip over, but the wheels held the road and I straightened out onto yet another nameless stretch of asphalt. The lights behind me had disappeared. I scanned the mirrors frantically, but there was nothing. No headlights, no vehicle, no sign that anything had been following me at all. My breathing was ragged, my shirt damp with sweat despite the chill in the cab. This wasn't right. None of this was right. I needed to call someone, to report. What? That I was being followed by impossible lights and a grinning hitchhiker who could teleport? That my radio was speaking to me and my cargo smelled like death. They'd think I was drunk, or on something, and maybe I was. Maybe this was all some hallucination brought on by exhaustion and stress and too many years of solitude on the road. But the fear was real. The smell had been real. And whatever was in those crates, I was becoming increasingly certain it wasn't specialty equipment. I pressed on, following the insistent directions of the GPS, driving deeper into a night that refused to end, toward a destination I was beginning to fear more than what lurked behind me. The next few hours passed in a haze of paranoia and exhaustion. I kept driving, following the specialized GPS as it led me through a maze of back roads and forgotten highways. The darkness had become almost comforting in its constancy. At least it was familiar now. A known threat rather than the uncertainties that might come with daylight. By my watch, it was nearly 10 a.m., though the sky showed no signs of brightening. I'd been driving for over 7 hours since leaving the warehouse, but according to my regular GPS, which had finally regained signal about an hour ago, I was still more than 3 hours from Denver. The route they'd given me had taken me far south of my usual path, through areas of Colorado I'd never visited before. The smell had returned, fainter now but persistent, like a whisper at the edge of hearing. I'd grown almost accustomed to it, which frightened me more than the odor itself. What kind of man grows used to the smell of decay? I hadn't seen the hitchhiker again, or the strange lights, but the radio continued to emit occasional bursts of static and fragmented words. I'd stopped trying to make sense of them. Some things are better left ununderstood. Around what my watch claimed was noon, the GPS directed me onto a dirt road that cut through a pine forest, the trees pressing close on either side. The branches scraped against the sides of the truck like skeletal fingers, seeking entry. I hunched over the wheel, eyes straining in the gloom, following the narrow path deeper into the woods. The forest eventually thinned, opening onto a plateau that offered a view of the land below. In the distance, through a haze that might have been fog or my own fatigue, I could see the sprawl of Denver, so close yet impossibly far. The GPS indicated I should continue along the plateau, following what was now little more than a game trail. I hesitated, unsure if the truck could navigate such a narrow path, but the memory of those men at the warehouse and the cash in my pocket pushed me forward. The trail hugged the edge of the plateau, a sheer drop of several hundred feet to my right. One misstep, one moment of inattention, and both truck and driver would be reduced to wreckage at the bottom of the ravine. I drove with agonizing slowness, hands slick with sweat on the wheel. It was during this precarious journey that I heard it, a sound from the trailer. A thump, distinct and deliberate, like something solid hitting the metal wall. I froze, foot hovering over the brake, ears straining. Nothing but the rumble of the engine and the crunch of tires on dirt. Then it came again. Thump. Silence. Thump. Thump. Not random noises caused by the rough terrain. These were measured, intentional, almost like knocking. My mind raced through possibilities, each more implausible than the last. An animal that had somehow gotten into the trailer, a piece of equipment coming loose, the crates shifting due to the uneven road. But I knew better. The cargo was secure. I had checked it myself before leaving the warehouse. And the sound was too regular, too deliberate for mechanical failure or shifting cargo. Something was in there. Something alive. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Human trafficking. It was the explanation that made the most sense. The secretive pickup, the unmarked crates, the insistence on a specific route away from populated areas. I was transporting people, possibly against their will. Bile rose in my throat. I'd heard stories, of course. Every trucker had. Modern-day slavery hidden in plain sight on America's highways. But I never thought I'd be a part of it, unwittingly or otherwise. I pulled over at the first spot wide enough to accommodate the truck, the tires crunching on loose gravel. The knocking had stopped, but the silence was somehow worse, charged with anticipation. I sat in the cab, weighing my options. If there were people in those crates, I couldn't in good conscience continue the delivery. But if I called the authorities, I'd be implicated. And if the cargo was something else entirely, drugs perhaps, or stolen goods, I'd still be in serious trouble. And then there were the men from the warehouse. "We'll know if you don't," they'd said. I believed them. The decision was made for me when the knocking resumed, more urgent now. Thump, thump, thump. Pause. Thump, thump, thump. The universal distress signal, SOS. I grabbed my flashlight and tire iron, the closest thing to a weapon I had, and climbed out of the cab. The air was cold and still, heavy with the scent of pine and something else, something that matched the lingering odor in the truck. The smell of meat gone bad. The trailer was secured with a padlock, the key given to me by the man at the warehouse with strict instructions not to use it unless directed by their associate in Denver. I hesitated for only a moment before inserting the key, driven by a need to know what I'd been transporting all these hours. The lock clicked open. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what I might find, and swung the doors wide. The interior of the trailer was dark, the only illumination coming from my flashlight and what little ambient light filtered through the open doors. The 3 crates were exactly as they had been loaded, secured to the walls with heavy straps, their wooden surfaces unmarked save for the metal reinforcements at the corners. Nothing moved. Nothing made a sound. The knocking had ceased the moment I touched the lock. I climbed into the trailer, the beam of my flashlight playing over the crates. Up close, I could see details I'd missed during loading, small air holes drilled into the sides, almost invisible unless you knew to look for them. And there, on the side of the nearest crate, a dark stain that glistened wetly in the light. I approached cautiously, tire iron held ready. The stain was fresh, still tacky to the touch, a viscous fluid that looked black but revealed itself as deep red when smeared between my fingers. Blood. My heart hammered in my chest. This was bad. Very bad. Whatever was in these crates, it wasn't equipment and it wasn't people being trafficked. At least, not living people. I should have left then. Should have closed the trailer, locked it up, and continued to the delivery point. Collected my money and forgotten everything I'd seen. That would have been the smart play, the safe play, but I couldn't. Not without knowing. The crate with the bloodstain had a simple latch on one side, designed to be opened from the outside. No padlock, no security measures beyond the general lock on the trailer itself. It was almost as if they expected, wanted, someone to look inside. I positioned myself to the side of the crate, out of the direct line of any potential threat, and used the tire iron to flip the latch open. The lid was heavy but balanced on well-oiled hinges that allowed it to swing upward smoothly, revealing the interior in increments. The smell hit me first, a concentrated version of the odor that had been haunting me for hours. Decay and chemicals, the unmistakable stench of death arrested but not prevented. I gagged, covering my nose and mouth with my sleeve, but forced myself to look inside. The crate was lined with what looked like medical-grade refrigeration equipment. Coils and compressors designed to maintain a specific temperature. And nestled within this makeshift cooling system was a body bag, black and sleek, zipped closed save for a small opening near the top. From that opening protruded a hand, gray and waxy, the fingers elongated and stiff, a hand that had knocked against the side of the trailer, a hand that had signaled for help. I stumbled backward, nearly falling out of the trailer in my haste to get away. This was impossible. The hand was clearly dead. Had been dead for some time, judging by the smell and appearance. Dead things don't move, they don't knock, they don't signal SOS. Yet, as I watched, frozen in horror, the fingers of that impossible hand twitched. Once, twice, then curled into a fist that struck the side of the crate with deliberate force. Thump. I was out of the trailer in an instant, slamming the doors shut and fumbling with the padlock with shaking hands. It took 3 attempts to secure it properly, and even then I wasn't sure it would hold against whatever was inside. Back in the cab, I sat trembling, unable to process what I'd seen. My mind rejected it, searching for rational explanations. Rigor mortis and chemical reactions could cause corpses to move. I knew that much from TV documentaries, but not with such purpose, such deliberation. The specialized GPS blinked on the dashboard, still indicating the route to Denver, to the delivery point, to the associate who was expecting this cargo. What was I delivering? Bodies, clearly. But why? Organ harvesting was my first thought, but those bodies had been dead too long for viable organs. Medical research? Possible, but why the secrecy, the remote pickup and delivery, and why had that hand moved? Knocked? Tried to communicate? I had no answers, only questions that multiplied with each passing moment. But one thing was becoming increasingly clear. I wanted no part of this. Whatever was happening, whatever I'd stumbled into, I needed to get out. I started the engine, my mind racing. I could ditch the truck, take what cash I had, and disappear. People did it all the time. New name, new state, new life. Ellie would be devastated, but better a father who vanished than one in prison, or worse. But as I put the truck in gear, ready to turn around and head back the way I'd come, the radio crackled to life again. This time, the voice that emerged from the static was clear, unmistakable. "Keep driving, Mr. Breckman." It was the voice of my guide from the warehouse, as distinct as if he were sitting beside me. "You're almost there." I stared at the radio in horror. It wasn't possible. CB radios had limited range, and even if they were tracking me somehow, how could they know I'd stopped? That I'd looked in the crates? "The cargo is impatient," the voice continued, undeterred by my silence. "They've been waiting a long time. It would be unwise to keep them waiting any longer." They. Not it. They. What are they? I found myself asking, though I dreaded the answer. The radio hissed and popped, the voice fading in and out like a bad connection. "Travelers, Mr. Breckman. Just like you, just trying to get home." The transmission ended, leaving only static in its wake. I switched off the radio, but the weight of those words remained, pressing down on me like a physical presence. Travelers. Going home. In body bags. I looked at the GPS, at the route still illuminated on the screen. Denver was less than 2 hours away now. The delivery point, whatever it was, even closer. I had a choice to make. Turn around, try to outrun whatever consequences awaited me, or continue, deliver the cargo, collect my money, and try to forget everything I'd seen. Neither option seemed likely to end well. But only one kept Ellie safely out of it. I put the truck in gear and continued along the plateau, following the GPS toward Denver, toward the delivery, toward whatever was waiting at the end of this nightmare road. Behind me, faintly audible even over the engine, came the sound from the trailer. Thump, 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 keeping time like a metronome, like a heartbeat, counting down the miles to our destination. The descent into Denver should have been familiar. I'd made this drive countless times before, but everything was different now. The city lights below seemed alien, threatening rather than welcoming. Each curve in the road concealed potential dangers. Each shadow might hide something watching, waiting. The knocking from the trailer had stopped about an hour ago, replaced by a stillness that was somehow worse. I found myself straining to hear it again, perversely reassured by the evidence that whatever was back there was still active. The silence suggested either a change in status or a change in intent. Neither possibility was comforting. The specialized GPS guided me away from the main routes into the city, directing me through industrial areas and warehouse districts where the buildings stood dark and quiet in the early afternoon. Few vehicles passed me, and those that did, delivery vans, maintenance trucks, paid no attention to another semi navigating the back roads of the commercial zone. Eventually, the GPS indicated my destination was ahead on the right. A nondescript building set back from the road, surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with razor wire. No company name was displayed, no signs indicating business hours or services offered, just a loading dock and a small office entrance, illuminated by a single security light. I pulled up to the gate, which was closed and presumably locked. A small intercom box was mounted on a post at driver's height. I rolled down my window and pressed the call button. No verbal response came, but the gate began to slide open with a mechanical whir. I took that as my cue and drove through, following the narrow driveway to the loading dock. As I backed the trailer into position, I noticed a single figure waiting by the dock. A man in a dark suit, his posture rigid, formal, not the type you usually found managing warehouse deliveries. He reminded me of the funeral directors I'd seen when my father passed, somber, professional, with an air of detached sympathy that never quite reached his eyes. I set the brake and climbed down from the cab, paperwork in hand. The afternoon air was cool against my face, carrying the industrial sense of diesel and concrete. After nearly 12 hours on the road with only that sickly sweet odor for company, even the smell of exhaust was a relief. The man approached, his movements precise and economical. Up close, he was younger than I'd initially thought, maybe early 30s, with close-cropped dark hair and pale skin that suggested he spent little time outdoors. His suit was expensive, well-tailored, incongruous in these surroundings. "Mr. Breckman," he said, his voice soft and cultured. Not a question, he knew exactly who I was. "You're later than expected." I handed him the paperwork. Hit some delays on the route. His eyes flicked over me, taking in my disheveled appearance, the sweat stains on my shirt, the tremor in my hands that I couldn't quite control. One eyebrow arched slightly, but he made no comment. "The cargo is intact?" he asked, reviewing the documents with meticulous attention. I swallowed hard, remembering the knocking, the blood-stained crate, the impossible movement of dead flesh. "Seems to be. No issues during transport." He nodded once, apparently satisfied with my answer and the paperwork. "We'll unload now. You can wait in your vehicle." "Actually," I said, surprising myself with my boldness, "I'd like to see this through. Make sure everything's handled properly." The man studied me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he smiled, a small, tight movement of lips that never reached his eyes. "Of course. Professional thoroughness is always appreciated." He gestured toward the loading dock where two more men had appeared, dressed in what looked like medical scrubs beneath light jackets. They wore latex gloves and face masks, giving them the appearance of hospital staff rather than warehouse workers. I followed the suited man up a small set of stairs to the dock level. He produced a key, identical to the one I'd been given for the trailer padlock, and handed it to me. "If you would do the honors, Mr. Breckman." My hand was steady as I took the key, though my heart hammered in my chest. I approached the trailer doors, inserted the key into the padlock, and hesitated only briefly before turning it. The lock clicked open, and I swung the doors wide. The interior was exactly as I'd left it. 3 crates secured to the walls, untouched and silent. No sign of movement. No evidence of the horror I'd witnessed hours earlier. If not for the lingering smell and the memory burned into my mind, I might have convinced myself it had been a hallucination brought on by exhaustion. The medical team, for that's how I'd come to think of them, moved with practiced efficiency, wheeling gurneys to the edge of the loading dock. They entered the trailer and began releasing the straps that secured the crates, their movements careful, almost reverent. "What exactly am I delivering here?" I asked the suited man, keeping my voice low. He regarded me with that same unreadable expression. "I believe the terms of your contract specified specialty equipment. That description is sufficient for your purposes. Is it human trafficking?" The question escaped before I could stop it, born of hours of fear and speculation. "Because if it is, it is not," he interrupted, his tone final. "Not in the sense you're implying. Nothing illegal is occurring here, Mr. Breckman. Nothing that should trouble your conscience." The medical team had freed the first crate and was carefully maneuvering it onto a gurney. They moved with the caution of men handling nitroglycerin, their faces obscured by the masks but their body language tense, alert to any shift or sound from within. "Then what is it?" I pressed, emboldened by the proximity to civilization, to witnesses to an end to this nightmare journey. "What's in those crates that needs to be transported in secret, along back roads in the middle of the night?" The suited man sighed, a sound of resignation rather than irritation. "You looked inside, didn't you? Despite explicit instructions not to do so." It wasn't a question, and I didn't bother denying it. "I heard knocking from inside the crate. Someone was trying to communicate." He nodded, as if this confirmed a suspicion. "They do that sometimes, especially during longer transports. It's a side effect of the preservation process. Neural activity continuing after clinical death. Like a chicken with its head cut off, still running around the yard." The explanation was delivered with such clinical detachment that it took me a moment to process the horror of what he was saying. These were dead bodies, officially at least, being transported for some unknown purpose. Bodies that still retained enough neural activity to knock, to signal for help. "Who are they?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The suited man watched as the medical team secured the first crate to the gurney and began wheeling it toward a set of double doors at the back of the loading area. "Volunteers, Mr. Breckman, every one of them. They signed the paperwork, understood the risks, accepted the conditions. This is simply the fulfillment of a contract." "Volunteers for what?" He turned to me then, his eyes searching my face as if gauging how much to reveal. "For continuation, for a journey beyond the limitations of conventional existence. Our clients are pioneers in a sense, explorers of territories most would consider theoretical at best." The medical team returned with empty gurneys for the remaining crates. They worked quickly now, as if eager to complete the transfer and retreat behind those double doors with their unsettling cargo. "You're not making any sense," I said, frustration mounting. "What kind of journey can a dead body take?" The suited man's smile widened fractionally. "Who said anything about a dead body, Mr. Breckman? Clinical death is merely a transitional state, the cessation of certain biological processes. It doesn't necessarily mean the end of consciousness, of being." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the evening air. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that death, as you understand it, is a limited perspective, a cultural construct based on incomplete information." He gestured toward the trailer where the final crate was being secured to a gurney. "Our clients have chosen to explore alternatives, to test the boundaries between states of existence." The medical team wheeled the last gurney toward the double doors, which swung open automatically as they approached. Beyond was a corridor, brightly lit and clinical, more hospital than warehouse. I caught a glimpse of other personnel inside, more individuals in scrubs, moving with purpose around equipment that looked both medical and unfamiliar. "The human consciousness is remarkably resilient," the suited man continued, his voice taking on the cadence of a lecturer. "Under the right conditions, with the appropriate preparation and technology, it can persist beyond the failure of its original biological housing. It can migration. Travelers, going home." The pieces were falling into place, forming a picture too bizarre, too terrifying to fully comprehend. "You're talking about what? Soul transfer? Possession? That's unscientific? Superstitious? Please, Mr. Breckman." He actually chuckled, the sound devoid of genuine humor. "We're not dealing in mysticism here. This is advanced neuroscience, consciousness studies, quantum entanglement at the cellular level. The terminology is inadequate, I'll grant you, but the principles are sound, extensively tested, largely successful." The double doors closed behind the medical team and their cargo, cutting off my view of the corridor beyond. We were alone now on the loading dock, the suited man and I standing in the shadow of my empty trailer. "So those people in the crates," I said slowly, trying to process this madness. "They're not really dead." "Oh, they're certainly dead by any conventional medical standard," he replied casually. "Heart stopped, brain activity below measurable thresholds, cellular degradation beginning despite our preservation methods. But consciousness, that's another matter entirely. It persists, in a state we might call suspension or transition, ready for relocation." "Relocation where?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted the answer. The suited man glanced at his watch, a gesture that suggested our conversation was drawing to a close. "That's proprietary information, I'm afraid. Suffice to say that our clients have secured alternative accommodations for their continued existence. The details are covered by rather extensive non-disclosure agreements." He reached into his jacket and produced an envelope identical to the one I'd received at the warehouse. "Your final payment as agreed, plus a bonus for discretion." He handed it to me, his eyes never leaving mine. "You've done good work today, Mr. Breckman. Transported precious cargo safely to its destination. That's something to be proud of." I took the envelope mechanically, feeling the weight of the cash inside. Blood money, I thought, though I wasn't entirely sure whose blood had paid for it. "What happens now?" I asked, still struggling to reconcile what I'd learned with my understanding of reality. "Now?" The suited man smiled that empty smile again. "Now you go home, Mr. Breckman. Back to your life, your daughter, your normal roots hauling consumer goods and agricultural products. You forget about Mallory, about the warehouse, about everything you've seen and heard today. And perhaps, a few months from now, if you're interested in another specialty delivery, my associates will be in touch." He extended his hand, the gesture so normal, so businesslike that it seemed absurd after everything that had transpired. I found myself shaking it automatically, feeling the cool, dry skin against my palm. "One more thing, Mr. Breckman," he said, his voice lowered confidentially. "You might find yourself experiencing some unusual phenomena in the coming days. Dreams, perhaps, sensations of being watched or followed, glimpses of familiar faces in unfamiliar places. This is normal, a side effect of prolonged proximity to transitional entities. It will pass, eventually." With that, he turned and walked toward the double doors which opened at his approach. He paused on the threshold, silhouetted against the harsh light from within. "Drive safely," he said, and then he was gone, the doors swinging shut behind him with a final, pneumatic hiss. I stood alone on the loading dock, the empty trailer behind me, the envelope of cash heavy in my hand. The parking lot beyond the fence was dark now, the sun having set during our conversation, In the distance, the lights of Denver twinkled, normal people living normal lives, unaware of the horrors that traveled their highways, the impossible cargo that moved among them in unmarked trucks during the dark hours. I returned to my cab and started the engine, its familiar rumble providing little comfort. As I pulled away from the facility, I glanced in my mirror and saw the gate closing automatically behind me, sealing off whatever secrets lay within those walls. Back on the main road, headed toward the truck stop where I planned to shower and rest before my return journey, I found myself scanning the sidewalks, the bus stops, the clusters of pedestrians waiting to cross at intersections, looking for familiar faces in unfamiliar places, for travelers who had found new accommodations. At a red light, I reached for my phone and pulled up Ellie's picture, her gap-toothed smile, her eyes bright with mischief and intelligence. I'd make this right, I decided. Take the money, pay for her braces, then find another job. One that didn't involve warehouses that appeared and disappeared, or cargo that knocked from inside its crate. One that let me sleep at night without wondering what traveled the highways after dark. The light turned green, and I continued on, trying to focus on the road ahead rather than the shadows at its edges. But as I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, by eyes that had seen beyond the veil of death, by travelers who had found their way home through means I couldn't begin to comprehend. And somewhere in the back of my mind, like a radio tuned to a distant frequency, I could swear I heard knocking, faint but persistent, calling for attention, for recognition, for release. I turned up the radio to drown it out and drove on into the night, the envelope of cash on the seat beside me, the memory of Mallory already fading like a half-remembered dream or nightmare. Some cargo is best delivered and forgotten, some questions are best left unanswered, and some roads once traveled can never truly be left behind. Somewhere in the middle of Nebraska, there's a 2-lane highway that never seems to end, just asphalt stretching out like a thread through miles of flat, empty land. This was where I found myself, driving a rig loaded with grain. No one else wanted to make the run, probably because it was so damn lonely. But I was never one to shy away from isolation. I took it, figured it would give me some peace of mind. I've been driving trucks for nearly 2 decades now. It suits me, just me, the road, and an engine that hums as steady as the thoughts in my head. Sure, I've seen some wild stuff in my time, but nothing ever stuck with me. It's like being on the road strips you of those things. You just move on to the next job, the next delivery. This particular stretch of highway, though, it did something to me. Still think about it now and then, late at night when the world goes quiet. The early October morning was mild, the sun barely cresting the horizon as I fired up the engine of my Peterbilt. The terminal manager, Russo, had given me the paperwork with a look that said he was glad it wasn't him making the trip. 300 miles of nothing but corn and sky, green, he said, scratching his beard. You sure you want this run? I just shrugged. Money's the same whether the view's pretty or not. Russo laughed, but there wasn't much humor in it. Yeah, well, some of the boys refuse to take that route anymore, say it gets to them somehow. You believe in ghost stories, Russo? I asked, tucking the paperwork into my jacket. I believe in keeping my sanity, he replied. That stretch of road, there's something about the emptiness that messes with your head. I've never been one for superstition. 20 years on the road teaches you that most fears are just your mind playing tricks. Loneliness does things to people, makes them see what isn't there, hear things in the wind that's just wind. I've known drivers who quit because they couldn't handle the solitude, said they started seeing shadows moving in the rear view. Not me. I find comfort in being alone. At least, I used to. The first few hours on the road were uneventful. I had the radio on playing some old Johnny Cash tunes. The landscape rolled by, endless cornfields swaying in the autumn breeze. There's a hypnotic quality to driving across the Great Plains, the horizon never changing, just miles of sameness. You get lost in your head. Around noon, I pulled into a small truck stop for fuel and coffee. The place was nearly empty, save for a few locals having lunch at the counter. The waitress, a woman in her 50s with tired eyes, filled my thermos without saying much. Long way to Kansas City, she said finally, glancing at my manifest sitting on the counter. Long way anywhere from here, I replied. She nodded, wiping her hands on her apron. Be careful out there. Strange things happen on that stretch. I almost asked her what she meant, but decided against it. Every region has its local legends, its boogeyman stories. I'd heard them all before. Back on the road, the sky turned overcast. Clouds rolling in from the west. The sudden dimness made everything look gray and lifeless. Perfect for driving, I thought. No distractions, just me and the road. But as the miles ticked by, I started to feel a growing unease. Nothing I could put my finger on, just a sensation, like being watched. I checked my mirrors. Nothing but empty road behind me, stretching back to the horizon. I turned the radio up louder, trying to drown out the silence that seemed to press in from all sides. It was around 3 in the afternoon when I first noticed the vehicle. Just a speck in my mirror at first, a small dark shape on the road far behind me. Nothing unusual about that. Other vehicles use these roads after all. But as the minutes passed, I realized the distance between us wasn't changing, not getting closer, not falling behind. Just maintaining the same gap, like it was tethered to my truck by an invisible line. By 4 o'clock, I could make out that it was a pickup truck, old dark-colored, keeping pace about a quarter-mile back. The highway had been empty for miles, no exits, no towns, nowhere for anyone to go except straight ahead on this ribbon of asphalt. Probably just heading the same way, I said aloud, my voice sounding strange in the cab. But even as I said it, something felt wrong. The way it maintained that exact distance, never varying, never making a move to pass despite the empty road ahead. I took a swig of coffee, now cold and bitter. The sun was sinking lower, casting long shadows across the fields. In the gathering darkness, the headlights of the pickup glowed like patient eyes. I tried to dismiss the growing anxiety. Just another driver on a long, boring stretch of road. Nothing sinister about that. But my hands had tightened on the wheel, and I realized I was going 10 miles over the speed limit. I eased off the gas, watching the speedometer drop. In my mirror, the pickup slowed too. Exact same pace, exact same distance. That's when the first real chill settled into my bones. For the next hour, I tried to rationalize the situation. Coincidence. Maybe they were following the speed of my taillights, using me as a guide. Maybe I was overthinking the whole thing. But the more I tried to dismiss it, the more aware I became of that constant presence behind me. As darkness fell completely, I flipped on the high beams, trying to penetrate the gloom that had settled across the landscape. The fields on either side of the highway seemed to absorb the light, creating a tunnel effect. Just me, my headlights, and a narrow strip of visible road disappearing into blackness ahead. And behind me, those unwavering headlights, never closer, never farther away. I reached for my phone, but the signal had disappeared miles back. Out here, in the vast emptiness of rural Nebraska, I was alone. Alone except for whatever was following me. The planned pit stop at the junction ahead couldn't come soon enough. Civilization, other people, bright lights, that's what I needed. The junction was just a small roadside gas station and diner, but it would be enough. The glowing sign appeared in the distance, a beacon in the darkness. Relief washed over me as I signaled and began to slow. In my mirror, the pickup's turn signal flashed on as well. The gas station's fluorescent lights cast a harsh glow over the empty parking lot. Just 2 other vehicles, a battered station wagon and a semi parked for the night. I pulled my rig up to the diesel pump, glancing in my mirrors as I set the brake. The pickup truck turned in behind me, rolling slowly past the pumps before parking at the far end of the lot, headlights extinguished. In the sudden darkness, I couldn't make out the driver, just the silhouette of the vehicle, an old Ford maybe from the late 80s. Its once blue paint faded to a dull gray. I stepped down from my cab, stretching my legs after hours of driving. The night air had turned cold, carrying the scent of distant rain. The silence out here was absolute, no traffic noise, no city hum, just the occasional creak of my cooling engine and the hollow whistle of wind across the flat landscape. The station attendant, a kid no older than 20 with acne-scarred cheeks, nodded at me through the window. I waved back, trying to appear casual as I began refueling. All the while, I kept my gaze fixed on the pickup, waiting for the driver to emerge. No one did. "You see that pickup come in?" I asked the attendant while paying for the fuel. He glanced up from his phone, looking past me to the parking lot. "That old Ford? Yeah, pulls in here sometimes. Guy never comes inside, though." "You know who he is?" The kid shrugged. "Local, maybe? Don't pay much attention. Lot of strange folks pass through." I bought a fresh coffee and a shrink-wrapped sandwich, then headed back to my truck. The diner attached to the gas station looked closed, its windows dark except for a single light above the door. As I climbed back into my cab, I noticed movement from the pickup, a figure shifting in the driver's seat. Still, no one emerged. I sat in my idling truck, eating the tasteless sandwich and considering my options. I could wait here, maybe try to sleep in the cab until morning, but that would put me behind schedule, and I had always prided myself on timely deliveries. The logical part of me said the whole thing was ridiculous, just my imagination turning an ordinary coincidence into something sinister. 20 minutes later, I pulled back onto the highway, headlights cutting through the darkness. In my mirror, I watched the pickup's lights flick on. It followed me out of the lot, resuming its position a quarter-mile back. "All right," I muttered. "Let's see how committed you are." I increased my speed, pushing well above the limit. The pickup matched me. I slowed to a crawl. It slowed too. I tried varying my speed randomly. The pickup adjusted each time, maintaining that exact same distance. My heart pounded against my ribs. This wasn't normal behavior. This wasn't coincidence. Whoever was behind me was deliberately following. I tried to think rationally. Highway robbers? No. They would have made their move at the gas station. Cops? Unmarked vehicles usually give themselves away sooner or later, and besides, they would have pulled me over already if they had cause. Some kind of prank? Seemed elaborate for a joke, especially out here in the middle of nowhere. The miles continued to unroll beneath my wheels. I passed a sign indicating my turnoff was 50 miles ahead. Not that far, in trucker terms. I could make it without stopping again. Whatever this game was, it would end when I reached my destination. An hour passed. The pickup remained. The darkness outside the cab seemed to deepen, pressing in against the windows. I found myself checking the locks on the doors, something I rarely bothered with on the open road. Then I saw it. A side road appearing on the right, unpaved but wide enough for my rig. It wasn't on my route map, but at that moment, I didn't care. I needed to know if this was really happening. Without signaling, I cut the wheel hard, braking sharply as I took the turn. The maneuver was dangerous with a full load, but I executed it cleanly. The dirt road led straight into darkness, no visible destination. I killed my headlights and pulled to a stop about 50 yards from the highway, cutting the engine. Then I waited, watching the road I'd just left, half expecting the pickup to continue on its way. It didn't. The vehicle slowed as it approached the turnoff, then followed my path, headlights sweeping across the dirt road. I ducked down in my seat, heart hammering as the pickup rolled slowly past my position, continuing down the road. Once it was a safe distance ahead, I quietly restarted my engine, executed a careful turnaround, and headed back to the highway. A brief moment of triumph surged through me. I'd shaken my pursuer. The feeling lasted exactly 6 minutes. I just settled back into my cruise speed when the headlights appeared in my mirror again. Impossible. There had been no other connecting roads, no way for the pickup to circle back and catch up so quickly. Yet there it was, maintaining that same distance as if our brief detour had never happened. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead. I fumbled for my phone again, hoping against hope for a signal. Nothing. I was truly alone out here. "What do you want?" I shouted, though there was no one to hear me but myself. As if in response, the pickup's high beams flashed once, then returned to normal. My mouth went dry. For the next 2 hours, I drove in a state of heightened awareness, all senses focused on the road ahead and the presence behind. The few times other vehicles passed going the opposite direction, I considered flashing my lights or honking, trying to get their attention. But what would I say? That I was being followed? By a vehicle that hadn't made any aggressive moves, hadn't tried to run me off the road or otherwise threaten me? It was nearly midnight when I saw the sign for Starling Grain Elevator. It loomed on the horizon, a massive silhouette against the night sky. I'd passed it on previous runs, a relic from a bygone era, abandoned years ago when the railroad changed routes. The facility sat about half a mile off the highway, connected by a service road. In that moment, I made a decision. This had gone on long enough. Whatever was happening, I needed to confront it directly. I signaled and turned off the highway toward the grain elevator. The service road was rough, neglected for years. My rig bounced and swayed as I navigated the potholes. Behind me, the pickup followed, headlights bouncing with each bump in the road. The grain elevator complex was larger than it appeared from the highway, a central silo reaching up like a concrete finger, surrounded by smaller outbuildings and loading docks. Everything was in an advanced state of decay, windows broken, metal rusted, weeds growing through cracks in the pavement. I pulled into what had once been the main yard, positioning my rig so the headlights illuminated the open area. Then I shut down the engine and reached under my seat for the lockbox. The .357 revolver inside was cold to the touch, loaded with 6 rounds. I hadn't fired it in years, but the familiar weight was reassuring as I slipped it into my jacket pocket. The pickup truck rolled into the yard behind me, its headlights catching dust motes swirling in the night air. It came to a stop about 30 yards away, engine still running, lights still burning. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the driver's door opened. I stood beside my truck, one hand in my pocket gripping the revolver, watching as a figure emerged from the pickup. The facility's abandoned yard stretched out between us, cracked concrete littered with decades of debris. The only sound was the idle of his engine and the distant moan of wind through the elevator's empty silo. He stepped fully into view, illuminated by his truck's headlights. My first coherent thought was how wrong he looked. The man was tall, easily 6'4", but unnaturally thin. His body seemed constructed of angles rather than curves, limbs too long for his torso, neck stretched like it had been pulled. He wore faded blue work clothes that hung from his frame, as if they belonged to someone much larger. His hair was long and lank, falling past his shoulders in greasy strands, but it was his face that made my stomach clench, gaunt beyond mere thinness. His skin pulled so tight across his skull that it seemed ready to split at the cheekbones. His lips were bloodless cracks, his nose sharp and pronounced. His eyes, those eyes were set deep in hollow sockets, yet somehow caught the light and reflected it back like an animal's. He began walking toward me, his gait smooth and unhurried, each step perfectly measured, perfectly timed. He moved with the deliberate confidence of a predator that knows its prey can't escape. "That's far enough," I called out when he'd closed half the distance. My voice echoed off the concrete structures around us. "What do you want?" He didn't answer, didn't change his pace, didn't acknowledge that I'd spoken at all. "I'm armed," I warned, drawing the revolver but keeping it pointed at the ground. "Stop right there." Still, he advanced. 20 yards now, 15. I raised the gun, aiming at his chest. "Last warning. Stop or I'll shoot." Not a flicker of concern crossed his face. No fear, no hesitation. Just that same measured walk, closing the gap between us with mechanical precision. 10 yards. My finger tightened on the trigger. "Stop." He didn't. The first shot cracked through the night, the sound amplified by the surrounding structures. The bullet struck him in the left shoulder, the impact visibly jerking his body sideways. Blood bloomed dark against the blue fabric of his shirt. He staggered slightly but didn't fall, didn't cry out. His expression remained unchanged as he regained his balance and continued forward. Shock froze me for a crucial second. I've seen men wounded before. They scream, they collapse, they clutch at the injury. They don't just keep walking like nothing happened. I fired again. This shot hit him squarely in the chest, dead center. It should have stopped him cold, dropped him where he stood. Instead, he merely rocked back on his heels, swayed for a moment, then resumed his advance. A wave of pure terror washed over me. This wasn't possible. No one takes a round to the center mass and keeps coming. But the evidence was right there before my eyes, closing the distance between us with each mechanical step. Panic took over. I emptied the revolver, 4 shots in rapid succession. Each bullet found its mark. 2 more in the chest, 1 in the stomach, 1 in the throat. Blood sprayed from the wounds, black in the harsh headlights. His body jerked and twitched with each impact, but his expression never changed, and his feet kept moving. 7 yards. 6. 5. The hammer clicked on an empty chamber. I stood rooted to the spot, gun still extended, watching this impossibility approach. His shirt was soaked with blood now, torn open by the bullet's exit wounds. I could see ragged holes in his flesh, yet still he walked. 4 yards. 3. Then, something changed. His movements became less coordinated, his steps faltering. At 2 yards distance, he stopped completely. For a moment, we stood facing each other, me with my useless gun, him riddled with bullets that should have killed him instantly. His eyes found mine. There was awareness there. Intelligence, something cognizant looking out from behind those reflective orbs. His bloodless lips parted slightly, as if he might speak. Instead, he collapsed. Not a gradual folding, but a sudden release, like a puppet whose strings had been cut. He hit the concrete with a sickening thud, limbs splayed at unnatural angles. I stood there, breathing hard, unable to process what had just happened. The revolver slipped from my numb fingers, clattering to the ground. For several minutes, I couldn't move. Couldn't think beyond the fact that I had just shot a man multiple times, and he had kept coming. Finally, caution overcame shock. I approached the fallen figure carefully, still half expecting him to rise again. He didn't move. Blood pooled beneath him, spreading across the cracked concrete. I crouched beside the body, my legs threatening to give way. Up close, the wrongness of him was even more apparent. His skin had an almost translucent quality, blue veins visible beneath the surface. And covering nearly every exposed inch of flesh were markings, strange symbols carved into his skin like scars. Some of the markings appeared old, healed into white ridges. Others seemed fresher, the edges still pink and raised. They formed no pattern I could recognize, not letters or numbers, but deliberate shapes that seemed to flow into each other across the terrain of his body. I reached out, hesitating before touching his wrist, searching for a pulse I knew wouldn't be there. His flesh was cold, much colder than it should have been for someone so recently alive. As I drew back my hand, I noticed something clutched in his. Prying open the rigid fingers, I found a scrap of paper, folded and refolded until it was no larger than a postage stamp. With trembling hands, I unfolded it. A name was written there. My name. Harlan Green. Nothing else. Just my name in spidery, cramped handwriting. The paper itself was worn thin at the creases, as if it had been opened and refolded countless times. My mind reeled, trying to make sense of it all. Who was this man? Why had he followed me? How had he known my name? And most disturbing of all, how had he continued walking after taking multiple gunshots to vital areas? The distant wail of a siren cut through my thoughts. Someone must have heard the gunshots, perhaps a farmer or passerby on the highway. I hadn't even considered calling the police myself, but now they were coming. I stood up, stepping back from the body. The revolver lay where I'd dropped it. I made no move to retrieve it. Instead, I walked to the grain elevator's office building, a small structure adjacent to the main silo. The door hung partially open, the lock long since broken. Inside, dust covered everything: desks, chairs, an ancient rotary phone mounted on the wall. To my surprise, the phone had a dial tone. I called 911, giving my location and a brief explanation. I'd been followed, confronted the person, and been forced to defend myself. The dispatcher told me to remain where I was, that officers were already en route. I returned to the yard, standing in the harsh glare of the pickup's headlights, which still burned despite everything. The body lay where it had fallen, a dark shape against the concrete. Blood continued to spread outward, reaching toward my boots, and I waited, trying not to look too closely at what I'd done, trying not to think about how he'd kept coming despite the bullets, trying not to wonder why my name was written on that scrap of paper. The sirens grew louder. The first police car arrived 14 minutes after my call, rolling into the yard with lights flashing but siren silent. A county sheriff's cruiser, dust-covered and battle-scarred. The deputy who stepped out was young, maybe mid-30s, with the weathered look of someone who patrols vast, empty spaces. His name tag read Mercer. He approached with his hand resting on his holstered weapon, eyes scanning the scene. My rig, the pickup truck with its headlights still burning, the body on the ground, me standing apart from it all. "Sir, I need you to keep your hands where I can see them," he said, voice steady but tense. I complied, raising my hand shoulder high. "The gun's over there," I said, nodding toward where the revolver lay. "I'm unarmed now." Mercer nodded but maintained his cautious approach. When he reached the body, he knelt briefly, checking for signs of life, though it was clearly a formality. "Nobody survives 5 bullet wounds like that." "You Harlan Green?" he asked, standing up again. "Yes, sir." My voice sounded strange to my own ears, distant and hollow. "The dispatcher said you called this in yourself. Said you were being followed?" I nodded, hands still raised. "For miles. I pulled in here to confront him. He wouldn't stop coming toward me. I warned him multiple times." Mercer studied me for a long moment, then slowly moved his hand away from his weapon. "All right, Mr. Green. You can lower your hands, but don't make any sudden movements. More units are on their way." Over the next hour, the abandoned grain facility transformed into an impromptu command center. 2 more patrol cars arrived, followed by a coroner's van and an unmarked sedan carrying a detective from the county seat. Yellow crime scene tape fluttered in the night breeze, stretching across the yard in haphazard patterns. I sat in the back of Mercer's cruiser, door open, feet on the ground outside. Not under arrest, they assured me, just the standard procedure while they sorted things out. I gave my statement 3 times, once to Mercer, once to the detective, a heavy-set man named Kerrigan, and once recorded formally for the report. Each time I tried to stick to the facts, though they seemed more impossible with each telling. Yes, I'd shot him multiple times. Yes, he had continued walking toward me afterward. No, I couldn't explain how that was possible. "Some people don't go down easy," Kerrigan said, scratching notes in a small pad. "Drugs, adrenaline, human body can withstand a lot more than you'd think." But I could tell he was troubled by the scene. The blood spatter didn't lie. The man had been shot from a distance, had continued walking, and had collapsed more than a minute later, based on the trail he'd left behind. While the coroner worked, Mercer approached me again. "We found ID on the body," he said, consulting his notebook. "Name's Jeffrey Marsh. Mean anything to you?" I shook my head. Never heard that name before today. "Well, Mr. Marsh has quite a record. Mostly petty stuff 20 years back. Vagrancy, public intoxication, some minor assault charges. Nothing recent, though." Mercer frowned. "Last known address was a halfway house in Oklahoma, but that was 12 years ago. Been off the grid since then." "Why was he following me?" I asked. "Why did he have my name?" Mercer looked up sharply. "What do you mean he had your name?" I told him about the folded paper I'd found clutched in Marsh's hand. The detective joined us as I explained, his expression growing increasingly troubled. "Where's this paper now?" Kerrigan demanded. "I left it where it was. With him." The detective strode back to the body, speaking urgently with the coroner. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but their body language conveyed confusion and concern. Kerrigan returned, holding a small evidence bag containing the unfolded paper. "This your name?" he asked, showing me the bag. I nodded. "That's it. Exactly how I found it." The detective and Mercer exchanged glances. Something unspoken passed between them. "What?" I asked. "What is it?" "The rest of his belongings are pretty standard," Kerrigan said carefully. "Wallet, keys, a few dollars in cash. But we also found a notebook in his truck. It's unusual." "Unusual how?" Another glance between the officers. "It's filled with names," Mercer said finally. "Dozens of them. Some crossed out, some circled, some with dates next to them." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the night air. My name, was it in there? "Yes," Kerrigan admitted. "Circled. No date." "What does that mean?" I asked. But I could tell from their expressions that they didn't know either. The investigation continued through the night. Crime scene technicians arrived, photographing and documenting everything. The coroner's assistants finally removed the body around 3 a.m. I remained at the scene, answering the same questions repeatedly as new officials arrived. By dawn, exhaustion had settled over me like a heavy blanket. The yard looked different in the gray morning light. Smaller, less menacing. The bloodstain on the concrete had turned rust brown, already being scattered by the wind. Detective Kerrigan approached me one final time. "We're going to need you to come to the station to complete your statement," he said. "But based on the evidence and witness accounts, this appears to be a clear case of self-defense." "Witness accounts?" I asked, confused. "There wasn't anyone else here." Kerrigan hesitated. "We've had reports about Marsh before. Nothing concrete, just sightings. People being followed on this stretch of highway. Never ended like this, though." "So I'm not the first," I said quietly. "No," the detective admitted. "But you might be the last." They allowed me to drive my own rig to the county sheriff's office, following behind in a patrol car. The morning was fully established by the time we arrived, the small-town station coming to life with the day shift. I gave my formal statement, signed the necessary papers, and surrendered my revolver for ballistics testing. A formality, they assured me, as there was no question about what had happened. They also took photographs of the scrapes on my knuckles, injuries I hadn't even noticed receiving during the confrontation. "What about the markings?" I asked before leaving. "The symbols carved into his skin." Kerrigan's expression darkened. "We're looking into that. Preliminary examination suggests they're self-inflicted. Some kind of ritual scarification. The coroner thinks they were created over a period of years." "And the notebook? The names?" "That's part of an ongoing investigation," he said firmly. "We appreciate your cooperation, Mr. Green, but that's all I can share at this time." They let me go with instructions not to leave the state until the investigation was complete. I checked into a motel on the edge of town, called my dispatcher to explain the delay in my delivery, and finally collapsed into unconsciousness. I slept through the day and into the evening, waking disoriented as darkness fell once more. For a moment I couldn't remember where I was or why, then it all came flooding back. The pursuit, the confrontation, the impossible resilience of the man I'd shot. After a shower and a meal at the diner across the street, I returned to find Mercer waiting in the motel parking lot. "Hope I didn't alarm you," he said, seeing my expression. "Just thought you might want to know." The coroner completed the preliminary autopsy. "And?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to hear the answer. "Cause of death was exactly what you'd expect. Multiple gunshot wounds," Mercer said. "But there were other findings. Marsh's body showed signs of severe malnutrition. He probably hadn't eaten properly in weeks, maybe months. And there was evidence of previous injuries that never received medical attention. Broken bones that healed wrong, internal scarring." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying the man should have been barely able to walk, let alone stalk you for miles." Mercer shifted uncomfortably. "The coroner can't explain how he was functioning at all in that condition, much less how he continued advancing after taking 5 bullets." I waited, sensing there was more. "There's something else," Mercer continued. "Those markings on his skin, they're not random. The FBI is sending someone to look at them, but our local expert thinks there's some kind of language or code." "What kind of code?" I asked. Mercer shrugged. "Above my pay grade. But whatever it is, it covered almost every inch of him. Some of the cuts were fresh, made within the last few days." We stood in silence for a moment, the implications hanging in the air between us. "Am I in danger?" I finally asked. "No reason to think so," Mercer said. But he didn't meet my eyes. "Marsh seems to have been acting alone. But..." He hesitated, then made a decision. "Look, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but that notebook, most of the names in it belong to people who travel this highway. Truckers, salesmen, vacationers, some we've been able to contact. They reported similar experiences, being followed, feeling watched. All of them managed to reach populated areas before anything happened. You're the first one who confronted him directly. The names that were crossed out, I said quietly. Did you contact those people too? Mercer's silence was answer enough. Get some rest, Mr. Green, he said finally. You can pick up your rig tomorrow. The investigation is still ongoing, but no one's looking to charge you with anything. Self-defense is clear. After he left, I sat on the edge of the motel bed, staring at the wall. The detective's words replayed in my mind, along with the image of Jeffrey Marsh advancing through a hail of bullets, his expression unchanged, those strange markings covering his skin. Most disturbing of all was the memory of that small folded paper with my name written on it. How had he known who I was? What had made me his target? I didn't sleep again that night. 3 days after the incident at Starling Grain Elevator, I was back on the road. The investigation continued, but the authorities had no reason to keep me. My statement matched the physical evidence. Every law enforcement official I spoke with agreed I'd acted in self-defense against a disturbed individual who had targeted me for unknown reasons. I delivered my original load, 3 days late, but my company understood the circumstances. Then I took another assignment, this one heading east toward Chicago. I needed to work, needed the routine and familiarity of the highway stretching before me, but everything had changed. I found myself constantly checking my mirrors, tense at the sight of any vehicle maintaining a consistent distance behind me. I'd never been a nervous driver, but now every pickup truck on the road sent a jolt of adrenaline through my system. Sleep became a luxury I could rarely afford. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw Marsh walking toward me, his body absorbing bullets that should have dropped him instantly. In my dreams, he didn't fall. In my dreams, he reached me. A week after leaving Nebraska, I received a call from Detective Kerrigan. The formal investigation had concluded. No charges would be filed against me. Jeffrey Marsh's body remained unclaimed. No family had come forward. What about the notebook? I asked. The names. Kerrigan sighed heavily on the other end of the line. That's still ongoing. The FBI is involved now. I can't share details, but we've confirmed that several of the crossed-out names belong to people who went missing along that stretch of highway over the past decade. Cold cases, mostly. No bodies found. My grip tightened on the phone. So he was what, a serial killer? We don't know, Kerrigan admitted. The evidence suggests something stranger. Those markings on his body, they match symbols found at some of the disappearance sites, carved into trees, drawn in dirt. And the notebook contains entries that predate Marsh's known presence in the area. What are you saying? I'm not saying anything officially, the detective replied carefully. But off the record, whatever was happening out there might have been going on longer than one man's lifetime, and it might not be over. After we hung up, I pulled into a rest stop and sat in my idling truck trying to process what I'd heard. The implication was clear. Marsh might have been part of something larger, something organized, or perhaps even more disturbing, something passed down, inherited. I reached into my pocket, touching the folded piece of paper I'd been carrying since leaving Nebraska. Not the original with my name, that remained in police evidence, but a similar scrap on which I'd copied the strange markings I remembered seeing on Marsh's skin. I'd been trying to reproduce them from memory, hoping they might provide some clue to what had happened. So far, they remained meaningless, curved lines and angular shapes that defied categorization. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that they were important, that they contained a message I needed to understand. 2 weeks after the incident, I was in a truck stop in Iowa when I overheard a conversation that froze me in place. Two drivers at the next table leaning in close, voices hushed but audible, following him for miles. Same distance back, never trying to pass. Highway 20? The second driver asked. No, further south. That stretch through Nebraska, the long empty one. I turned in my seat, coffee forgotten. Excuse me, I said, interrupting their conversation. This following, when did it happen? The first driver, a bearded man in his 50s, looked surprised at my intrusion but answered readily enough. Couple days ago, friend of mine said it was the creepiest thing, this old station wagon, keeping pace behind him for nearly 100 miles. Did he see the driver? I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. Nah, windows were tinted dark. He pulled off at a rest stop, circled back, managed to lose them eventually. Where exactly was this? I pressed. The driver named the same stretch of highway where Marsh had followed me. Why? He asked, studying my face. You had something similar happen? I nodded, not trusting myself to speak further. That night, I called Detective Kerrigan again. He listened to my account of the trucker's conversation without interruption. We'll look into it, he said finally. But I should tell you, Mr. Green, we've had several reports like this since your incident. All of them checked out as ordinary vehicles with innocent explanations. "You think I'm being paranoid?" I said flatly. "I think you went through a traumatic experience," Kerrigan replied carefully. "It would be natural to see patterns that might not exist, but I knew what I'd heard. And more importantly, I knew what I'd experienced. Whatever Marsh had been, whoever he had been. It wasn't over. A month passed. I continued working, taking runs across the Midwest, deliberately avoiding Nebraska. The dreams persisted, but their grip loosened slightly with time. I started sleeping better, checking my mirrors less obsessively. Then came the package. It arrived at my home address during a rare weekend off. A small manila envelope with no return address. Inside was a single photograph and a newspaper clipping. The photograph showed Starling grain elevator, taken from the highway at a distance. Nothing remarkable about it, except for the date stamp in the corner, 3 days ago. The newspaper clipping was from a small-town paper I didn't recognize. The headline read, "Local man reports being stalked on highway." The article described an incident virtually identical to mine. A driver followed for miles by a vehicle that maintained a consistent distance. When the driver confronted his pursuer at an abandoned gas station, the follower fled. The final line of the article sent ice through my veins. The driver was unable to identify the make of the vehicle, describing it only as an old pickup truck, possibly blue. I called Kerrigan immediately. He promised to send someone to collect the package, but I could hear the skepticism in his voice. "It could be someone who read about your case playing a sick joke," he suggested. "Or it could be happening again," I countered. That night I spread my notes across my kitchen table. Everything I'd gathered about Marsh and the incident. Newspaper articles, my own written account, the copied symbols. Looking at it all together, I began to see connections I'd missed before. The symbols I'd copied formed a pattern when arranged in a certain order. Not a language exactly, but a diagram of sorts. And at its center was a shape that matched the outline of Starling grain elevator perfectly. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Marsh hadn't chosen that location randomly. He'd driven me there deliberately. The elevator wasn't just an abandoned building, it was significant somehow, important to whatever purpose had driven him to follow me. I booked a week's vacation from work and packed my personal vehicle. The next morning I headed west, back toward Nebraska, back toward the grain elevator. I told myself I was being foolish, chasing shadows, but I needed answers, needed to understand what had happened to me and why. The journey took 2 days. I avoided the highway where it had all begun, taking a parallel route instead. As I neared the county where the elevator stood, I called ahead to the sheriff's office, asking for Deputy Mercer. "I'm surprised to hear from you, Mr. Green," he said when I explained my presence in the area. "Most people would be putting as much distance as possible between themselves and a place like that. I need to understand what happened," I told him simply. Mercer agreed to meet me at a diner in the county seat. He looked more worn than I remembered, with new lines etched around his eyes. "The FBI investigation hit a wall," he told me over coffee. "Marsh's background is spotty at best. Spent time in various institutions in his youth, then disappeared from official records for long stretches, would surface occasionally, minor offenses, psychiatric holds, then vanish again." "And the notebook?" I asked. "The names. They've identified most of them. 17 people who went missing over the past 30 years, all along that same stretch of highway. No bodies ever recovered." Mercer sipped his coffee. "But here's the strange part. The notebook also contained names of people who disappeared before Marsh was even born. How is that possible?" "That's the question, isn't it?" Mercer set down his cup. "The prevailing theory is that Marsh inherited the notebook, continued whatever sick project someone else started." "The markings on his body," I said. "Did they ever figure out what they meant?" "Not exactly," Mercer hesitated. "But they found similar markings at Starling grain elevator, hidden, carved into the concrete foundations. Carbon dating puts them at about 70 years old, when the elevator was first built." I told him my theory, that the elevator wasn't randomly chosen, that it held some significance to Marsh, or to whatever drove him. Mercer didn't dismiss the idea. "Place has a history," he admitted. "Bad accidents during construction, workers disappearing. Locals always said it was built wrong, built on the wrong spot." "I need to see it again," I said. Mercer studied me for a long moment. "I can't officially sanction this, you understand. But I can look the other way if you decide to visit. The property's abandoned, technically public land now." The next day, I drove to Starling grain elevator. The facility looked different in daylight, less menacing, more pathetic. A concrete dinosaur slowly crumbling back into the earth. The yard where the confrontation had occurred was empty, the bloodstain long since washed away by rain. Yellow crime scene tape still fluttered from one corner, forgotten or deliberately left behind. I walked the perimeter of the complex, studying the buildings, comparing them to the diagram formed by the symbols I'd copied. The match wasn't perfect, but close enough to confirm my suspicion. The arrangement of structures followed the pattern of those carved markings. The main silo loomed above me, a concrete cylinder reaching toward the sky. Its entrance was padlocked, but the hasp was rusted. The wood around it rotted. A firm pull tore it free. Inside, dust motes danced in the shafts of light streaming through broken windows high above. The space was vast and hollow, sound echoing strangely. Graffiti covered the lower walls. Names, dates, crude drawings. But higher up, above the reach of casual vandals, I could see older markings, carved directly into the concrete, weathered by time but still visible. The same symbols I'd seen on Marcia's body. The same pattern I'd been trying to decipher for weeks. I spent hours in that place, documenting everything with my phone's camera, copying down markings, measuring distances between structures. By the time the sun began to set, I had filled a notebook with observations and sketches. As I prepared to leave, a movement caught my eye, a flicker at the edge of the property, near the access road. I froze, peering through the gathering dusk. A vehicle was parked there, half hidden by the tall grass. Not Marcia's pickup, this was newer, a dark SUV with tinted windows. As I watched, it backed slowly away, then turned and drove off toward the highway. I considered pursuing it, but something held me back. Instead, I completed my documentation, locked my discoveries in my car's trunk, and headed back to town. That night in my motel room, I spread everything out again, adding my new findings to the existing materials. The pattern was clearer now, the connections more obvious. Starling Grain Elevator wasn't just a building, it was a marker of sorts, a monument with its own internal logic. The symbols formed a calendar, I realized, not one based on days or months, but on cycles of some other kind. And according to that calendar, we were approaching another significant point. Less than a week away. I called Mercer the next morning, sharing my discoveries. He listened without interruption, then asked to meet me at the sheriff's office. When I arrived, Detective Kerrigan was there as well, along with a woman in a dark suit who introduced herself as Special Agent Wilcox from the FBI. I laid out my findings for them, explaining the pattern I discovered and its implications. "You believe someone else has taken up Marcia's activities," Agent Wilcox said. It wasn't a question. "The reports of vehicles following drivers have continued," I pointed out. "And now there's a specific date approaching, according to the calendar these symbols create. 3 days from now," Mercer added, studying the diagram I'd created. "What exactly do you think is going to happen?" Kerrigan asked. I shook my head. "I don't know. But whatever Marsh was part of, whatever drove him to follow me and those others, it's still active. And it's centered on that elevator. They didn't dismiss me outright, which told me more than any words could have. They knew something, or suspected something, that aligned with my theories. "We'll increase patrols on that stretch of highway," Mercer said finally. "Keep an eye on the elevator. But Mr. Green, I strongly advise you to leave the area before this date you've identified." I nodded, agreed to their advice, thanked them for their time. But even as I spoke, I knew I wouldn't be leaving. Not yet. Not until I understood what had happened to me, and why. The next 2 days passed in a blur of research and preparation. I reviewed everything I'd gathered, looking for patterns I might have missed. I drove the highway where Marsh had followed me, trying to see it through his eyes, to understand what had made me a target. And I watched for followers, that dark SUV I'd glimpsed at the elevator, or any vehicle that maintained a too perfect distance behind me. But nothing appeared. The roads remained ordinary, the traffic unremarkable. On the night before the date indicated by the symbols, I returned to Starling Grain Elevator. I parked some distance away, hiking in through the fields to avoid detection. The moon was nearly full, casting the abandoned complex in silver light and deep shadow. I found a position in one of the outbuildings with a clear view of the main yard, the same spot where Marsh had confronted me. Then I settled in to wait, camera ready, notebook open. Hours passed. Midnight came and went. Nothing happened. No vehicles approached, no figures moved in the moonlight. The elevator stood silent and empty, just a relic of a bygone agricultural era. I was beginning to think I'd misinterpreted everything when I heard it. The distant sound of an engine, growing steadily louder. Headlights appeared on the access road, sweeping across the overgrown fields as a vehicle approached. Not one vehicle, 3. They entered the yard in formation, a dark SUV in the lead, followed by 2 pickup trucks. They parked in a semicircle, headlights illuminating the central area where Marsh had fallen. Figures emerged from the vehicles, 6 in total, all dressed in dark clothing. They moved with purpose, carrying objects I couldn't identify at first. As they arranged themselves in the yard, I realized they were setting up some kind of ceremony. A folding table was placed at the center. Candles were lit, their flames steady in the still night air. One of the figures, taller than the rest, thin to the point of gauntness, began unrolling something on the table. A map, I thought at first, but then recognized it as a large sheet covered in the same symbols I'd been studying. I raised my camera, zooming in as much as possible, capturing images of the proceedings. The group had formed a circle around the table now. The tall figure raised his arms, and the others followed suit. Though I couldn't hear their words clearly, I could see their lips moving in unison, a chant or prayer of some kind. The ceremony continued for nearly an hour, intricate and choreographed, with each participant taking turns approaching the table and adding something to it. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it ended. The tall figure gathered the sheet, carefully folding it along precise lines. The candles were extinguished, the table collapsed and returned to one of the vehicles. Before departing, each person knelt briefly at the exact spot where Marsh had died, touching the ground with their fingertips. Then they returned to their vehicles and drove away, headlights fading into the distance. I remained hidden for another hour, making sure they were truly gone before emerging. When I finally approached the spot where their ceremony had taken place, I found only one item left behind, a small folded paper identical to the one Marsh had carried. With trembling hands, I unfolded it. Inside was a name, written in the same spidery handwriting I remembered. Not my name this time. A different one, unfamiliar to me. The next target. I gathered my evidence and left the elevator for the last time, driving straight to the sheriff's office. Though it was nearly dawn, I called Mercer's cell phone from the parking lot. He arrived 20 minutes later, bleary-eyed but alert. I showed him the photographs I'd taken, described the ceremony I'd witnessed, and gave him the folded paper with its ominous name. He recognized it immediately. A long-haul trucker who regularly used the highway, scheduled to pass through in 2 days' time. "We'll intercept him, warn him," Mercer said, already reaching for his phone. "And these people you saw, we can identify their vehicles, track them down." "I don't think it's that simple," I said quietly. "Marsh was just one part of this. These people, whoever they are, they've been doing this for generations, and they'll keep doing it, with or without those specific vehicles, those specific individuals." Mercer didn't argue. We both knew I was right. In the following weeks, a task force was formed. Local law enforcement working with the FBI, focusing on the highway and the grain elevator. They monitored traffic patterns, investigated the ownership history of the property, tracked down former workers who had been there when the elevator was operational. I provided everything I had gathered, every observation and theory. Then I went home, back to my life, back to my roots, though I made sure they never took me anywhere near that stretch of Nebraska again. Sometimes I wonder if we've stopped it. If the investigation disrupted whatever cycle had been in operation for all those decades. Other times, I'm certain it continues, just moved to a different location, adapted to avoid detection. I still keep my notes, still update them when new information emerges, still check the missing persons reports from the Midwest, looking for patterns others might miss. And I never drive at night without checking my mirrors, watching for vehicles that maintain that perfect, unvarying distance. Because out there on the long highways that stretch across America's empty spaces, something is hunting. Something that knows your name before you ever see it coming. Something patient enough to follow you for miles, for hours, until you make that fatal mistake of stopping in the wrong place, confronting what should not be confronted. I survived my encounter. Others weren't so fortunate, and somewhere, on some isolated stretch of asphalt, the pursuit continues. So if you're driving alone at night, and you notice a vehicle behind you, not too close, not too far, just there, steady and constant for mile after empty mile, don't stop, don't confront it. Just keep driving until you reach lights and people and safety. Because some things, once they start following you, never really stop. So if you're ever in Elkland, Iowa, keep your head down and don't make eye contact with anyone named Clevis. That was the advice from the retired sheriff who left me in charge of this tiny, forgettable town back in 2003. Yeah, I remember it because the warning was odd as hell. Clevis was apparently some kind of local legend, a family that owned half the farmland in town, and they were known for their eccentricities. My name's Leon Delaney. Been in law enforcement most of my adult life, but this job in Elkland is different. I grew up on the south side of Chicago, so the quiet in this place used to drive me nuts. I wasn't used to not hearing sirens or some guy yelling about his bad luck. But hey, I learned to appreciate the stillness after a while. You start to realize how much noise you carry around in your own head. Anyway, back to Clevis. I didn't think much of the old sheriff's warning. I chalked it up to small-town folklore. Every place has one of those families, right? The don't go up to the old mansion on the hill kind of crap. At first I let it slide, but I've been here long enough now to realize when something's off. Sheriff Miller, grizzled old bastard with a permanent squint like he was always looking into the sun, handed me the keys to the department cruiser, a weathered Ford that had seen better days sometime in the previous decade. The paint was peeling in places, revealing patches of rust beneath like poorly healed wounds. 22 years I've worn this badge, Miller said, his voice rough as sandpaper. Never lost a night's sleep over anything except those Clevis folks. I nodded, not really paying attention. I'd heard plenty of these small-town ghost stories before. They ain't right, Delaney, he continued, his eye suddenly intense. Their land starts at the North Creek and runs about 4 miles up toward the county line. You get a call out that way, you take backup. Always, I remember laughing. What'd they do, forget to pay their property taxes? Miller didn't laugh. Just heed the warning, son. Some things in this world don't make sense, and those people are one of them. The first few months passed uneventfully. I got to know the regulars at Rosie's Diner, the morning coffee crowd who'd stare at me like I was some exotic animal from the zoo. City cop in farm country, I'd nod and smile, slowly earning their trust through proximity if nothing else. The town itself was unremarkable, one main street with faded storefronts, a post office that doubled as the town's gossip hub, and miles of farmland stretching in every direction. Population 1,826 according to the peeling sign at the town limits, though I suspected that number hadn't been updated since the Reagan administration. It was during my 3rd month that I first heard the whispers about the Clevis family. I was having lunch at Rosie's when I overheard 2 farmers talking in hushed tones. Saw lights up at the Clevis place last night, one said, his voice barely above a whisper. Ain't nobody lived there proper since old man Ezekiel died in '98, the other replied. Someone's there. Heard noises too, like animals, but not quite right. They noticed me listening and clammed up immediately. When I asked Rosie about it later, she busied herself wiping down the already spotless counter. We don't talk much about them folks, she said finally. Bad luck. That night, I drove out past the North Creek just to see the place for myself. The road narrowed as it wound through dense woods, the trees pressing in close on both sides like curious onlookers. As the forest thinned, I saw it in the distance, the Clevis farmhouse, silhouetted against the darkening sky. Even from the road, I could tell it was a mess, listing to one side like a drunk about to topple over. The windows were dark, empty sockets in a skull-like facade. The surrounding land was overgrown, reclaiming what had once been orderly fields. I didn't drive closer. Something about the place made me uneasy, though I couldn't have explained why. As months turned into a year, the Clevis house became something of an obsession. I'd catch myself driving by it on patrol, always maintaining distance, never stopping. The locals noticed my interest but didn't comment. They just exchanged glances, a silent communication I wasn't privy to. I started digging through old case files in the station's basement, a damp room full of cardboard boxes that smelled of mildew and neglect. The records went back decades, handwritten reports detailing everything from petty theft to domestic disputes. Scattered throughout were incidents involving the Clevis family, though most were vague. Livestock found mutilated near their property, hikers going missing in the woods surrounding their land, only to turn up weeks later with no memory of where they'd been. Strange sounds reported by neighbors. One file from 1976 caught my attention. A teenage boy had been found wandering along the highway, covered in blood that wasn't his own. When questioned, he could only repeat one phrase, "They ain't people." The boy was sent to a psychiatric facility in Des Moines and never returned to Elkland. By the summer of 2004, I'd convinced myself that the town's fear was irrational, a superstition that had taken hold generations ago and never let go. I even mentioned this to Miller when he stopped by the station one afternoon. "You still haven't been out to their place, have you?" he asked. "Driven by," I admitted. "Place looks abandoned." Miller shook his head. "They come back, always do, like the seasons." He wouldn't elaborate further. Then in October of that year, 3 hunting dogs belonging to a farmer named Russell Baines disappeared near the Clevis property. A week later, their collars were found neatly arranged on Baines's front porch. The dogs themselves were never seen again. I filed a report, but there wasn't much to investigate. No witnesses, no evidence of who might have taken the animals or returned the collars. But it was enough to keep me awake at night, staring at the ceiling of my small rented house, wondering what exactly was happening in Elkland, Iowa. It was August of 2005 when I got a call from Mayor Oldman. Nice guy, though his hairpiece is more crooked than his politics. He asked me to go check on some teenagers who'd been camping out by the creek just north of the Clevis farm. Said he hadn't heard from them in a couple of days. Now, this town ain't big, so you can bet when kids go missing, folks get nervous. The mayor's voice had that forced calm people use when they're trying not to panic. Probably nothing, Leon. Kids being kids, you know. But Michael Reeves called my office this morning. His boy Corey and 3 friends went camping up by North Creek on Monday. They were supposed to be back yesterday. None of them are answering their phones. I took down the details. 4 teenagers, all local kids between 16 and 17. Corey Reeves, Amber Wilson, Kyle Bennett, and Jack Morris. Good kids from what I knew, not the type to cause trouble. They told their parents they were camping at a spot by the creek, a popular hangout about half a mile from the Clevis property line. The creek wasn't far, maybe a 15-minute drive from the station. I headed out immediately, the cruiser kicking up dust on the unpaved road leading into the wooded area north of town. The day was oppressively hot, the kind of August heat that hangs in the air like a physical presence. Sweat beaded on my forehead before I'd even stepped out of the air-conditioned car. When I pulled up, I spotted their 2 tents still standing. No sign of the kids. Nothing looked disturbed, but there was this weird smell in the air, kind of like wet dirt, but sharper. You don't forget a smell like that. The campsite looked recently occupied, a small fire pit with blackened wood, coolers full of sodas and beer. I'd have to talk to them about that later. Even a portable speaker sitting on a log. Their backpacks were still in the tents, clothes and sleeping bags laid out as if they expected to return. I called out their names, my voice sounding hollow against the backdrop of chirping insects and rustling leaves. The only response was the gentle gurgling of the creek about 50 yards away. I decided to walk around and see if I could spot anything. Footprints maybe, something to give me an idea where these kids wandered off to. The ground was soft from recent rain and I could see multiple sets of prints leading in various directions, toward the creek, into the woods, back toward the road. Nothing immediately suspicious. That's when I saw the Clevis house, looming about half a mile from where the tents were set up. Now, I don't spook easy, but there's something about that place. Even from a distance it looks wrong, like the earth itself is trying to push it away. From this vantage point I could see details I'd missed from the road. The sagging porch, the broken windows patched with what looked like animal hides, the strange symbols carved into the door frames. A thin trail of smoke rose from a chimney despite the summer heat, confirming what I'd suspected. Someone was living there. I decided to check the creek first. Following the most defined set of footprints, I made my way through a narrow path in the underbrush. The smell grew stronger as I approached the water, that earthy, metallic scent that seemed to coat the back of my throat. As I got closer, I found something worse than a couple of wayward teenagers. One of the kids, Jack Morris according to his wallet, was lying face down in the mud near the creek, just out of sight from the campsite. His back was slashed open like someone had taken a rake to it, skin hanging loose and blood soaking into the ground. It looked fresh. I've seen plenty of crime scenes, but this was something else. It didn't make sense. Who the hell does this out here? The wounds didn't look like anything an animal would make. Too deliberate, too patterned. 5 parallel gashes running from his shoulders to his lower back, deep enough to expose bone in places. His face was pressed into the mud, arms outstretched as if he'd been crawling away from something. I called it in immediately. Backup was a couple of hours away and I was stuck standing in this nightmare by myself. Something felt off though. Something beyond just the murder. That smell from earlier? It was stronger now, and I swear it was coming from the direction of the Clevis property. I've always believed that gut instincts are worth more than people give them credit for, and my gut told me whatever did this to Jack wasn't done yet. I drew my weapon and continued searching the area, moving in a widening spiral from Jack's body. About 20 yards upstream, I found a girl's sneaker, white with pink laces crusted with dried mud. A little further, a torn piece of fabric caught on a branch. The cloth was stained dark, and I didn't need a lab to tell me it was blood. The trail led deeper into the woods, away from the creek and toward, of course, the Clevis property. I paused, weighing my options. Protocol said I should secure the scene and wait for backup. The 3 kids were still missing, and if what happened to Jack was any indication, they didn't have time to wait. I followed the trail, careful to note landmarks so I could find my way back. The forest grew denser, the trees pressing closer together, their branches forming a canopy that blocked much of the sunlight. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees and the air became thick, almost resistant, as if the woods themselves were trying to impede my progress. The smell grew more intense, that mixture of wet earth and copper, with something else underlying it, something rotten. I pulled my shirt collar up over my nose, but it did little to help. After about 15 minutes of careful progress, the trees thinned slightly, and I found myself at the edge of a small clearing. What I saw there stopped me cold. A crude structure stood in the center, not quite a building, more like a framework of branches and bones lashed together with what looked like strips of leather. Animal skulls hung from the crossbeams, and the ground beneath was dark with stains that formed irregular patterns. Scattered around this macabre shrine were personal items I recognized from the campsite: a blue windbreaker, a pair of glasses, a silver charm bracelet, possessions of the missing teenagers. I approached cautiously, my gun ready. The structure creaked despite the absence of wind, as if something was moving inside it. I circled around, trying to get a better view without getting too close. That's when I saw the second body. Kyle Bennett was propped against the far side of the structure, his eyes open but clouded, his throat torn out completely. Unlike Jack, Kyle's body had been positioned deliberately, his hands folded in his lap, his head tilted back as if gazing at the sky. A crown of twisted branches sat askew on his matted hair. Fighting the urge to vomit, I backed away. This wasn't just murder, this was ritual. And whatever sick individual was responsible clearly wasn't finished. 2 teenagers were still unaccounted for, and I had to find them before they ended up like their friends. I was so focused on the grisly scene before me that I almost missed the sound. A soft whimper coming from somewhere to my left. I turned, scanning the underbrush. There, partially hidden beneath a fallen log, was a flash of yellow Amber Wilson's raincoat. "Amber," I called softly, approaching slowly. "It's Sheriff Delaney. I'm here to help." The log shifted slightly as the girl pressed herself further into hiding. Please," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "They'll hear you." I crouched down, holstering my weapon to appear less threatening. "It's okay, you're safe now. Come on out." She emerged cautiously, her face streaked with dirt and tears, her clothes torn and bloodied. She looked at me with eyes wide with terror. "We need to go," she said urgently. "They'll be back soon. They always come back after dark." "Who, Amber? Who did this to Jack and Kyle?" She shook her head violently. "Not who. What? They're not right. We shouldn't have come here." Corey knew better. He knew the stories. "Where is Corey now?" I asked, helping her to her feet. She was trembling so badly I thought she might collapse. "They took him," she said, her voice breaking. "To the house. They said he was special. Different blood, they said. Better flavor." A cold knot formed in my stomach. "Amber, I need you to focus. Who are they?" She looked at me as if I was stupid. "The Clevis family. They've been hunting here for generations. That's what Corey's grandfather told him. But we didn't believe it. We thought it was just a story. Now let me tell you something about small towns. People know more than they let on. You walk into any diner and you can hear the rumors floating around like they're part of the damn air. Elkland was no different. I'd heard whispers about the Clevis family, how they never showed up to town meetings, how they kept to themselves, and how people who had bad run-ins with them always seemed to end up missing or dead. But a rumor is just a rumor until you see blood in the dirt. I got Amber back to my cruiser as quickly as possible, radioing ahead to update the backup team and request medical assistance. The girl was in shock, alternating between vacant stares and sudden bursts of panic. I wrapped her in an emergency blanket from my trunk and gave her water, which she gulped down desperately. "We need to wait for backup before we go after Corey," I told her, though every instinct screamed at me to head straight for the Clevis house. "It'll be too late," Amber whispered. "They only keep them alive until sundown. That's what they told Kyle before they—" She couldn't finish the sentence. "Amber, I need to know everything you saw. Everything they said." She closed her eyes, as if trying to block out the memories. "We were swimming in the creek. Corey heard something in the woods and went to check it out. We thought it was probably a deer or something. He didn't come back for a long time, so Jack went to look for him. Then we heard Jack scream." She took a shuddering breath. "Kyle told me to stay put while he went to find them. I was scared, so I hid in one of the tents. That's when they came. 3 of them, moving so fast. They grabbed Kyle before he could even yell. I ran. I just ran." "What did they look like, Amber?" "Thin. So thin, like they were starving. But strong. And their teeth," she shuddered, "not normal, like they'd been filed down to points. They were pale, like they never saw the sun, and they smelled like decay." I thought about the case files I'd read, the stories I'd heard around town. The pieces were starting to fit together, forming a picture I didn't want to see. "Did you see where they took Corey?" She nodded. "To the house. I followed them part of the way. I heard them talking. They said something about saving him for the ceremony, that he had the right blood. Old blood, they called it. I made a decision then that probably went against every protocol in the book. Amber, I'm going to get you somewhere safe. and then I'm going to find Corey. You can't go alone, she said, suddenly grabbing my arm. You don't understand what they are. I'm trained for this, I assured her, though that was a lie. Nothing in my years on the Chicago force had prepared me for whatever the hell was happening in Elkland. I drove Amber to the station, where Doris, my part-time dispatcher, took her in with wide-eyed horror as I explained the situation. I called the mayor and told him to alert the families, then grabbed extra ammunition and a shotgun from the weapons locker. Backup's still an hour out, Doris reminded me. You sure you don't want to wait? I thought about what Amber had said. Until sundown. The late summer sky was already starting to deepen toward evening. No time, I said. But if I'm not back or haven't called in by dark, you tell them to bring everything they've got to the Clevis place. Before heading out, I made one more stop, at the local library. Mary Winters, the elderly librarian, looked up in surprise as I burst through the door. Sheriff Delaney, is everything all right? I need information, Mary. Everything you have on the Clevis family. Now, to her credit, she asked no questions. She simply nodded and led me to a small room at the back of the library, unlocking a cabinet labeled Local History. Most of it's just folklore, she said as she pulled out a dusty folder, but some of the older records might help. I scanned through the documents quickly. Land deeds dating back to the 1860s, newspaper clippings yellowed with age, handwritten accounts from early settlers. A pattern emerged from the fragmented history. The Clevis family had been in Elkland since its founding, always living on the same plot of land, always keeping to themselves. Every few decades, reports would surface of strange occurrences near their property, followed by disappearances. Then the family would vanish for a time, only to return years later, as if nothing had happened. One account from 1891 caught my attention, a doctor's notes regarding a Clevis child brought to him with an unusual condition. The youth presents with abnormal dentition, the canines and incisors being severely elongated and sharp to touch. The skin is remarkably pallid despite extensive exposure to sun. Most concerning is the diet. The mother reports the child refuses all normal sustenance, instead consuming only raw meat and, disturbingly, shows preference for blood. Mary watched as I read. There's more, she said quietly. Local legend says they aren't entirely human, that they made some kind of pact with something dark back in the old country, traded their humanity for long life, but they need fresh blood to maintain it. I looked up sharply. You believe that? She shrugged. I believe they've been here longer than should be possible. The names in those records, they repeat. Ezekiel, Jebediah, Malachi. Same names, generation after generation, and their faces. She pulled out a series of photographs. These span almost 100 years. The faces staring back at me from those faded images were unnervingly similar. The same gaunt cheekbones, hollow eyes, thin lips pulled back to reveal two perfect teeth. It could have been the same people photographed decades apart. Why hasn't anyone done anything? I demanded. If everyone knows, fear, Mary said simply, and an unspoken agreement. They stay on their land, we stay on ours. When they get hungry, well, sometimes hikers go missing. Out-of-towners, people passing through. The town looks the other way. But these are local kids, I said. Mary's face hardened. Then they've broken the agreement, and may heaven help us all. I thanked her and left, my mind racing. What she'd told me was impossible, of course. Some kind of mass delusion, a mythology built up around an eccentric, possibly dangerous family. But those photographs, the repeating names, the consistency of the stories over more than a century. As I drove back toward the North Woods, the sun was hanging low in the sky, casting long shadows across the landscape. I had maybe an hour of daylight left. I knew I had to get to the Clevis farm. As I walked up that dirt road, everything felt wrong. The house was old, falling apart in places, with its roof sagging like it was giving up on life. Out of habit, I put my hand on my gun, not expecting I'd need it, but not feeling right without the weight of it. Halfway to the front door, I saw movement, something darting between the trees just out of my peripheral vision. It was fast, but not like an animal. I approached cautiously, every sense heightened. The yard was overgrown with weeds and brambles that seemed to catch at my clothes, as if trying to hold me back. The windows of the house were filthy, some broken and patched with various materials, wood, metal, what looked disturbingly like stretched animal hide. The front porch creaked ominously as I stepped onto it, the wood soft with rot in places. Old wind chimes made from what appeared to be small bones clattered in the faint breeze. The door was adorned with strange markings, not graffiti, but deliberate carvings that formed patterns I didn't recognize. I knocked on the door. Nothing. I knocked again, harder this time, and called out, "Sheriff's Department." No answer, of course. That's when I tried the door. It creaked open and that smell hit me full force. Inside, the house was worse than I imagined. The place was dark, and the air felt thick, almost viscous, as if I was moving through something more substantial than mere atmosphere. The smell was overwhelming. That same earthy, metallic odor from the woods, but concentrated, mixed with the stench of decay and something else, something acidic that burned my nostrils. There were broken chairs, bits of wood strewn across the floor, and, get this, a damn butcher's block right in the middle of the living room. Not the kind you'd expect to see in a kitchen, but a big stained one, with deep grooves worn into the surface from decades of use. The wood was dark with old stains, the surface carved with countless cuts. Around it, the floorboards were similarly discolored, the wood grain raised and warped as if it had absorbed gallons of liquid over the years. I didn't want to think about what kind of liquid that might be. The deeper I went into the house, the more bizarre it got. The walls were lined with old photos, all of people who looked like they belonged in a different century. The same high, gaunt cheekbones, hollow cheeks, and sharp features. I couldn't tell if it was the lighting or my nerves, but I swear they all had the same damn expression, like they were watching me. A collection of tools hung on one wall, knives, saws, hooks, all showing signs of frequent use. Their handles were worn smooth, the metal polished from handling. None of them were modern. They looked like antiques, hand-forged rather than mass-produced. I moved deeper into the house, calling out Corey's name. My voice seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, leaving no echo. The layout was confusing. Hallways that should have led to other rooms instead looped back on themselves, doors opening to reveal brick walls or steep staircases that led nowhere. In what must have been a dining room, I found a long table set for a meal. The plates were empty but stained, glasses filled with a dark liquid I had no intention of identifying. The chairs were mismatched, some ornate antiques, others simple wooden stools. One chair, at the head of the table, was noticeably larger than the others, its arms and legs carved with the same strange symbols I'd seen on the front door. A pantry off the dining room contained jars of preserved meats and what looked like organs floating in cloudy liquid. Labels written in faded ink identified contents I couldn't bring myself to read too closely. The shelves were organized with meticulous care, each jar equidistant from its neighbors, labels facing outward. I continued my search, moving upstairs. Each step groaned under my weight, threatening to give way. The upper floor was even darker than the first, the windows here completely covered with heavy cloth that blocked all natural light. A sudden, loud crash came from upstairs, and my heart did this thing where it tried to jump out of my chest. I pulled my gun just in case and started toward the staircase. Every step groaned under my weight, and halfway up I heard voices. No, not voices. One voice laughing, a deep, raspy laugh that made my skin crawl. At the top of the stairs, there was only one door. I braced myself and kicked it open. There he was, Jeb Clevis, naked to the waist, smeared in what looked like mud, though I had a sick feeling it wasn't mud. His body was gaunt, every rib showing, and his hands were wet. His eyes met mine and he smiled, his teeth unnaturally sharp. "Found ya," he rasped. Then he lunged. I barely got a shot off before he was on me. The bullet caught him in the shoulder, the impact spinning him slightly, but he didn't slow down. He slammed into me with impossible force, his skin cold against mine despite the summer heat. We crashed through the railing and I hit the ground hard. The wind knocked out of me, my gun skittered away out of reach. Jeb was fast, faster than anyone that thin should be. His hands were around my throat before I could even think about moving, squeezing the life out of me. It wasn't the first time I'd been in a chokehold, but this was different. There was something inhuman about his strength. His fingers felt like steel bands against my windpipe, and his face was inches from mine, those sharpened teeth bared in a grotesque grin. His breath smelled of rot and copper, washing over me in hot waves as he leaned closer. "You shouldn't have come, lawman," he hissed, his voice a dry rasp like dead leaves skittering across pavement. "This ain't your business. The town knows better." Black spots danced at the edges of my vision as I struggled for air. Desperate, I grabbed a shard of wood from the broken railing and jammed it into his side. He howled, a high-pitched screech that sounded more animal than human, and let go just enough for me to scramble out from under him. I wasn't going to wait to see what happened next. I bolted for the door, grabbing my gun on the way out, and ran toward my car. But as I reached the porch, I saw them. 4 more Clevises, all standing in the yard, watching me with the same cold, sharp teeth bared in unnatural grins. They looked more animal than human, their movements jerky and unsettling. 2 males and 2 females, all with the same gaunt build and pallid skin. Their clothes were mismatched and outdated, as if cobbled together from different eras. They formed a semicircle, blocking my path to the car. And there behind them was a pile. No, not a pile. Bodies. Pieces of them mangled and twisted like discarded toys. The missing kids. It was a trap from the start. In the center of the group stood a tall, elderly man who could only be Ezekiel Clevis. Despite his apparent age, he stood straight and strong, his white hair long and wild. He wore a tattered suit that might once have been formal, the fabric now stained and frayed. Around his neck hung a collection of small objects I initially mistook for charms or pendants, until I realized they were human teeth strung together like pearls. "Sheriff Delaney," he said, his voice surprisingly rich and cultured. "We've been expecting you. The town usually sends its sacrifice with more discretion." "Sacrifice?" I repeated, my hand tightening on my gun. Ezekiel's smile widened, revealing teeth identical to Jeb's, filed to sharp points. "Our arrangement with Elkland is quite simple, Sheriff. We provide protection, they provide sustenance. Every few years, a handful of outsiders go missing in these woods. Hikers, campers, people passing through. No one important. These were local kids," I growled. "An unfortunate misunderstanding," Ezekiel conceded. "The boy, Corey, is it, wandered onto our land. We took that as an offering. When his friends came looking." He shrugged, as if the outcome had been inevitable. Behind me, I heard Jeb emerge from the house, his breathing labored but his footsteps steady. I was surrounded. "Where's Corey?" I demanded, fighting to keep my voice steady. Ezekiel's expression turned almost disappointed. "Still alive, if that's your concern. His bloodline is special to us. Old blood. One of his ancestors made a pact with my grandfather. Such blood must be properly prepared for the ceremony." "Let him go," I said, raising my gun and pointing it at Ezekiel's head. "Let him go, and maybe I don't bring the entire state police down on this place." The Clevises laughed in unison, the sound like dry branches snapping. "Others have tried," Ezekiel said. "We've been here since before this town had a name, Sheriff. We'll be here long after it's forgotten." I was calculating my odds, 6 of them, 1 of me. I had my service weapon and the shotgun in my cruiser if I could reach it. The sun was setting, the shadows lengthening across the yard. According to Amber, that meant Corey's time was running out. Slowly, I began backing toward the car, keeping my gun trained on Ezekiel. The other Clevises tensed, their bodies coiling like springs about to release. "Stay back," I warned. "I don't want to shoot, but I will." Jeb made a hissing sound behind me. "He's scared, Pa. Smell the fear on him." "Of course he is," Ezekiel replied. "He should be, but fear makes the blood thin, doesn't it? Not ideal for the ceremony." That's when I heard it. A weak cry from somewhere inside the house. Corey was still alive. I made a split-second decision. I fired a shot at Ezekiel, not aiming to kill but to create a distraction. The bullet grazed his arm, and the family reacted instantly, lunging forward with inhuman speed. I turned and sprinted back into the house, slamming the door behind me and bracing it with a broken chair. It wouldn't hold them long, but I didn't need long. I just needed to find Corey. The cry had come from below. There must be a cellar or basement. I searched frantically, eventually finding a trapdoor hidden beneath a faded rug in what might have once been a kitchen. I pulled it open, revealing a steep staircase descending into darkness. I could hear the Clevises outside, surrounding the house, some trying the windows while others pounded on the door. The chair was already splintering. I had minutes at most. With no time for caution, I descended into the darkness, using my phone's flashlight to illuminate the way. The steps were worn smooth, as if countless feet had traversed them over decades or centuries. The smell was worst here, a miasma of decay and that strange metallic scent that seemed to permeate everything connected to the Clevis family. The basement was a single large room with a dirt floor and stone walls. Ancient support beams, blackened with age, held up the ceiling. Suspended from these beams were hooks and chains, their purpose all too clear. The floor was marked with strange symbols drawn in what looked like dried blood. In the center of the room, Corey Reeves lay strapped to a stone table. His chest rose and fell weakly, but he was alive. Around him, candles made from yellowish wax cast eerie shadows on the walls. His shirt had been removed, and his torso was marked with the same symbols I'd seen throughout the house, painted onto his skin in a dark substance. I rushed to him, quickly checking his condition. He was pale and weak, but conscious, his eyes widening in recognition when he saw me. "Sheriff," he whispered. They're not human." "I know, kid," I said, working to unfasten the leather straps binding him. "We can discuss folklore later. Right now, we're getting out of here." Above us, I heard the chair finally give way and the front door crash open. Heavy footsteps moved through the house, accompanied by that same dry, rasping laughter. "They're coming," Corey gasped. "The sun's almost down. That's when they do the ceremony. I had him free now, helping him to his feet. He was weak but could walk with support. Is there another way out of here? I asked. He nodded weakly. There's a tunnel. They brought me through it. Leads out to the woods. We moved as quickly as Corey's condition allowed, toward a narrow opening in the far wall that I'd initially mistaken for a shadow. It was barely wide enough for a person to pass through, the ceiling so low we had to stoop. The earthen passage was shored up with wooden beams that looked centuries old, the dirt walls smooth from repeated contact. Behind us I heard the trapdoor open and voices calling out. They'd found our escape route. Move, I urged Corey, practically carrying him now. The tunnel seemed endless, branching occasionally into side passages that disappeared into darkness. Without Corey to guide me, I would have been hopelessly lost. After what seemed like an eternity, I saw a faint glow ahead, natural light filtering through some kind of exit. We emerged into the woods as the last rays of sunlight disappeared below the horizon, the forest around us plunging into twilight. Corey collapsed against a tree, his breathing labored. We were somewhere in the woods, presumably not far from the Clevis property, but in the growing darkness it was impossible to get my bearings. We need to keep moving, I told him, checking my phone. No signal, of course. They'll be coming, Corey said, his voice barely audible. They can smell blood, and I'm bleeding. I looked closer and saw he was right. A slow trickle of blood seeped from cuts on his chest where the symbols had been carved into his skin, not just painted as I'd initially thought. In the distance I heard it, that high-pitched, inhuman screeching that could only be the Clevis family on the hunt. They were coming for us. Come on, I urged, helping Corey to his feet. We need to find the road. We stumbled through the darkening forest, every shadow seeming to move, every cracking twig sounding like a gunshot. I kept my weapon ready, though I wasn't sure how effective it would be against whatever the Clevises truly were. The screeching grew closer, sometimes seeming to come from all directions at once. They were toying with us, I realized. They knew these woods better than I ever could. This was their hunting ground. Then I saw it, a flash of light through the trees. The road. My cruiser couldn't be far. Almost there, I told Corey. Just a little. A shape dropped from the trees directly in front of us. One of the female Clevises, her body contorted in a way no humans should be able to move. She landed in a crouch, then straightened slowly, her movements fluid yet somehow wrong, like watching a spider move with human-like grace. The boy belongs to us, she said, her voice a high, keening sound that set my teeth on edge. The pact was made generations ago. His blood seals it for another century. I raised my gun. Back off. Now. She tilted her head at an impossible angle, studying me with cold, calculating eyes. You would die for him? A boy you barely know? If I have to, I replied. She seemed to find this amusing, her lipless mouth stretching into a grin that revealed those same sharpened teeth. Brave. Foolish, but brave. Perhaps we'll keep parts of you as trophies. In one fluid motion, she launched herself at me, moving faster than anything I'd ever seen. I fired instinctively, the shot catching her mid-leap. She twisted in the air, screeching in pain or rage or both, but still managed to slam into me, knocking us both to the ground. Her hands, cold and impossibly strong, closed around my throat for the second time that night. Her face was inches from mine, those teeth poised to tear at my flesh. I struggled, but her strength was overwhelming. Then, suddenly, her weight was lifted off me. Corey, finding strength from somewhere, had smashed a heavy branch against her head. She lay stunned, momentarily motionless. We didn't wait to see if she recovered. We ran, bursting through the tree line onto the road. My cruiser sat where I'd left it, its solid presence the most welcome sight I'd ever seen. Get in, I shouted to Corey, fumbling for my keys. As we peeled away, I caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror, the entire Clevis family standing at the edge of the woods, watching us go. They made no move to pursue, but their stillness was somehow more terrifying than any chase could have been. They didn't chase me as I sped away, blood pounding in my ears. I didn't stop until I was back at the station. I made the call to state police and told them about the bodies, about the Clevises, about the horror I'd just seen. The feds came. They found the bodies. But Jeb Clevis and his family, they were gone. The house was empty. They found the blood, sure, but no Clevises. The next few days passed in a blur of official statements, evidence collection, and bureaucratic red tape. State police swarmed the Clevis property, meticulously documenting everything. They found exactly what I described, the bizarre implements in the house, the butcher's block, the cellar with its stone table and ritual markings. They found the bodies of Jack Morris and Kyle Bennett, their remains confirming the brutal manner of their deaths. What they didn't find was any trace of the Clevis family. The house stood empty, as if no one had lived there for years. There were no personal belongings, no indication of where they might have gone. Even the photographs I'd seen lining the walls had vanished. "It's like they just evaporated," said Agent Reed, the lead investigator from the State Bureau. "People don't just disappear like that." But they had. And deep down, I wasn't surprised. Mary Winter's words echoed in my head. They vanish for a time, only to return years later, as if nothing had happened. Corey Reeves recovered physically, though the psychological scars would take much longer to heal. The symbols carved into his chest left permanent scars, their meaning a mystery that multiple experts in occult symbology failed to decipher. He couldn't explain much about his time in captivity. He'd been drugged for most of it, aware only of preparations being made for some kind of ritual that was to take place at sundown. Amber Wilson's testimony corroborated mine, though she'd seen less of the Clevis family than I had. The official report concluded that we'd encountered a group of deranged killers who had been living in isolation, developing their own twisted mythology and rituals. The report made no mention of their inhuman strength, their impossible speed, or the fact that they'd apparently been in Elkland for generations. Science and reason prevailed in the official narrative. A manhunt was organized, APBs were issued, but no trace of the Clevis family was ever found. Life in Elkland changed after that summer. The invisible boundary that had kept the town separate from the Clevis territory for generations was gone. The Northwoods were thoroughly searched, the old house eventually condemned and torn down. New families moved into town, unaware of its dark history. The old-timers who knew the truth kept quiet, perhaps out of shame for their complicity in the unspoken arrangement that had allowed the Clevis family to prey on outsiders for so long. Mayor Oldman resigned, citing health concerns. Mary Winters retired from the library, moving to Arizona to live with her daughter. Sheriff Miller, when I visited him to share what had happened, listened in silence, then simply nodded as if I'd confirmed something he'd known all along. "They'll be back," was all he said. "Not in your lifetime, maybe, but they'll be back." I stayed on as sheriff for another 5 years, watching as Elkland slowly transformed from a secretive, insular community to a more open one. The Northwoods were eventually developed into a small subdivision, affordable housing for commuters working in larger towns nearby. The creek where we'd found Jack Morris became a popular spot for family picnics. Life moved on. I never went back to that house, and I never found out exactly what they were. Part of me doesn't want to know, but the smell, the one from the creek in the house, it never left my nose. Even now, after all these years, I can still catch a whiff of it sometimes when I'm driving by the old farmland, like a reminder that no one else ever went missing in Elkland again. At least, not while I was sheriff. I left in 2010. Moved back to Chicago, tried to put the whole thing behind me. I married, had kids, built a normal life. But I keep tabs on Elkland. Old habits die hard, I guess. And every few years I notice a pattern in the local news. Hikers going missing in the woods near the county line just beyond where Elkland's borders end. The cases are never solved. The families never get closure. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night. That smell, wet earth and copper, filling my nostrils even though I'm hundreds of miles away from Elkland. I lie awake, staring at the ceiling, wondering if the Clevises have returned, if they found a new arrangement with whatever community they're haunting now. And I wonder if I should have done more somehow, if I should have found a way to end it permanently. But how do you kill something that might not be entirely alive to begin with? Something that's been feeding on human fear and flesh for generations. So I'll leave you with the same warning I got when I first came to Elkland. If you're ever in those parts, keep your head down and don't make eye contact with anyone named Clevis. And if you smell wet earth and copper, run. Run as fast and as far as you can, because they remember me, I'm sure of it. And they're patient. They have all the time in the world. The first light of dawn was just breaking over the eastern ridge as our convoy of 3 SUVs wound its way deeper into the wilderness. 6 hours from the nearest town, we'd left civilization behind, trading paved roads for dirt tracks that grew increasingly narrower with each passing mile. "You sure this is the right way?" asked Kaya, her Australian accent thick with concern as she peered out the window at the dense wall of pines that seemed to close in around us. "According to the GPS, yeah," I said, tapping the screen. "Another 20 minutes and we should reach the access road to the cabin." Kaya nodded, though her expression remained tense. We'd been friends since college, and when I mentioned my plan for a wilderness getaway in the remote forests of the American Southwest, she was the first to sign up. She'd flown all the way from Sydney for this trip, joining our eclectic group that included my 3 friends from Canada and 2 old-school buddies from my hometown. In the rearview mirror, I could see the other 2 vehicles following closely behind. Miles was driving the second SUV with Jonah and Noah, our friends from Toronto. Bringing up the rear was Zoe, who had Liam and River with her. We'd been planning this trip for months, 2 weeks at a secluded cabin beside a pristine mountain lake, deep in territory that bordered ancient Native American lands. "Did you read about the history of this area?" Kaya asked, scrolling through something on her phone. "There's all sorts of stories about strange happenings in these woods." "Like what?" I asked, navigating around a fallen branch in the road. "Well, the land we're headed to sits near the boundary of what was once Navajo territory. There are old stories about—" She hesitated, as if reluctant to continue. "About what?" "In Navajo culture, there's something called a skinwalker, a type of harmful witch who can turn into or disguise themselves as an animal," she said quietly. "The Navajo call it Yi Naldlushi, which means with it he goes on all fours." I laughed, though the sound came out more forced than I intended. "You believe that stuff?" Kaya shrugged. "I don't know. But traditionally the Navajo won't even speak about these creatures to outsiders. It's considered taboo." "Well, good thing we're just going for a relaxing getaway and not hunting for folklore monsters," I replied, trying to lighten the mood. The GPS indicated we needed to turn onto a nearly hidden access road. As we made the turn, the forest seemed to swallow us whole, branches scraping against the sides of our vehicle. The morning light barely penetrated the dense canopy above, creating an eerie twilight effect despite the early hour. After another 15 minutes of increasingly rough terrain, the trees finally parted to reveal our destination. The cabin was larger than I'd expected, a 2-story structure of weathered logs with a wide porch that wrapped around 3 sides. Behind it, the surface of the lake shimmered in the morning light, perfectly still and reflecting the surrounding mountains like a mirror. "Sibi Hasdili," I murmured. "What's that?" Kaya asked, looking at me with curiosity. "It's what the locals call this place. It means whispering pines in Navajo. The rental owner mentioned it in his email." We parked in front of the cabin and began unloading our gear. The others soon joined us, their excited chatter breaking the profound silence that had settled over the lake. Miles was the first to reach the porch, bounding up the steps with his usual enthusiasm. "This place is incredible," he called back to us. "Look at that view." And it was stunning. The lake stretched out before us, surrounded by dense forest that climbed up the sides of the mountains. In the far distance, we could make out the snow-capped peaks that marked the boundary of the national forest. It was pristine wilderness, untouched and beautiful. Yet something about the silence bothered me. There were no birds singing, no insects buzzing. Just a stillness that felt unnatural, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I shook off the feeling as we carried our supplies inside. The interior of the cabin was rustic but comfortable, with a large stone fireplace dominating the main room. A spiral staircase led to a loft that overlooked the living area, and several doors on the ground floor led to bedrooms and bathrooms. "I call the loft," shouted Noah, already racing up the stairs with his backpack. "There are 4 bedrooms down here," Zoe observed. "Enough for everyone to have some space." We spent the next hour unpacking and settling in. By the time we finished, the sun was high in the sky, warming the porch where we gathered to plan our day. "I vote we explore the lake," suggested Liam, already pulling off his shirt. "Last one in is a rotten egg." The others quickly joined in, racing down to the dock that extended into the water. I watched them from the porch, smiling at their enthusiasm, but still unable to shake the strange unease that had settled over me since our arrival. "You coming?" Kaya called back to me. "In a minute," I replied. "Just going to get the cooler." Inside the cabin, I paused at the window, watching my friends splashing in the clear waters of the lake. The sunlight reflected off the surface, creating shifting patterns that danced across their laughing faces. Everything looked perfect, idyllic even. So why couldn't I shake the feeling that we were being watched? As I turned to grab the cooler from the kitchen, something caught my eye through the side window. A movement at the edge of the forest, just a quick flash of something dark and low to the ground. I squinted, trying to make out what it might have been, but whatever it was had disappeared back into the shadows of the trees. Probably just a deer, I told myself. Or maybe a coyote. But Kaya's words from earlier echoed in my mind. With it, he goes on all fours. I pushed the thought away and headed outside with the cooler, determined to enjoy our first day in paradise. The first signs of trouble came that evening. We'd spent the day swimming and exploring the immediate surroundings of the cabin, staying within sight of the lake. As the sun began to set, we gathered on the porch with drinks in hand, watching as the sky turned from blue to orange to deep crimson. "Time to get the fire going," announced Jonah, heading inside to the fireplace. "It's going to get cold once the sun goes down." Miles and I volunteered to gather more firewood. The rental owner had left a good supply stacked against the side of the cabin, but Miles insisted we'd need more for a proper fire. I saw a fallen tree about 50 yards into the woods, he said, already grabbing a flashlight. Come on, we can chop some fresh logs. I hesitated, looking at the darkening tree line. Maybe we should just use what we have for tonight. Miles laughed. Don't tell me Kaya's stories got to you. Come on, man, we'll be quick. Reluctantly, I followed him toward the edge of the forest, carrying an axe while he led the way with a flashlight. The shadows lengthened as we walked, stretching like dark fingers across the ground. The fallen tree was where Miles had spotted it earlier, a massive pine that had toppled in some recent storm. It would provide plenty of dry wood. We set to work chopping it into manageable pieces, the sound of our axe strokes echoing through the otherwise silent forest. Doesn't it seem weird to you? I asked as we worked. What? How quiet it is. No birds, barely any insects. Miles paused, listening. Huh. You're right. That is strange. A twig snapped somewhere in the darkness beyond our small circle of light. We both froze, peering into the gloom. Hello? Miles called out, swinging the flashlight toward the sound. Nothing moved. The beam of light revealed only more trees, their trunks creating a maze of shadows. Probably just a deer, Miles said. The same explanation I'd given myself earlier, but I wasn't convinced. The feeling of being watched had returned, stronger now, a prickling sensation at the back of my neck. Let's get back, I suggested, gathering as many of the logs as I could carry. Miles nodded, suddenly eager to return to the cabin as well. We hurried back, repeatedly glancing over our shoulders at the darkened forest behind us. When we reached the porch, Kaya met us with a concerned expression. Everything okay? You guys look like you've seen a ghost. Just spooked ourselves, Miles replied with a forced laugh. Too many horror movies. Inside, the others had prepared dinner, and the warmth and light of the cabin soon chased away our unease. We ate, drank, and shared stories around the fire, the conversation flowing easily among friends. But every so often someone would pause and glance toward the windows, where the night pressed against the glass like a living thing. After dinner, Zoe suggested we play a game. I've got cards, or we could do charades. How about ghost stories? Suggested River with a mischievous grin. We are in the middle of nowhere after all. A nervous laugh rippled through the group. I don't know if that's a good idea, I said, thinking of the strange silence in the forest, and the feeling of being watched. Oh, come on, River insisted. It's tradition. You can't go to a cabin in the woods and not tell ghost stories. Before I could protest further, the lights flickered, dimmed, and then went out entirely. The only illumination came from the fire in the hearth, casting long shadows across the room. Perfect timing, River laughed, though there was a note of unease in his voice. Probably just a generator hiccup, Noah suggested, already heading for the door. I'll check it out. I'll come with you, Miles offered, grabbing his flashlight again. Be careful, Kaya called after them. And stay together. The rest of us huddled closer to the fire, trying to pretend we weren't rattled by the sudden darkness. Liam found some candles in a kitchen drawer and lit them, placing them around the room to create small islands of light. Outside, we could hear Miles and Noah talking as they circled the cabin, looking for the generator. Their voices grew fainter as they moved around to the back. So, about those ghost stories, River began, seemingly determined to continue despite the ominous atmosphere. Actually, I interrupted. Kaya was telling me about some local legends on the drive up. Weren't you, Kaya? All eyes turned to her. In the firelight, her expression was hesitant. I don't know if we should talk about it, she said quietly. Come on, urged Zoe. If you've got a local spooky story, you have to share. Kaya sighed. It's not just a story, it's a belief. In Native American lore, particularly Navajo, there's a being called a skinwalker. What's that? Liam asked, leaning forward. It's a type of witch that can transform itself into an animal, Kaya explained reluctantly. They're shapeshifters who can take the form of any animal at will. Like a werewolf? Asked Jonah. No, not exactly. Skinwalkers choose which animal to become based on the abilities they need. Speed, strength, stealth, and they can change from one animal to another if they need to. And you think there are skinwalkers around here? River asked, his earlier enthusiasm for ghost stories somewhat dimmed. For the Navajo and other tribes of the Southwest, the tales of skinwalkers are not mere legend. The belief is strongly held, Kaya said. These woods are part of their territory. A heavy silence fell over the group. The fire crackled in the hearth, sending sparks up the chimney. Outside, the wind had picked up, whispering through the pines that surrounded the cabin. But that's just a story, right? Jonah finally said. I mean, there's no such thing as... A scream cut through the night, shocking us all to our feet. It came from outside, somewhere behind the cabin, where Miles and Noah had gone to check the generator. What the hell was that? Zoe gasped. Before anyone could answer, the back door burst open and Noah stumbled in, breathing hard, his face pale with terror. "Something's out there," he panted. "Something not right." "Where's Miles?" I demanded, already moving toward the door. Noah shook his head, his eyes wide. "It took him. It just took him." "What do you mean, it took him?" I grabbed Noah by the shoulders. "What happened out there?" Noah was shaking, his eyes unfocused. "We found the generator behind the cabin. It just needed to be reset. But then, we heard something moving in the trees." "What kind of something?" River asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know, it was dark." Miles shined his flashlight toward the sound and we saw eyes reflecting back. Red eyes. Noah swallowed hard. Miles thought it was a coyote or something. He started walking toward it. "And then," I prompted when Noah fell silent, "it moved so fast. Not like any animal I've ever seen. It was on 4 legs, but then it stood up, like a man, but not. And Miles," Noah's voice broke, "it grabbed him, dragged him into the trees. I ran." Silence fell over the cabin as we processed Noah's words. The fire popped in the hearth, making us all jump. "We need to call for help," Zoe said, already pulling out her phone. "There's no signal," she added after a moment, her voice rising with panic. "The landline," Liam suggested, pointing to an old telephone on the wall by the kitchen. Jonah rushed to it, picked up the receiver, and listened. "Dead," he reported grimly. "There must be a radio or something," I said, starting to search through the cabin's cupboards and drawers. The owner would have some way to communicate in case of emergencies. As we searched frantically for any means of contacting the outside world, a low, mournful howl rose from the forest. It wasn't like any wolf or coyote I'd ever heard. Too deep, almost human in its inflection. We all froze, listening as it was answered by another howl, this one from the opposite direction. "They're surrounding us," Kaya whispered. "We don't know that," I said, trying to sound rational despite my racing heart. "But we need to find Miles. He could be hurt." "Are you crazy?" Noah exclaimed. "We can't go out there. We can't just leave him," I argued. "What if whatever dragged him away is still out there? If we go out there now in the dark with those things around, we'll all end up missing," Jonah reasoned. "We need to wait until daylight." Another howl split the night, closer this time. It was followed by a scratching sound at the front door, like claws dragging down the wood. Zoe stifled a scream. River pulled her away from the door, back toward the fire. "Whatever it is, it can't get in," I said with more confidence than I felt. "The doors are solid and all the windows have shutters." As if in response to my words, something heavy slammed against the side of the cabin, rattling the shutters on the windows. We heard more scratching, then a low growl that seemed to emanate from multiple directions at once. "Get the shutters," I ordered, moving to the nearest window. "Make sure they're all secured." Jonah, Liam, and River rushed to check the windows while Kaya, Zoe, and Noah huddled by the fire, armed with a fireplace poker and a heavy flashlight. I reached the first window and peered through a crack in the shutters. Outside, the forest was a wall of darkness. Then a movement caught my eye, something large and dark loping across the clearing toward the lake. It moved with an unnatural gait, its limbs too long, its back hunched at an impossible angle. My breath caught in my throat. For a brief moment the thing paused and turned its head toward the cabin. In the faint moonlight I could make out a vaguely canine shape, but its proportions were all wrong. Too tall, too thin, and its eyes reflected the light with a reddish glow. I stumbled back from the window, my heart hammering in my chest. "What did you see?" Kaya asked, her voice trembling. I couldn't find the words to describe it. Instead, I focused on what we needed to do to survive the night. "We need weapons," I said. "Anything we can use to defend ourselves." We scavenged through the cabin, finding a hunting knife in one of the kitchen drawers, the axe we'd used earlier for firewood, and a few other makeshift weapons. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. As the night wore on, the attacks against the cabin continued. Scratching at the walls, heavy bodies throwing themselves against the doors, the constant howling that seemed to surround us completely. We took turns keeping watch, though none of us slept. The fire burned low, and we huddled around it, jumping at every sound from outside. "What do they want?" Zoe whispered during one brief period of quiet. "In the stories, skinwalkers are malevolent," Kaya replied grimly. "They want to cause harm. They can make people sick or even kill them." "But why us?" Liam asked. "Why here?" "Maybe we've trespassed on sacred ground," Kaya suggested. "This area is near ancient tribal lands, or maybe it's just wolves or coyotes," Jonah said, though his tone suggested he didn't believe it himself. Another heavy impact shook the cabin, followed by the sound of splintering wood. Something had broken through one of the shutters. "The bedroom," Noah shouted, pointing toward one of the doors off the main room. We rushed to it, weapons in hand. Through the doorway, we could see that the shutter on the window had partially given way. A long dark arm was reaching through the gap, clawed fingers scraping at the glass. Liam lunged forward with the axe, swinging it at the intruding limb. There was a shriek, high-pitched and definitely not human, and the arm withdrew. Dark liquid spattered the window and the floor beneath it. "I got it," Liam said, his voice shaking with adrenaline. "Quick, help me barricade this," I said, already dragging the bed toward the window. We pushed the heavy oak frame against the window, then piled the mattress and other furniture against it for good measure. But we all knew it was only a temporary solution. If these things were determined to get in, they eventually would. Hours passed in tense vigilance. The attacks grew less frequent as the night wore on, but none of us dared hope they had given up. Rather, it felt as if they were regrouping, planning their next move. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the cracks in the shutters, the forest fell silent. No howls, no scratching, no impacts against the walls of the cabin. Just an eerie stillness that was almost worse than the attacks had been. "Do you think they're gone?" Zoe asked hopefully. "Skinwalkers are said to be creatures of the night," Kaya said. "Maybe they retreat during daylight. Or maybe they're just waiting for us to let our guard down," Noah countered darkly. I moved to one of the windows and carefully opened the shutter a crack. Outside, the forest was peaceful in the early morning light. No sign of movement, no strange creatures lurking in the shadows, just trees and the glittering surface of the lake beyond. "I don't see anything," I reported. "But that doesn't mean they're not out there." "What about Miles?" River asked. "We need to look for him." The thought had been weighing on me all night. Miles was my friend, and the idea of him out there, possibly hurt or worse, was unbearable. But I also knew the dangers of venturing outside. "We'll go in a group," I decided. "No one goes alone. We'll search around the cabin first, then gradually expand outward. And if we find something?" Jonah asked, not specifying whether he meant Miles or one of the creatures. "We deal with it when it happens," I said grimly. "For now, let's focus on finding Miles." The morning air was crisp and cool as we cautiously stepped onto the porch. The forest around the cabin showed no signs of the night's terrors. No tracks, no blood, nothing to suggest that anything unnatural had occurred. But the generator housing had been torn open, its components scattered across the ground, and there were deep scratches in the wooden walls of the cabin that no normal animal could have made. "Stay close," I warned as we moved as a group toward the area where Noah had last seen Miles. We found nothing at first, just trampled undergrowth and broken branches that could have been caused by any large animal. But then Liam spotted something glinting in the morning light. Miles's flashlight, the lens cracked and the metal casing dented, lay half hidden beneath a fallen log. "This is where it happened," Noah said, his voice hollow. "This is where it took him." We spread out slightly, searching for any sign of which direction the creature might have dragged Miles. Kaya was the first to spot the trail, droplets of dark blood on leaves and twigs, leading deeper into the forest. "We should follow it," I said, already moving in that direction. "Wait," River called, grabbing my arm. "What if it's a trap? What if they want us to follow?" It was a valid concern, one I'd been trying to ignore. But the alternative, leaving Miles out there, was unthinkable. "We stick together," I insisted. "Everyone stays within sight of each other. If we see anything suspicious, we retreat immediately." Reluctantly, the others agreed. Armed with our makeshift weapons, we followed the blood trail into the forest. The morning sunlight barely penetrated the thick canopy here, creating a perpetual twilight beneath the trees. The silence that had bothered me since our arrival seemed even more pronounced, as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting. The trail led us on a winding path for nearly half a mile before ending at the mouth of a small cave set into a rocky hillside. Dark stains marked the entrance, and the ground in front was heavily disturbed as if something large had been dragged inside. "Miles," I called out, my voice echoing back from the cave's entrance. "Miles, are you in there?" Silence was the only response. "We can't go in there," Zoe said, her voice shaking. "It's too dangerous. I'm not leaving without knowing what happened to him," I replied, flicking on the flashlight we'd brought from the cabin. "Then I'm coming with you," Jonah said, stepping forward. "The rest of you, stay here. If we're not back in 15 minutes, get back to the cabin and figure out a way to get help." Before anyone could argue, Jonah and I moved toward the cave entrance. The smell hit us first, a rank, animal odor mixed with something else, something coppery and sickening. As we stepped inside, the beam of the flashlight revealed a narrow tunnel that descended into the earth. "Miles?" I called again, my voice seeming to be swallowed by the darkness. We moved deeper into the cave, the flashlight beam revealing strange markings on the walls, symbols carved into the rock, some fresh, others worn with age. I didn't recognize them, but they sent a chill down my spine nonetheless. The tunnel widened into a small chamber. And there, in the center, was something that made my blood run cold. A pile of bones, some old and yellowed, others disturbingly fresh. And on top, a torn and bloodied piece of fabric that I recognized instantly, the plaid pattern of Miles's favorite shirt. "Oh God," Jonah choked out, turning away. I stood frozen, the flashlight beam fixed on the grisly discovery. We were too late. Miles was gone. A low growl from the darkness beyond the chamber snapped me out of my shock. The beam caught a flash of movement, then a pair of glowing red eyes. "Run!" I shouted, already backing toward the entrance. We scrambled out of the cave, panic giving us speed. The others saw our terror and didn't wait for an explanation, turning and running with us back toward the cabin. "What did you see?" Noah panted as we crashed through the undergrowth. "Miles is dead," I managed between gasping breaths. "And we're not alone in these woods." We burst out of the tree line near the cabin, relief flooding through me at the sight of its solid walls. But my relief turned to horror as we got closer. The front door hung open, swinging loosely on one hinge. Something had broken in while we were gone. "Zoe and River were right behind us," Kaya said, looking around frantically. "Where are they?" I spun around, scanning the edge of the forest. There was no sign of them. They must have fallen behind in our panicked flight from the cave. "We have to go back," Liam said, already turning. "No." I grabbed his arm. "We need to secure the cabin first. Then we'll go look for them." "But they know the way back," I insisted. "If they're okay, they'll head here. We need to make sure it's safe when they arrive." Reluctantly, Liam nodded. We approached the cabin cautiously, weapons at the ready. The interior was in shambles, furniture overturned, cupboards empty, supplies scattered across the floor. But there was no sign of whatever had broken in. "Check every room," I ordered. "Make sure it's clear." We moved through the cabin methodically, finding destruction in every room but no intruders. The back door had been ripped completely off its hinges, providing another easy entrance. Whatever had done this had been incredibly strong. "It's looking for something," Jonah observed, gesturing to the systematic way the place had been ransacked. "Or someone," Noah added grimly. As we finished checking the second floor, a scream echoed from outside, high-pitched and terrified. We rushed to the window in time to see River emerge from the trees, running at full speed toward the cabin. Behind him, moving with that same unnatural loping gait I'd glimpsed the night before, was a large, dark shape. "It's chasing him!" Kaya cried. We thundered down the stairs and out onto the porch. River was halfway across the clearing, his face contorted in terror. "Run!" I shouted. "We'll cover you." Jonah and Liam rushed forward with their weapons while I kept watch for any other threats. River sprinted the final distance to the cabin, collapsing on the porch steps, gasping for breath. "Where's Zoe?" Noah demanded, helping River inside. "It got her," River panted. "We were running, and it came out of nowhere. Grabbed her. I couldn't help her." Another friend gone. Anger and grief welled up inside me, replacing the fear that had dominated since the first attack. "We're getting out of here," I decided. "Right now. We grab what supplies we can and make for the vehicles." "But Miles and Zoe," Kaya began, "are gone." I cut her off, hating the words even as I said them. "And we'll be next if we stay." No one argued. We gathered what remained of our supplies and weapons, then huddled at the front door, planning our escape. "The SUVs are about 100 yards away," I said. "We move together, watch all sides. Once we reach them, we don't stop for anything until we're back to civilization." Everyone nodded, faces grim and determined. Our carefree vacation had turned into a fight for survival, but I was determined that no one else would fall victim to whatever hunted these woods. "On three," I said, hand on the door. 1, 2, 3. We burst out of the cabin and ran toward the parked vehicles. I kept expecting to hear growls or see shapes emerging from the trees, but the forest remained still and silent. We reached the SUVs without incident, piling into the lead vehicle, my own, for safety in numbers. I turned the key in the ignition, praying it would start. The engine coughed once, twice, then roared to life. Relief washed over me as I threw it into reverse, then stopped cold as I saw what was in the rearview mirror. Standing directly behind our vehicle, blocking the narrow track that was our only way out, was a figure. At first glance, it appeared to be a man, tall and thin, dressed in what looked like animal hides. But as I stared, the figure seemed to shift and change, its proportions becoming more animal-like than human again, as if it couldn't quite decide what form to take. "What is that?" Noah whispered from the back seat. "A skinwalker," Kaya breathed. "It can shift between human and animal form." As if hearing its name, the figure's head snapped up, revealing a face that wasn't quite human. The features elongated, the eyes too large and reflective, the mouth stretched in a grin that showed too many teeth. And then it spoke, in a voice that was both human and not. The words in a language none of us understood. but the threat behind them was unmistakable. "Drive!" Jonah shouted. "Run it over if you have to." I slammed my foot on the accelerator, but the engine sputtered and died. I tried the key again. Nothing. Whatever this thing was, it had disabled our escape. "The other vehicles," I said, already opening my door. "Wait." Kaya grabbed my arm. "Look." More figures had emerged from the tree line, 3, 4, 5 of them, all with that same not quite human appearance. They moved with eerie coordination, surrounding our position. "We're trapped," River moaned. I closed the door, locking it for whatever meager protection that might provide. The others did the same, huddling low in their seats as the creatures circled our vehicle. "What do they want?" Liam whispered. "Why are they doing this?" "We trespassed on sacred ground," Kaya said quietly. "This area has significance for the native tribes. We're intruders here." The first figure, the one that had been blocking our path, approached my window. Up close, its face was even more disturbing, features that seemed to flow and shift, never quite settling into one form. It tapped on the glass with long, claw-like fingers. "Don't open it," Noah hissed. "No matter what." The creature's mouth moved, forming words I couldn't hear through the glass. Then it stepped back and made a gesture to the others. They began to move in unison, circling the vehicle, their movements becoming faster, more frenzied. "What are they doing?" River asked, his voice barely audible. The answer came in a horrifying display of transformation. Before our eyes, the creatures began to change, their bodies contorting, limbs elongating, faces stretching into muzzles. Where there had been humanoid figures now stood massive wolf-like creatures, their red eyes fixed on us with predatory intensity. "They're going to attack," I realized. "We need to make a run for the cabin." "We'll never make it," Jonah argued. "We can't stay here," I countered. "They'll tear the car apart." As if to prove my point, one of the creatures lunged at the rear of the vehicle, rocking it violently. Another joined in, claws scraping against metal with a sound that set my teeth on edge. "The moment I give the signal, everyone out the driver's side door," I instructed. "Stay together and run like hell for the cabin." No one looked happy with the plan, but no one offered a better alternative either. I reached for the door handle, waiting for the right moment. The creatures continued their assault on the vehicle, denting metal and cracking glass. One leaped onto the roof, its weight causing the ceiling to buckle inward. We were running out of time. "Now!" I shouted, flinging open the door. We spilled out of the vehicle, weapons in hand, and sprinted toward the cabin. Behind us, howls of rage filled the air as the creatures realized their prey was escaping. I risked a glance back and immediately wished I hadn't. They were coming after us, moving with impossible speed on all fours. "Faster," I urged, seeing the cabin just ahead. We reached the porch, scrambling inside and slamming what remained of the front door behind us. Jonah and Liam dragged a heavy bookcase in front of it while Noah and River rushed to secure the back entrance. "That won't hold them for long," Kaya said, watching as the creatures surrounded the cabin once more. "Not after what they did earlier." She was right. We needed a better plan than just hiding. I tried to remember everything Kaya had told us about skinwalkers, searching for any weakness we could exploit. "In the stories, there must be some way to kill them," I said, turning to Kaya. "What did you read about that?" She thought for a moment. "According to lore, a bullet or knife rubbed with white ash might work." "White ash," I repeated, "from the fire." I rushed to the hearth, where embers from the previous night's fire still glowed. Using a poker, I sifted through the ashes, finding patches of the fine white powder that Kaya had mentioned. "Get the weapons," I called to the others. "Anything with a blade or a point." They brought our meager arsenal, the hunting knife, the axe, several kitchen knives, and a few sharpened sticks we'd crafted the night before. One by one, we coated the blades and points with white ash from the fireplace. Outside, the creatures had begun their assault on the cabin once more. We could hear them tearing at the walls, throwing themselves against the doors and shutters. It wouldn't be long before they broke through. "We need to split up," I said, distributing the weapons. "Cover all possible entry points. If they get in, aim for vital areas: throat, chest, eyes." "Split up?" Noah echoed incredulously. "After what happened to Miles and Zoe? We don't have a choice," I replied grimly. "If we cluster in one spot, they'll overwhelm us." Reluctantly, we took positions throughout the cabin. Kaya and I covered the main room, Jonah and Liam the back entrance, Noah one side of the cabin, and River the other. We waited, weapons ready, as the attack intensified. The first breach came at the back door. The bookcase we'd pushed against it toppled forward as something massive slammed into it from outside. Jonah shouted a warning as one of the creatures squeezed through the gap, its red eyes fixing immediately on him. "Remember, white ash." I called, already moving to help. The creature lunged at Jonah, who managed to sidestep the attack and swing his ash-coated axe in a wide arc. The blade connected with the creature's shoulder, drawing a shriek of pain and fury. But instead of falling, it rounded on him again, seemingly more enraged than injured. Before it could attack, Liam stabbed forward with his ash-covered hunting knife, catching the creature in the side. This time the effect was more dramatic. Where the blade touched, the creature's flesh seemed to sizzle and smoke. It howled in agony, twisting away from the knife. "It works!" Liam shouted. "The ash works." Emboldened, Jonah swung the axe again, this time striking the creature's neck. It collapsed to the floor, its form seeming to shimmer and shift before our eyes. One moment the wolf-like monster, the next a more human figure, then back again. There was no time to celebrate our first victory. More creatures were breaking in, through windows, the damaged doors, even tearing through the wooden walls in places. We fought desperately, using our ash-coated weapons to fend them off. I found myself back to back with Kaya in the main room, surrounded by 3 of the shapeshifters. They circled us warily, having seen what happened to their companion. "Don't let them separate us," I warned, keeping my knife pointed at the nearest one. "There's something else," Kaya said suddenly. "In the stories, if you know a skinwalker's true name and speak it aloud, it robs them of their power." "Great, but how are we supposed to know their names?" I asked, dodging as one of the creatures lunged at me. "I don't know," Kaya admitted, swinging her own weapon at another attacker. The fight raged throughout the cabin. Noah's scream from one of the bedrooms told me we'd lost another friend. But there was no time to grieve, no time to do anything but fight for survival. Somehow we managed to drive the creatures back, inflicting enough damage with our ash-coated weapons that they retreated temporarily. But our victory was short-lived. Of our original group of 8, only 4 remained: myself, Kaya, Jonah, and Liam. Noah and River had fallen in the attack, their bodies dragged away by the retreating skinwalkers. "We can't stay here," Jonah said, nursing a deep gash in his arm. "They'll be back, and there are too many of them." "Where can we go?" Liam asked. "They disabled the vehicles, and we're miles from anywhere." "The lake," I suggested, an idea forming. "If we can get to the dock, maybe take the boat." "Water," Kaya interrupted. "In many Native American beliefs, water is a boundary that evil spirits and witches cannot cross. So if we can reach the middle of the lake," I began. "They might not be able to follow," Kaya finished. It was a desperate plan, but it was all we had. We gathered what remained of our weapons and supplies, reapplying ash to the blades. The sun was beginning to set, and we all knew that the creatures would be even more powerful in darkness. "We go at dusk," I decided. "In the last light. They'll be expecting us to wait until full dark to make our move." The others nodded, too exhausted and traumatized to argue. We spent the remaining daylight hours fortifying our position as best we could and preparing for our desperate dash to the lake. As the sun began to dip below the tree line, casting long shadows across the clearing, we gathered at what remained of the front door. Through the broken shutters, we could see the forest's edge, where shapes were already gathering, moving restlessly among the trees. "Remember, stay together," I said. "No matter what happens, we reach that dock as a group." "And if we make it to the lake?" Jonah asked quietly. "Then we take the boat to the far shore and hike out," I replied. "It's another 10 miles or so to the main road, but it's our best chance." Kaya squeezed my hand. In her eyes, I saw the same determination that I felt. We would make it, or we would die trying. "Ready?" I asked, gripping my knife tightly. 3 nods answered me. "Then let's go." We burst out of the cabin and sprinted toward the lake. Immediately, howls erupted from the forest, and dark shapes detached themselves from the shadows, racing to intercept us. But we had the advantage of surprise, and our head start gave us a chance. The dock was just ahead, the small rowboat still tethered where we'd left it days ago, in what now seemed like another lifetime. 50 yards, 40, 30. We were going to make it. Then Liam stumbled, his foot catching on a root. He went down hard, and before he could regain his feet, one of the creatures was on him. His scream cut through the twilight air, then was abruptly silenced. "Keep going," I shouted as Jonah hesitated. "We can't help him." We reached the dock, our feet pounding on the wooden planks. Behind us, the creatures were closing in, their howls triumphant. Jonah leaped into the boat first, helping Kaya in after him. I was last, untying the rope with fumbling fingers as the lead creature reached the beginning of the dock. The knot came free just as the creature launched itself at me. I fell backward into the boat, narrowly avoiding its reaching claws. Jonah shoved us away from the dock with an oar, and we began to drift into deeper water. The creature stood at the edge of the dock, its form shifting between human and beast as it watched us escape. Then, to my horror, it stepped forward, not into the water, but onto it. Its paw-like feet didn't break the surface but rested upon it as if the lake were solid ground. "That's not possible," Kaya whispered. "They shouldn't be able to cross water." But the creature took another step, and another, walking on the surface of the lake toward our slowly drifting boat. "Row!" I shouted to Jonah. "Row for your life." He didn't need to be told twice, dipping the oars into the water and pulling with all his strength. The boat began to move faster, but the creature kept pace, its red eyes fixed on us with malevolent intelligence. Then it spoke again, in that same inhuman voice, words that seemed to float across the water's surface. "CB Hazdili," the name of the lake, Whispering Pines in Navajo. And with a shock of realization, I understood. "It's their sacred place," I said. "The lake itself is part of their territory, their power." "Then we're trapped," Jonah said, still rowing desperately. "There's nowhere to go." I looked back at the creature still pursuing us across the water's surface. Behind it, more shapes had gathered at the shore, the rest of the pack watching, waiting. The creature took another step toward us, and in that moment I made my decision. I stood up in the boat, causing it to rock precariously. "What are you doing?" Kaya hissed, grabbing my leg to steady me. I didn't answer. Instead, I fixed my gaze on the approaching skinwalker and spoke a single word, the name I'd heard it use. "CB Hazdili." The effect was instantaneous. The creature froze, its form flickering rapidly between human and beast. A howl of rage and what sounded almost like fear erupted from its throat. The surface of the lake beneath its feet seemed to ripple and give way, and for the first time the creature's confidence faltered. "Its name," I called out. In the stories, if you know a skinwalker's true name and speak it, it robs them of their power. "Sebi Hazdili," Kaya repeated beside me, her voice stronger. "Sebi Hazdili." Jonah joined in, and together our voices rang out across the water. The creature's form seemed to become less substantial with each repetition, its howls turning to shrieks of agony. The water beneath it was no longer solid, and it began to sink, flailing as it was pulled under the dark surface of the lake. On the shore, the other creatures retreated into the forest, their howls fading into the gathering darkness. Whatever connection had bound them to this place, we had somehow broken it, at least temporarily. "Will they be back?" Jonah asked, still gripping the oars tightly. "I don't know," I admitted. "But we should keep moving." We rowed to the far shore in silence, each lost in our own thoughts, mourning the friends we'd lost. As we pulled the boat onto the rocky beach, I turned to look back at the cabin across the lake. In the last light of day, it looked peaceful, almost inviting, a deception that had cost 5 lives. "We have a long walk ahead of us," I said, helping Kaya from the boat, "and we need to warn others. No one should come to this place." Kaya nodded, her face resolute despite the exhaustion and grief etched into her features. The stories were true, all of them, and we need to make sure they're not forgotten. Together, the three of us turned our backs on Whispering Pines and began the long trek through the wilderness, carrying with us a warning as old as the land itself. Some places belong to forces we cannot understand, and some legends exist for a reason. Behind us, as darkness fell completely, a single howl rose from the forest, a reminder that the skinwalkers remained, guardians of their ancient territory, waiting for the next unwary travelers to cross their path. But not us. We had survived to tell the tale, and in the telling perhaps others would be spared our fate. The air was crisp that morning, but I wasn't thinking much about it. I had bigger things to worry about than the weather. My rig had been giving me trouble for weeks. Every time I tried to get the brakes checked, the shop was full, or I was too far from a decent mechanic to even bother. My name's Lyle Brennan, by the way. I've been a long-haul trucker for most of my life, 20 years behind the wheel. It's the kind of work that either breaks you or makes you immune to everything. Maybe a bit of both in my case. That morning in Elko, I should have listened to my gut and waited another day. The rig's brake lines had been seeping fluid for the past 800 miles, leaving small puddles of warning whenever I'd park for more than a few hours. But the schedule was tight, and the company had been riding my ass about delivery times. 20 years of perfect records buys you exactly nothing in this business when you start slipping. "One more haul," I muttered to myself, checking the straps on my load one final time before climbing into the cab. Get to Salt Lake, get this fixed proper. I'd been running the same routes for years, mostly I-80 across Nevada into Utah. But there was a shortcut I'd been hearing about from some of the other drivers, a network of county roads cutting through the northeastern corner of Nevada that could shave nearly 3 hours off the trip. The company GPS didn't even recognize it as a viable route, which was precisely why some drivers preferred it. No way stations, no highway patrol, just open road. My dispatcher, Marge, had called me the night before. "Lyle, "We need this delivery in Salt Lake by tomorrow afternoon," she'd said, her voice carrying that edge of urgency that meant someone higher up was breathing down her neck. "Marge, I've got to get these brakes looked at. They're not right. Can they make it to Salt Lake?" I'd hesitated. "Probably." "Then get it fixed there. We've got a contract shop that can take you as soon as you deliver." I should have pushed back harder. 20 years of driving, and I'd never had a major accident. That's because I listened to my rig like it was talking to me, and right now it was screaming. As I pulled out of Elko just after dawn, the eastern sky was painted in shades of crimson that bled into deep purple. My grandfather would have called it a blood sky. "Red sky in morning, sailors take warning," he used to say. I wasn't a sailor, but the warning applied all the same. I was on a run through northeastern Nevada, a stretch of back roads that felt more like no man's land than part of the United States. This route was more desolate than I preferred, but it shaved hours off my usual haul time to Salt Lake. Besides, I liked the solitude. No four-wheelers tailgating me or cops lying in wait to catch me a mile or two over the limit. Just me and my rig, keeping steady along roads few others dared to take. The landscape out here was all sage and dust, broken occasionally by rocky outcroppings that thrust up from the earth like the spines of buried giants. Cell service was spotty at best, non-existent at worst. I kept the CB radio on, though it had been hours since I'd heard another trucker's voice crackle through. Around mid-morning, I passed the remains of what might have once been a mining town. Nothing left now but a few crumbling wood structures barely standing against the endless assault of desert winds. Places like this had stories, dark ones usually. Men coming to seek their fortune, finding only hardship and death. The desert was good at keeping secrets. The brake pedal felt spongier with every mile. I was compensating by downshifting earlier, using the engine to slow my momentum rather than relying on the failing brake system. It wasn't ideal, but it would get me through. By 11:30, my eyelids were getting heavy. I hadn't slept well the night before. Dreams filled with endless roads and shadowy figures standing in my headlights. I cracked the window, letting the cool air blast my face, and reached for my thermos of coffee. That's when I noticed the side mirror showing a wisp of smoke trailing from beneath my trailer. "Damn it," I muttered, easing the rig onto the shoulder. The brakes were overheating. I needed to let them cool before they failed completely. I climbed down from the cab, the silence of the desert enveloping me immediately. No birds, no insects, nothing but the ticking of my engine cooling in the dry air. I walked around the rig, checking the wheels and brake assemblies. The rear driver's side was hot enough that I could feel the heat radiating before I even got close. As I was inspecting the damage, a sound caught my attention, the distant rumble of an engine. Out here, any sign of another vehicle was notable. I straightened up, squinting down the road toward a dust cloud approaching from the direction I'd come from. The vehicle slowed as it neared, an old Chevy sedan, once blue but now faded to the color of a bruise. It pulled over about 50 yards behind my rig, and for a moment nothing happened. Then the driver's door opened. I watched, hand instinctively moving to the pocket knife I kept in my jeans, as a tall figure emerged from the car. Even from this distance, something about the way the man moved sent a chill through me. Too fluid, too deliberate, like a predator. The day had been smooth enough until I noticed the first sign of trouble. Around noon, I saw an old beat-up sedan on the side of the road. The hood was up and a figure was crouched near the engine, tinkering with something. Normally, I wouldn't stop. Bad experiences with strangers on the road have taught me to keep moving, but there was something different about this one. Couldn't put my finger on it. Maybe it was the desperation in the way he moved, or the fact that I hadn't seen another vehicle in hours. Against my better judgment, I pulled over. The truth was, after checking my rig's brakes and letting them cool for about 30 minutes, I had continued down the road. The Chevy sedan had passed me while I was stopped and disappeared over the horizon. Now, about 10 miles later, here it was again, hood up, driver apparently stranded. I slowed the truck, debating whether to stop. 20 years on the road had taught me caution. I'd seen too many scams, people pretending to be broken down, then robbing whoever was kind enough to stop. But out here, in this desolation, the nearest town was at least 60 miles away in either direction. If I left him, he might not survive. I killed the engine and climbed down from the cab, trying to keep my expression neutral. I could hear the hum of insects in the dry heat, the kind that makes everything else feel eerily silent. "Need some help?" I called out, approaching cautiously. The man stood up slowly, wiping his hands on a rag that was already stained beyond saving. He was tall but gaunt. His clothes hung loose on his frame like he'd been living out of that car for a while. His face was sunburned, and he had the kind of beard that suggested he hadn't shaved in weeks. "I'd appreciate it," he said. His voice was raspy, like he hadn't had a drink of water in days. Car won't start and I'm out of options. I walked over to the engine and gave it a once-over. I'm no mechanic, but I've been around trucks long enough to know when an engine's gone to hell. Something struck me as odd, though. The distributor cap was missing and there were wires disconnected that no one would accidentally pull loose. "What's your name?" I asked, keeping my tone conversational as I reconnected a wire that had no business being disconnected. He hesitated just a fraction of a second too long. Martin Grice." I nodded, not showing that I'd noticed his pause. "Lyle Brennan," I replied, gesturing vaguely toward my rig. "What brings you out this way, Martin? Not exactly a tourist route." His eyes, pale blue and unnaturally alert, flicked to my truck, then back to me. "Just passing through, heading to Salt Lake for work." I fiddled with a couple of wires, tried the ignition, nothing. The battery seemed dead, but that didn't explain the missing distributor cap. "Looks like you might need a tow," I said. "You got a phone? Could call a tow truck from the next town over." He shook his head. "No service out here. Been trying for hours." That should have been my first clue to leave. But something about the way he said it, almost too calm for a man stranded in the middle of nowhere, didn't sit right with me. I glanced at his car. No luggage visible, no food wrappers, nothing to suggest he'd been stuck here for hours. Just a clean interior and what looked like a duffel bag in the back seat. "Well, I could give you a lift to the nearest town," I offered. "Ain't much, but there's a gas station with a payphone about 20 miles from here." He nodded, but something in his eyes darkened. "I'd appreciate that," he repeated, this time slower, more deliberate. "Let me grab something from my truck first," I said, needing a moment to think. Something felt wrong here, but I couldn't put my finger on it. As I walked back to my rig, I noticed Martin watching me with an intensity that raised the hair on the back of my neck. In the cab, I quickly checked my phone. Still no service. I opened the glove compartment and took out the revolver I kept there. It wasn't strictly legal to carry across state lines, but out here, law enforcement was theoretical at best. I checked that it was loaded, then tucked it under the driver's seat where I could reach it easily if needed. I led him to the truck, feeling a little on edge now, but telling myself I was overreacting. He climbed into the passenger seat and I got back behind the wheel. As I turned the key and the engine roared to life, a small voice in the back of my mind told me I'd made a mistake. But what was I supposed to do? Leave him out there? For a while we drove in silence. The road stretched out like a black ribbon, no signs of life in any direction. Martin didn't say a word, just stared out the window, watching the desert roll by. I tried to make small talk, but he wasn't much of a conversationalist. Kept his answers short, almost mechanical. "So what kind of work you do in Salt Lake?" I asked, breaking the silence that had stretched between us for nearly 10 minutes. "Construction," he said without looking at me. "Demolition, mostly." I nodded, glancing at his hands. They didn't look like a construction worker's hands. Too clean despite the grease from the car engine. "Good money in that?" "Enough." After about 15 minutes, the silence started to feel suffocating. I glanced over at him and that's when I noticed his hands. They were covered in old scars, deep cuts that had healed unevenly, the kind you don't get from fixing cars. So I started trying to sound casual. "Where you headed?" "Nowhere special," he replied, still staring out the window. "Just passing through." There was something about the way he said it that made my skin crawl. I decided to leave it at that, focusing on the road ahead, but my mind was racing. Why was he out here? What was he doing with that car? The road ahead curved around a rocky outcropping, and as we rounded the bend, something caught my eye, a flash of metal in the distance. As we drew closer, I could make out another vehicle parked on the shoulder about a half-mile ahead. "Looks like someone else is having car trouble," I said, nodding toward the vehicle. Martin turned his attention to the road, his posture suddenly tense. "We should keep going," he said, his voice taking on an edge I hadn't heard before. "Could be someone needs help," I replied, already slowing the truck. "Like you did. Trust me," Martin said, turning to look at me directly now. "We don't want to stop there." I met his gaze and what I saw sent ice through my veins. His eyes were cold, calculating, the eyes of a predator sizing up prey. Suddenly he turned toward me, his face calm but his eyes wrong. There was no emotion there. Just a cold emptiness that sent a jolt of fear down my spine. "You ever think about what happens to people who disappear out here?" he asked. The question hit me like a ton of bricks. I hadn't expected it, and I didn't know how to respond. I kept my eyes on the road, gripping the wheel a little tighter. "What do you mean?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "You know," he continued, his tone casual, almost like he was talking about the weather. "People go missing all the time on these back roads. No one ever finds them. Not alive anyway." I swallowed hard, my heart pounding in my chest. The desert outside suddenly felt more hostile, the endless expanse of nothingness a little more menacing. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked, unable to hide the unease in my voice. He didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his jacket and pulled out something small, something metallic that glinted in the sunlight. A knife. A big, ugly hunting knife with a blade that looked like it had seen more than just deer. Panic surged through me, but I kept my hands on the wheel, trying to stay calm. My mind raced, searching for a way out. I wasn't armed, the gun was under my seat, impossibly far away now, and the nearest town was still miles away. Running wasn't an option, not at 60 miles per hour. "You don't need to do this," I said, trying to reason with him. "I'm just a trucker, man. I got nothing you want." He smiled then, a slow, eerie smile that didn't reach his eyes. "It's not about what I want," he said. "It's about what I need." Before I could react, he lunged at me, the knife flashing through the air. Instinct kicked in and I swerved the truck hard to the right, sending the cab into a violent skid. The momentum threw him off balance and he slammed into the door with a grunt. I took the opportunity to slam on the brakes, the truck screeching to a stop on the side of the road. Without thinking, I grabbed the closest thing I could find, a tire iron I kept under the seat, and swung it at him with all my strength. The impact caught him in the chest, knocking the wind out of him. He dropped the knife and I scrambled to open the door, practically throwing myself out of the truck. I stumbled onto the hot asphalt, gasping for breath. My heart was pounding in my ears, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I could hear him coughing inside the cab, struggling to get up. I wasn't sticking around to find out if he succeeded. In my panic, I'd forgotten about the gun under the seat. All I could think about was putting distance between myself and the man with the knife. The terrain around us was mostly flat, with nowhere to hide except for a small rise about a quarter-mile away where I could see what looked like an old trailer. Without looking back, I sprinted toward the nearest rise in the land where I'd seen an old rusted pickup parked near a rundown trailer. The sun beat down mercilessly as I ran, each breath burning in my lungs. I could hear movement behind me, Martin recovering, possibly pursuing. The trailer grew closer, details becoming clearer. It was an old Airstream, its silver surface dulled by years of desert dust and sun. The pickup next to it was from the 70s at least, faded red paint peeling from its hood. "Help!" I shouted, my voice cracking with desperation. "Anybody there?" As luck would have it, the place wasn't abandoned. An older guy came out, his face a mixture of surprise and confusion as I barreled toward him. He was rail-thin, with a deeply lined face and eyes squinting against the harsh sun. A cigarette dangled from his lips and he wore faded jeans and a flannel shirt despite the heat. "Help!" I shouted again, barely able to catch my breath. "There's a guy back there. He tried to kill me." The old man blinked but didn't hesitate. He reached into the cab of his truck and pulled out a shotgun. "Stay behind me," he said, his voice calm but firm. I glanced back toward my truck, now a good distance away. I could see Martin climbing out of the cab, something in his hand catching the sunlight. The knife. "He's armed," I warned, ducking behind the old man's pickup. The old man, who later told me his name was Earl, chambered a round in the shotgun, the sound cutting through the desert air like a thunderclap. "You there," he called out, his voice carrying across the distance. "Stop right where you are." Martin froze, then slowly raised his hands, the knife still clutched in one of them. For a moment, nobody moved. Then Martin's gaze shifted from Earl to me, and I saw a promise in those cold eyes. A promise that this wasn't over. "Drop the knife," Earl commanded, taking aim with the shotgun. Martin hesitated, then let the knife fall to the ground. But something about his posture, tense, ready to spring, told me he wasn't giving up. "What's your plan here?" Earl asked me quietly, keeping his eyes on Martin. "Got a phone we can use to call the sheriff?" I shook my head. "No service, and my truck keys are still in the ignition." Earl nodded slowly. "Well, we can't just stand here in a Mexican standoff all day. I've got a satellite phone inside. You make the call. I'll keep our friend here company." I hesitated, not wanting to leave Earl alone with Martin, but we needed help. "Be careful," I warned. "He's not right." Earl chuckled grimly. "Son, I was guarding prisoners in Vietnam before you were born. I can handle one skinny psycho for 5 minutes." I backed toward the trailer, keeping my eyes on Martin until I reached the door. Inside, the Airstream was surprisingly neat, with maps and books stacked carefully on a small table. I found the satellite phone and dialed 911, quickly explaining the situation to the dispatcher. "Sheriff's about 40 minutes out," the dispatcher told me. "Can you hold tight till then?" "We'll try," I said, not sure if that was a promise I could keep. When I emerged from the trailer, the scene had changed. Earl and Martin were closer to each other now, perhaps 20 feet apart. Earl's shotgun was still trained on Martin, but Martin had shifted position, angling himself toward my truck. "They're coming," I called to Earl. "Sheriff's on the way." Martin's head snapped toward me, his eyes narrowing. In that moment, I knew what he was thinking. If he could get to my truck before the sheriff arrived, he could escape. "Don't even think about it," Earl warned, as if reading Martin's thoughts. "I may be old, but I can still shoot straight enough to take your legs off." Martin smiled, that same cold, empty smile. "You'd shoot an unarmed man? That what they taught you in the army?" Earl didn't flinch. "Marines. And yes, if that unarmed man is a threat, I'd shoot him without losing any sleep." We approached my truck cautiously, the old man leading the way with his shotgun raised. But when we reached the cab, Martin hadn't moved. He stood exactly where we'd left him, still smiling that unnerving smile. "Get in your truck," Earl told me quietly. "Get those keys and bring them back here. Don't turn your back on him." I nodded, edging toward the driver's side door, my eyes locked on Martin. The cab door was still open from my hasty exit. I reached in, grabbed the keys from the ignition, and remembered the gun under the seat. In one quick motion, I snatched it up and backed away from the truck. "Got a revolver," I told Earl, feeling slightly more secure with the weight of the gun in my hand. Earl nodded approvingly. "Good. Now we wait." The minutes stretched endlessly. The sun beat down and sweat trickled down my back. Martin remained standing, barely moving except to occasionally shift his weight from one foot to the other. His eyes never left us, calculating, patient. When the sheriff's vehicles finally appeared on the horizon, the relief was so intense I nearly collapsed. 2 patrol cars approached, dust clouds billowing behind them. As the deputies emerged from their vehicles, guns drawn, Martin finally spoke again. "This isn't over," he said softly, his voice carrying on the still desert air. "I'll find you, Lyle Brennan." A chill ran through me at the sound of my name on his lips. I hadn't told him my last name. The deputies ordered Martin to lie face down on the ground, which he did with an eerie compliance that was somehow more disturbing than resistance would have been. As they cuffed him, one of the deputies recognized him right away. "Holy shit," the deputy muttered. "That's Raymond Mercer. Been on our most wanted list for months." Raymond Mercer, not Martin Grice. A drifter wanted for a string of disappearances across the state. He'd been luring truckers and stranded motorists to their deaths for years, always slipping through the cracks somehow. I watched as they loaded him into the back of the squad car, the sun beating down on us as if nothing unusual had happened. Raymond, or whatever his real name was, kept his eyes on me the entire time, that small smile never leaving his face. The deputies nodded at me as they drove off, leaving the quiet desert behind. I wiped the sweat off my forehead and climbed back into my truck. The tire iron lay on the floor, smeared with blood. I didn't dwell on it. I had a job to do. "You're going to want to come down to the station," Sheriff Hollister told me, his weathered face grave as he leaned against his patrol car. "There's some things you need to see." Earl had insisted I stay at his trailer until the sheriff arrived. After the deputies had taken Raymond away, Earl had made us coffee strong enough to dissolve spoons and listened to my story without interruption. "You're lucky to be alive," he'd said simply when I finished. "I've heard stories about drivers disappearing on these roads. Never thought much of it until now." The sheriff's station in Wells, Nevada was a small, squat building that looked like it had been built in the 50s and hadn't seen much renovation since. Inside, the air conditioning struggled against the desert heat, and the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead like trapped insects. Sheriff Hollister led me to a small conference room where crime scene photos were spread across a table. I hesitated at the doorway, suddenly unsure if I wanted to see whatever was on that table. "Mr. Brennan," Hollister said gently, "I know this is difficult, but we need your help. Raymond Mercer has been operating in this area for at least 3 years, maybe longer. We've found 7 bodies so far, all truck drivers or motorists who disappeared along these back roads. We think there are more." I swallowed hard and entered the room. The photos showed remote locations, shallow graves in the desert, ravines where bodies had been discarded, a mine shaft where remains had been discovered. Each site marked with small yellow evidence markers. "Jesus," I muttered, looking away from a particularly graphic image. "Mercer's never talked," Hollister continued, his voice clinical now, detached. "Never confirmed any killings, never led us to any bodies, but we know it's him. And now, thanks to you, we've got him with a weapon, attempting murder. That's enough to put him away for good." I nodded, still trying to process everything. "He knew my name?" I said finally. "My full name. I never told him my last name." Hollister exchanged a glance with his deputy. "He does his research. We found notebooks in his car with details about his victims, routes they drove, schedules, personal information. He plans meticulously." A cold weight settled in my stomach. So I wasn't random. He targeted me specifically? "Looks that way," Hollister confirmed. Your company, Summit Logistics, right? 3 other Summit drivers have disappeared over the past 2 years, all taking this same shortcut route. The implications hit me like a physical blow. Someone at Summit might be involved, sharing driver information, schedules, routes, or Mercer had been watching, learning patterns, selecting his victims carefully. I need to see his notebooks, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. Hollister hesitated, then nodded to his deputy, who left the room and returned moments later with an evidence bag containing several worn notebooks. Hollister pulled on latex gloves before removing one and opening it on the table. The pages were filled with neat, precise handwriting. Names, dates, vehicle descriptions, company logos, route information. And then I saw my name circled in red. Lill Brennan, Summit. Elco to SLC, solo driver, takes back roads. Below that, more disturbing details. 6'1", approx 220 lbs, ex-military, likely armed, caution. He's been watching me, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. For how long? Based on the entries, at least 6 months, Hollister replied. You weren't his first choice from Summit. You were next in line. Next in line. The words echoed in my head, conjuring images of the others who hadn't been as lucky as me. Drivers I might have known, might have passed on the road with a friendly wave, never knowing they were marked for death. There's more, Hollister said, turning a page to reveal a crude map. We think these markings indicate where he's buried his victims. Some we found, others he trailed off, but the implication was clear. There were more bodies out there, waiting to be discovered in the vast Nevada desert. We'll need you to sign a formal statement, Hollister continued, closing the notebook, and you'll likely be called to testify when this goes to trial. I nodded mechanically, still trying to absorb everything I'd learned. What about my delivery? My truck. One of my deputies can follow you to the state line, Hollister offered. As for the delivery, that's between you and your company. But Mr. Brennan, he fixed me with a serious look. I'd be very careful about who at Summit you talk to about this. Until we know if Mercer was working alone, you should assume your information isn't secure. The implication sent another chill through me. If someone at Summit was feeding information to Mercer, they might not take kindly to being exposed. After giving my statement, I returned to my truck with Deputy Alvarez following in his patrol car. The sun was starting to set, painting the desert in shades of orange and purple. Beautiful, if you didn't know what secrets the landscape held. I called my dispatcher from the sheriff's station, explaining I'd be delayed due to an incident on the road. I kept the details vague, unsure who I could trust. Marge sounded annoyed, but told me to get the delivery to Salt Lake as soon as possible. Everything okay over there? Deputy Alvarez asked as I climbed into my cab. Yeah, I lied, starting the engine. Just need to make up some time. As I pulled back onto the road, the deputy following at a respectful distance, I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had changed. The open road had always represented freedom to me, opportunity. Now it felt exposed, vulnerable. I checked my mirrors compulsively, scrutinizing every vehicle that appeared behind me. The deputy's presence was reassuring, but he would only follow me to the state line. After that, I'd be on my own again. Night fell quickly in the desert, the darkness absolute except for my headlights cutting through the gloom and the distant stars overhead. I kept the CB radio on, listening to the chatter between other drivers, wondering if any of them had ever encountered Mercer, if any of them might be his next target. At the Utah state line, Deputy Alvarez flashed his lights in farewell and turned back toward Nevada. I was alone now, the dark road stretching ahead toward Salt Lake City. I reached under the seat, ensuring the revolver was still there, then focused on the road ahead. My mind raced with questions. How had Mercer known my route? Who at Summit might be involved? And most troubling of all, what if Mercer wasn't the only predator out there, hunting drivers on these lonely roads? The radio crackled with static, then a voice broke through. Breaker 19, this is Sidewinder looking for Nighthawk. You got your ears on? Over. I frowned. Nighthawk wasn't my handle, and I didn't recognize Sidewinder either. Probably just drivers I hadn't encountered before. Sidewinder, this is Big Sky. Nighthawk isn't on this channel. Over. Another voice responded. Roger that, Big Sky. Just checking if our friend made his delivery today. Been radio silent since Elko. Over. Something about the exchange raised the hair on the back of my neck. Was it innocent chatter between drivers or something more sinister? I kept silent, listening as the conversation continued. Haven't heard from him, Big Sky replied. But I passed a Summit truck about 20 miles back, heading towards Salt Lake. Wasn't Nighthawk, though. Different driver. Over. Copy that. Keep your eyes open. Sidewinder out. The exchange left me unsettled. I turned the radio volume down, suddenly paranoid about who might be listening, who might be tracking my movements. The remaining drive to Salt Lake City was the longest of my life, every mile marked by growing dread and constant vigilance. By the time I reached the outskirts of Salt Lake, dawn was breaking over the mountains. I should have felt relief, but instead, exhaustion and paranoia had formed a toxic mixture that left me jumping at shadows. As I approached the delivery depot, my phone rang. The display showed Summit Logistics. I hesitated, then answered. "Brennan," I said, trying to keep my voice neutral. "Lyle, it's Marge. Just checking your ETA. Everything okay? You sound tired." "Yeah, just been a long haul," I replied carefully. "About 10 minutes out from the depot." "Good. Listen, after you drop off, head straight to Peterson's Truck Repair on Industrial Parkway. I've already called them about your brake issue. They're expecting you." "Thanks, Marge," I said, ending the call. As I pulled into the delivery depot, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The routine process of checking in, unloading, and signing paperwork felt surreal, like I was going through the motions in a dream. Every face I encountered, the security guard at the gate, the forklift operator, the receiving manager, seemed to hide secrets behind polite smiles. Any one of them could be connected to Mercer, could be reporting my movements back to whoever was pulling the strings. Once the delivery was complete, I sat in my cab for a long moment, staring at the address Marge had given me for the repair shop. Protocol said I should go directly there, get the brakes fixed before heading back to Elko. But something didn't feel right. I made a decision. Instead of heading to Peterson's, I drove to the nearest police station. 6 months later, I was back on I-80 heading west toward Reno with a load of electronics. The trial against Raymond Mercer, his real name as it turned out, was still pending, but the investigation had revealed more than anyone had expected. Mercer wasn't working alone. He had a partner inside Summit Logistics, Travis Weldon, a fleet manager who had access to all driver schedules and routes. Weldon had been feeding information to Mercer for years, targeting drivers who took the back roads, who drove alone, who wouldn't be missed immediately if they disappeared. The FBI had found 12 bodies based on the maps in Mercer's notebooks. All truck drivers, all killed the same way, stabbed repeatedly, then buried in remote locations throughout Nevada, Utah, and Idaho. The earliest victim dated back almost 5 years. I'd quit Summit the day after I spoke to the Salt Lake City police. Couldn't stomach the thought of working for a company where someone had marked me for death. Found a new gig with a smaller outfit based in Reno, hauling less freight but making better money. The nightmares hadn't stopped completely, but they were less frequent now. Sometimes I still woke up in a cold sweat, feeling the weight of Mercer's knife in my dreams, hearing his voice. "This isn't over. I'll find you, Lyle Brennan." But Mercer was in a maximum security facility awaiting trial, and Weldon had taken a plea deal, giving up everything he knew in exchange for avoiding the death penalty. The system had worked, more or less. I still carried the revolver under my seat. Still checked my mirrors more often than necessary. Still avoided back roads when I could help it. The open highway didn't feel the same anymore, the freedom tinged with vulnerability, the solitude with isolation. The sun was setting as I approached the Nevada state line, painting the sky in shades of red and purple. My new rig hummed beneath me, everything in perfect working order. No brake issues, no mechanical problems to worry about. My phone buzzed with a text from my new dispatcher, Aaron. "Check in when you cross state line. Weather warning ahead." I thumbed a quick response, then set the phone aside. The sky ahead was darkening with storm clouds, unusual for this time of year. I'd have to be careful. Take it slow through the mountain passes if the rain got heavy. As I crossed into Nevada, the first fat raindrops began to hit my windshield. I turned the wipers on, adjusting my speed for the worsening conditions. The traffic was light, most sensible drivers already pulled over at rest stops or motels to wait out the storm. About 20 miles in, I noticed headlights in my rearview mirror, closing fast despite the rain. Some idiot in a hurry, probably. I kept to my lane, maintaining a steady speed as the vehicle, a dark SUV, drew closer. Instead of passing, it matched my speed, hanging just behind my trailer in the driving rain. A prickle of unease ran down my spine. Probably nothing, I told myself. Just another driver using my taillights as a guide through the storm. But the SUV stayed with me. Mile after mile, never passing, never falling back, just maintaining that same unsettling distance. Close enough to see me, not close enough for me to make out anything about the driver. I reached for the CB radio. "Breaker 19, this is eastbound Summit. Anybody got eyes on this SUV riding my tail through the storm?" "Over." Static answered me, then a gruff voice broke through. "Summit. This is westbound night train passing mile marker 47. I see you both. Want me to drop back and get his plates?" "Over." "Appreciated, night train." Something doesn't feel right. Over. I watched in my mirror as a semi appeared heading westbound, its headlights briefly illuminating the SUV behind me as they passed. The CB crackled again. Summit. This is Night Train. Couldn't get a clear read on the plates, too much rain. But it's a black Ford Explorer. Nevada tags, looks like 2 occupants. They're hanging back like they're watching you. Want me to call it in? Over. My mouth went dry. Affirmative, Night Train, call it in. I'm approaching exit 43, going to pull off. Over. Copy that, Summit. Be careful out there. Night Train out. I slowed gradually, signaling for the exit. The SUV maintained its distance, still following. As I took the exit ramp, it followed. My heart hammered in my chest as I pulled into a well-lit truck stop parking where several other semis were already waiting out the storm. The SUV drove past slowly, then circled back, parking at the far end of the lot. I couldn't see the occupants through the rain-streaked windows, but I could feel their eyes on me. I reached under the seat, wrapping my hand around the grip of the revolver, and waited. The rain drummed on the roof of the cab, almost drowning out the sound of my own pulse pounding in my ears. Minutes passed. The SUV remained where it was, engine running, wipers slapping back and forth. I debated making a run for the truck stop building, but the distance felt too exposed, too vulnerable. My phone rang, startling me. Unknown number. I let it go to voicemail, then checked the message. Mr. Brennan, this is Detective Morgan with Nevada Highway Patrol. We received a call about a vehicle following you. Officers are en route to your location. Please remain in your vehicle until they arrive. Relief washed over me, followed immediately by a new wave of tension as the SUV's doors opened. 2 figures emerged, wearing dark rain gear with hoods pulled up, obscuring their faces. They began walking toward my truck. I reached for the door lock, ensuring it was secured, then gripped the revolver tighter, keeping it below the window line. The figures approached slowly, deliberately, splitting up to come at my truck from both sides. The CB crackled to life. Attention all drivers at the BOA truck stop. This is Nevada Highway Patrol. We have units arriving on scene. If you are the driver of the eastbound Summit truck being followed, flash your lights twice to identify yourself. I reached for the light switch, flashing the headlights twice. Almost immediately, patrol cars with flashing lights pulled into the lot from both entrances, blocking any escape. The 2 figures froze, then turned and ran back toward their SUV. They didn't make it. The officers intercepted them, ordering them to the ground at gunpoint. I watched, hardly daring to breathe, as the officers handcuffed the suspects and led them to separate patrol cars. One of the officers approached my truck, rain dripping from his hat. Mr. Brennan? I'm Officer Reyes. You can come out now. It's safe. I climbed down from the cab, the revolver left behind under the seat. Who are they? I asked, nodding toward the patrol cars. Reyes's expression was grim. Relatives of Raymond Mercer, his brother and cousin. We found weapons in their vehicle, along with your photo and route information. They've been tracking you since you left Reno. A cold weight settled in my stomach. How did they know my route? That's what we're trying to figure out, Reyes admitted. Mercer's network might be bigger than we thought. You're going to need to come with us to make a statement. I nodded, looking back at my truck. Another delivery delayed, another statement to make. But I was alive. We'll have an officer escort you to your destination afterward, Reyes added, seeing my concern. And the FBI wants to talk to you about protective measures going forward. Protective measures. The word sounded hollow. As long as I was on the road, I would be exposed, vulnerable. But the alternative, giving up the only life I'd known for 20 years, seemed impossible. As I followed Reyes to his patrol car, the rain finally began to let up, revealing bits of blue sky between the clouds. I thought about Earl, the old man who had helped me that day in the desert. He'd been living in that trailer for 40 years, he'd told me. Had seen all kinds of darkness out there in the middle of nowhere, but he stayed. You adapt, he'd said when I asked him why he didn't move somewhere safer, somewhere less isolated. You learn to see the danger coming and you prepare for it. But you don't stop living your life because there are monsters out there. You just get better at fighting monsters. I climbed into the patrol car, watching as the officers secured my truck. The open road was waiting, and despite everything, I knew I'd be back on it soon. Different route, different cargo, same vigilance. The monsters were out there. Always had been, but so was I, and I wasn't going anywhere. As we drove away from the truck stop, my phone buzzed with another text from my dispatcher. Weather clearing ahead. New ETA? I smiled grimly and typed back. Delayed. Police escort. Will update soon. The highway stretched before us, wet asphalt gleaming in the emerging sunlight. Somewhere along that road, another truck driver was checking his mirrors, unaware of what might be following. Maybe someday I'd find a way to warn them all. Until then, I'd keep driving, keep watching, keep surviving. The monsters didn't own the road, not while drivers like me were still on it.